You heard in the update, we have closure, finality.
Oh, I told you it was going to happen within the next 7 days.
You were all over it,
I
John.
had no idea it was going to happen last night, and no luck. No luck.
Hey, be safe out there if you're up and you're on the roads this morning.
Yeah, how were the roads for you guys?
Made it in one piece. They were not great on Telegraph, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, there's some stretches on Telegraph that are worse than others. Telegraph wasn't great. It was okay.
Yeah.
It was slow. People on 75, the way I come, were driving like maybe 40 miles an hour.
I'd say 45, 50 was kind of my commute.
Yeah. It's for me coming in, it's highway almost the entire way. And it was funny because, and hats off to Wayne County. When I was on the roads, the highways in Wayne County, it was like it hadn't even snowed. They had done a tremendous job. Wow. And I'm only talking about the roads that I was traveling. I'm not, if you've had a different experience, and you should, show caution, but tip of the cap to the Wayne County Road Commission. But it was, yeah. And then
they were out there?
Yeah, they were. They were. And all the road, commissions are out there working on the roads right now. And it was probably helpful that it happened a little earlier in the evening last night. By early, I say, 7 o'clock. I think they had a chance to get out there. Because when I got up this morning to shovel the driveway, it wasn't snowing anymore. So I was out there at about 3 o'clock.
We're done for the day now, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, as all reports, it doesn't look like, So if you get it cleaned off, get your driveway cleaned off.
They'll get it caught up too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're out there plowing. Mm-hmm. So you let us know if you've been plowed. 248-539-9797. But they're going to plow. It's going to happen today. John, a huge part of the show is obviously going to be reacting to this Bregman stuff. AJ Hinch will join us at 7:02. You got to love the timing on this. We got AJ on. We got a lot to talk about with him beyond the Bregman stuff. But of course, we'll get his reaction. What's yours?
Well, so you told me this morning, you're like, hey, are we going to do the Thursday touchdown, which is we are going to do at 6:35, or are we just going to talk about Bregman? I said, well, we talked about Bregman yesterday. What new are we going to talk about? I had no idea. When I went to bed last night, didn't see it. This morning, my focus, as I mentioned, was on getting the driveway shoveled. And so I didn't look at my phone like I normally do until we get in here. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Tom, you'll love this. He goes, he signed? I said, yeah. And he goes, with us? And I said, yeah. And he starts to get really excited. I go, no, he didn't sign with us. He signed with the Red Sox.
Yeah. Yeah. So normally it takes me to about, 6:45 before I want to punch you.
New record achieved.
5:35. Yes. Jim Costa with the punchable comment and face.
I can't fight that.
Okay. So for those that woke up, like me, had no idea, Bregman signed with the Boston Red Sox for 3 years, $120 million, with opt-outs after each of the first 2 seasons.
So it's effectively a series of one-year deals valued at $40 million apiece.
And it's been reported widely that the Tigers offered 6 years, 171 and a half. Gotta make sure we get that half in there. Yeah. So more money, more years. And correct me if I'm wrong. One of the things that Bregman had made it known, or Scott Boras made it known, was that he was after term, 6 or 7 years.
Yep.
And as the Tigers offered the most term and the most money, not per season, but over the length of a contract. Did I summarize it correctly?
Yeah, everything I've seen, the Tigers offered him the most guaranteed money of anybody on the market. $171 million with the swipe of a pen. He would have made $171 million fully guaranteed. And there were opt-outs in that deal for him too, if he did overperform and want to retest the market.
Opt-out after year 3.
So as we sit here today, I'm bummed.
26, year 2. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, 2 years in. As we sit here today, I'm bummed. Because I think he was a really good player who would have helped this baseball team. And I don't think there is a pivot as good as Alex Bregman for the upcoming season. So I'm bummed. I know some people are going to, good, we didn't want him anyway. I wanted him. I'm not afraid to say that today. I know it'll be the cool thing to do is, you know what, he screwed up, screw him. I wanted him here. So I'm bummed he's not here. But can I blame the Tigers? No. As hard as I've been on Scott Harris, I can't come in here today and say, you effed up royally and shake my fist. He offered him the most money and the most years. They wanted him. And, John, they pursued him as aggressively as anybody in baseball did. He didn't want to be here. I can't blame Scott Harris. I can't blame Chris Ilitch. If I'm going to blame someone, I guess I'm blaming Bregman because he didn't pick us. Or you could blame Boris if you feel like he mismanaged the market. But I'm not blaming the Tigers.
Well, and I mean, people can have any emotions they want, and I'm bummed as well. Because like you, and I mentioned it yesterday, I think with him on the roster, this would have been a team that went from, some books have them favored as the second team in the division, some at the third. The competition is really close there. And I think that Bregman would have put them over the hump to be the favorites in the division. Now, obviously, they got to go out and play. Mm-hmm. No longer part of that. So I'm mad, but I'm not mad at the Tigers. And I don't know really who I'm mad at because being a former professional athlete, not necessarily mad at the player because he can make any decision that he wants. Maybe I'm just mad at the process that took so long. And I was preaching patience yesterday. Absolutely preaching patience. And for all of those who said, you know what, going to trust the big fella. Just a little bit of patience and see where this goes. There's no guarantee where we're going to get him, but I think it's just the process of how long it takes in Major League Baseball in the offseason for free agency and some of the biggest names to sign.
Clearly part of this is going to be, too, where they go from here. They put a lot of time and resources into getting Alex Bregman. They bypassed other options in free agency, proven right-handed bats in free agency because they felt conviction in their offer, that they had the best offer, that this would get whittled down to just him and the Tigers, and they'd make it work. It didn't. So now for Scott Harris, there's not a free agent right-handed bat that fills the void. What now? Does he swing a trade in the next day, week, month to get them another right-handed bat to help round out this lineup? So they're not just simply relying on Gleyber Torres and a bunch of young guys all in unison taking a step forward. They clearly felt they had a need, which is why they pursued Bregman. So I hope that Scott Harris can continue to put the work in to fill that before the season gets underway so they are the best version of themselves.
Yeah, and so what we learned last year was, and we thought, okay, Spencer Torkelson ended the previous year hitting much better.
Yep.
And, okay, we're expecting him to take a step forward. Parker Meadows expected him to take a step forward, and it didn't happen. Now, did Parker Meadows, with his trip to Toledo last year and the way that he ended the season, is he going to be able to pick up where he left off last year? I think I'm a little bit more confident that is going to happen. Spencer Torkelson, not so much. But we've got Colt Keith moving over there. Is Colt Keith going to take a step forward? Are all of these different players, Matt Vierling, going to take a step forward? Is Riley Green going to continue to be an all-star and possibly take a little bit more of a step forward? Like, these are where we're at right now, and it's with caution that we think these young players will, but with experience, we know that it's not always the case.
I mean, last year was Meadows and Keith's first full seasons, so I would expect them to definitely take a step forward. I think Jim's biggest argument for Bregman for me was that he was definitely going to be your number two hitter. It was a lock that you were going to put a quality at bat behind Parker Meadows.
Yeah, and in front of Riley Green.
Yeah, and if you got Meadows on base and he steals second or he gets an extra base hit, you're up 1-0, or you got one run just like that. And that's where I thought they really lost out. And then defensively, obviously. I think Keith might settle into 2 now, but there's such a drop-off there potentially.
Hold on. They don't want to do lefty.
Right.
Because they needed a righty to put up in the 2 spot to break up Parker Meadows, who's a lefty, Riley Green, who's a lefty,
it's
Kerry
more
Carpenter,
like last year's
who's a
team
lefty.
with more experience. To me, Keith was an automatic 5th or 6th hitter if you sign Bregman. And all of a sudden, the depth of your lineup is like, okay, I really like this.
And let's call it what it is with Keith. His OPS was under 700 last year. He's moving over to first base. He has to produce more at the plate this season. That was already baked in. And now you're going to heap more pressure because you didn't go out and get another proven bat. Like, I'm not ruling out a Colt Keith, and we shouldn't rule out a Colt Keith step forward. I think it's likely, but how much of it are you counting on now because you don't land Bregman, or if you don't trade for somebody else?
This really brings Torque back into play.
Wow.
And I know John might have misspoke with what you meant, but expecting Torque to get better, I'm hoping.
Well, so no,
Yeah,
I know,
yeah.
but I didn't misspeak because we expected that last year.
That's what he was saying.
Those expectations this year, I don't think anybody expects that. It is 100% on hope.
I did see something quick yesterday. Some people might think you go after Arenado now.
Yeah.
There was something that was sent out last. We get these emails every day, odds of things that are going to happen in sports. The Tigers had the worst odds to trade for Nolan Arenado. So something must be in the works there in terms of that's not likely. Who
I think
knows?
he had
Never
them
tell
on
me
his,
the odds.
Either go bet it now.
I think he had them on his no trade.
Yeah.
I believe that's what I had read earlier in the offseason. Anyway, Alex Bregman picks the Red Sox. Your response on ticket, text, and phone calls, 248-539-9797. AJ Hinch at 702. Thursday touchdown later this hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, we got some snow last night. We've got some cold coming in this weekend, some vicious cold. So don't let the cold creep into your house. If you woke up this morning, it's a little bit chilly inside. Do what I did. Call the experts at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. And maybe all you need is a service today. Plus, they offer a 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details, or you can visit them online at mastercraftheating.com.
Alex Bregman has picked a team. And no, it's not the Tigers. Detroit offered the most money on the longest term. He didn't want to be here. So I'm bummed. I think a lot of us are bummed not to get a bat like that to put in the 2-hole and play Gold Glove third base. But I'm not bummed at the Tigers. I'm not bummed at Scott Harris. Like, they stepped up to the plate and offered him the best deal on the market. Now, he preferred the shorter term with the opt-outs, and he's going to fake it till he makes it, and he'll get his money anyway. The Red Sox offered him $40 million a season. And if you start stacking that up among all baseball players, John, the only batters making more than $40 million on average are Juan Soto and Shohei Ohtani. So I can't be mad at Scott Harris. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they tried.
Well, and
He
I
didn't
know
want to be here.
it's right. The perception and the reality, honestly, over the last, since ownership has been in place like this, is that they're not going to spend. And so that's where you instantly go to is, well, they just weren't able, they didn't want to ante up and they didn't want to offer the 3 years, $41 million a year.
Right.
But when you put it in context like that, he's not in the same league as Shohei.
Like, Judge is getting $40 million a season.
Right.
He's not Aaron Judge.
No.
And he's only getting Aaron Judge money because it's short term.
And so, we're trying to find out who is it that you're most upset with.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can say Scott Harris, and you can't say because he wasn't willing to spend. There was an offer out there, 6 years. So the term was longer than anyone else was willing to spend.
That's security for a player.
And they were willing to eat the 5th and 6 years of that contract if it
didn't work
had to
out.
drop off, if it didn't work out.
Well, and that was everybody's fear, and they said, well, we'll ride into this. You know, Scott Harris also gave Scott Boras his win if he wanted it. Because when Houston offered 6 years, 156, and he turned it down, Scott offered him a chance to still win.
Yep.
He could have got his client more than Houston. I still delivered for my guy, Breggy. But even with the win on the table from the Tigers, he didn't take it.
And so you're looking at, okay, from the player's perspective, obviously it's $40 million a year, 3 years. That's guaranteed. He can opt out after year 1, after year 2, and get back into the market. I'm just not sure he ever makes up that difference. He is 100% betting on himself this year. Because next year we're going to be talking about a guy that's 31 years old. And is he at that time going to be looking at, well, I want a 5 or 6 year deal? It completely changes the conversation next year.
I just think, too, the fact he's betting on himself, well, and if he doesn't win, he still gets $80 million.
No, I get that, but there's a big difference between 120 and 171.
Right, exactly, but that's why I hate this deal. Like, I'm kind of glad the Tigers didn't give this to him. With the opt-outs are a game changer for me because if you suck, you're still getting paid 2 years.
Right.
If you resurrect your career and become the second Ohtani in the league like you think you are, I mean, this guy got significantly overpaid for what he did. He had a, 7.68 OPS last year? I mean, that's good in today's baseball because the offense is down.
Right.
I mean, it's barely good when you. Look. We don't want to. Are we going to go down this road or not? I mean, we know Matt Vierling's not playing over there every day,
Right.
but he was a 3-WAR with a 735 OPS, and last year Bregman was a 4-WAR with a 768. So if you can.
You got the value.
If you can platoon and find something close to Vierling to also play over there, this was never, ever, ever worth it. It never was. And
I'll disagree, but
not for what you're paying him.
I would have paid him 6 years, 171.
I know, but you just said it. What he got is on Ohtani and who else?
Juan Soto.
I mean, that's
Aaron
insanity.
Judge. Yeah.
This guy thinks he's 10 times better than he really is.
Someone else thinks he is too because they paid him $40 million.
Right.
Because that's what they do in that city.
What you're worth, what somebody's willing to pay. And so that's his worth.
He's not coming to Detroit. He's going to play for the Boston Red Sox. We'll talk to Tiger manager A.J. Hinch at 7:02. We'll get his thoughts on Bregman and all the other things because we still will play baseball games in Detroit. The sun will come up post Alex Bregman, and the Tigers will be in the thick of it this season. Let's get to Heather's news.
Okay, so we all know we got a ton of snow overnight, right? We just got dumped on. Well, this is your warning, I guess, to remember to make sure you have a snow scraper handy, especially if you can't park in a garage, right? If you weren't parked in a garage overnight, your car is going to be covered with snow. Well, Michigan law does require drivers to clean the snow off their vehicle before driving. Windows, lights cannot be obstructed. They can't be obstructed by snow, so make sure those are clean as well. And even if your windows and lights are clear, leaving snow on the roof or the hood of your vehicle is still banned too. According to Michigan law, it is illegal to deposit snow, ice, or slush on any roadway or highway. So basically, you can't drive and let it just fly off and hit the car behind you, which happens a lot.
Sure.
So
I would be interested. I can understand somebody being pulled over because, and I see this all the time, right? Is you're on the highway and you're like, why is this person going so slow? And then you pass them and they are trying to peek out of the little bit where their defroster has cleared underneath their windshield wipers.
I've seen it too. It's crazy. You can be fined up to $100 per offense. So it does exist. It is a law. I can't imagine
So it's just a fine. It's not a moving violation.
Yeah, it's just a fine, but still. $100.
Yeah.
It's $100. This is pretty sweet. Zach Bryan is set to make history this fall. He'll host the first ever concert at the Big House. So this history-making show will include John Mayer as an opener, several other acts as well. The show is set for September 27th, and it could set a record for Michigan concert attendance. So currently, the record was set by Led Zeppelin in 1977. He had a show at the Silverdome, recorded 76,229 fans. So the Big House holds how many?
107,000. And with the ability, obviously, down on the field to hold more. And yes, they're the record is 111. But in terms of seating, it's 107,000. So it'll be interesting to see how many they can pack in there. And later on, podcast that I host at Michigan, Rob Rademacher is the individual who has been working on this tirelessly, and we'll have the ins and outs of how it came to pass, the obstacles that they had, the opportunities that they've passed on.
It seems pretty crazy when you hear that, but then I was reading about that it has like their loading tunnel is very small, which apparently is why some acts have. It just hasn't worked out. Is that part of it?
That is,
at least in this article,
that's
is what
part
it said.
of the of what people have said. It's not necessarily true. So, but tune in today, you'll find out what is actually true.
So it's not just the small tunnel.
Yeah.
And as we all know, there's only one tunnel.
Yes, there is only one tunnel. Yes.
A former Michigan State student is suing the university 2 years after a gunman opened fire on campus, killing 3 people, injuring 5 others. This $50 million lawsuit was filed by Justin Bowman. He was a student at the time. The shooting happened on February 13th, 2023. And this lawsuit alleges gross negligence, claiming that the university ignored security concerns before the shooting, like not having security personnel at buildings, not doing ID checks on campuses. Also, the lawsuit alleges that this former student suffered emotional distress from witnessing the death of his classmates, including fright, shock, terror, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Let's see. What else do I got? 4 brand new F-150 trucks were stolen. Back at it, from a Woodhaven shipping yard on Tuesday night, and then led police on a high-speed chase through multiple cities. So the men accused of stealing the trucks took several different police departments on chases throughout the area. The Wyandotte police chief says that one of the suspects drove 80 miles per hour on residential roads, weaving in and out of oncoming traffic, could have done a lot of harm. Thankfully, nobody was injured. The chase, one of them at least, lasted 13 minutes, ended with a crash in Detroit. Police say all 4 stolen trucks were recovered and 1 man is behind bars.
Get him.
Yeah, they got him. Well, at least one of them. I mean,
I
don't know why the other ones weren't. I don't know why the other ones weren't arrested, but I'm sure charges are pending.
Heather with the news. We'll talk to AJ Hinch at 7:02. Thursday Touchdown is next. It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you as they did me and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation and modify it as your life continues to grow and develop. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
No shortage of football storylines as we put the season in the rearview mirror. Let's go to the Thursday touchdown.
All right, the Eagles dominated their four postseason opponents, doubling them up 145-77. The core of their team will return. Do you think the Eagles will repeat next year?
I would say no. And the reason I say no isn't because they're not going to go into as the favorites next year, or, I mean, they certainly can. It's really hard to repeat, and it's hard to, as we saw, stay healthy. And I'm not sitting here predicting injuries or that they'll be ravaged with them, but does Jalen Hurts stay healthy? We've seen him get dinged up over the last couple of years. Is it impactful, or does it happen at impactful times? Can they stay healthy on defense? Can they keep a guy like Sweat on on defense. He's a free agent. They've got other free agents that are up. I think Howie Roseman is a guy that will find ways to continue to improve that team, find ways around the salary cap, so they're going to have all the advantages. But I initially would say, if it's them or the field, I'll take the field.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think there's a group chasing them. Healthy Lions, rebooted Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, they'll make a move. I think we have an entire offseason to see who keeps up.
Yeah, I just think the one thing about them is that the fact that their core is back and it's so young,
I agree.
they got a lot of room to get better. And I think one of the things we've hinted at throughout the week is just how we missed out on how dominant they were at times.
Yeah.
It was like an untold story this year in the NFL. Speaking of dominance, Jalen Carter had 2 QB pressures in the Super Bowl despite being double-teamed 19 times. The double teams allowed other defensive linemen to have at least 4 QB pressures each. You could say Carter wrecked Mahomes in the Super Bowl. In a 2023 draft redo, would you want the Lions to select Carter?
Who is a bigger factor in the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, Saquon Barkley or Jalen Carter? Because the Lions took a running back instead of Jalen Carter. But I think we would all acknowledge the trenches are where you win football games. So, yeah, I'd rather have Carter.
Same here. I go back to and I was very adamant, and I know it surprised a lot of people that I wanted Jalen Carter when they were picking at 6. And it just goes to my philosophy. You've got to be able to win up front. You've got to build the offensive line, the defensive line, and they've done a tremendous job of building that offensive line. We'll see how it looks going forward. But defensive line-wise, when you come into the season with a Davenport, or even last year, I like DJ Reader, but coming in off of an injury, it's like you've been continuing to put Band-Aids on the defensive line, and you can't keep doing that. It ultimately ended up costing him this year because your number one player, Aiden Hutchinson, got hurt. You've got to build up front, and then you can add pieces around.
I mean, once in a while, you take talent over problems, and that was the whole debate with Jalen Carter. The good thing is about what the Lions did, because I know people hate that we do this sometimes and bring it up, that they didn't make maybe the best pick, but they still made a good decision.
Sure.
This isn't like you screwed up and took some bust or something.
It's
like
not
Terry
Randy
Fair.
Moss, Terry Fair, exactly.
All right. Travis Kelce had a notable drop-off this season. Should Kelce retire? And if he does, where would you rank him all times in terms of tight ends?
I would probably put him at 2 or 3. The number one tight end in my book all time is Tony Gonzalez, and it's longevity, it's production, it's reliability. Over his 17 years, and this is a stat that I just found this morning, and I knew that he was really reliable, but in all the 17 years, he only lost 2 fumbles. That, to me, is, you talk about confidence that a quarterback has, and he was a great pass catcher, great at gaining yards, and he was decent, not great, decent at setting the edge and some of the run blocking. My number one tight end, and I don't even know if it can be matched, is Tony Gonzalez.
Should he retire? Look, back-to-back sub-1,000-yard seasons. He's got 1 year left on his deal at $19 million. The Chiefs would save 17 if they cut him. So if he stays, he may need to take a pay cut, which furthers the conversation about should he even be there. All-time, Tony Gonzalez is my number one tight end as well. I'd have Kelce in the top 5. You could argue him anywhere from 2 to 3 to 4
right,
with Gronk and Antonio Gates in there as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Gonzalez is hard to go against. I'd personally put Shannon Sharp ahead of him, too.
I got Shannon Sharp, Antonio Gates, Gronk, all those guys in there.
Shannon Sharp was such a great two-way tight end. All right, barring something changing, Aaron Rodgers will not be back with the Jets. Where would be the best fit for Rodgers next season? And that can be nowhere.
Is that darkness retreat? That's my answer, a darkness retreat.
A darkness retreat, nowhere. So if he is, I think the best thing for the NFL, the best thing for him is that he is nowhere, that he retires. I don't know that there's going to be any more production out of him. But if there was a place that I think could fit for 1 year, if he wanted to come in and find a way back to the playoffs, what coach has more clout than almost any other coach with their team and respect with the organization? Mike Tomlin. If you put him at the Pittsburgh Steelers, is that respect for him and his ability to handle a locker room or handle a big personality, that would I would love to see that clash and that opportunity. But if you put him on the Pittsburgh Steelers, are they not a team that you look and say, well, maybe not Super Bowl favorites, but could make the playoffs and actually win a playoff game?
Or does he fulfill his destiny? Minnesota, follow the Favre track.
I don't think that's on the table, but
All right. First off, nowhere was a planet in the Avengers series, so it does exist. More importantly, what John just said there, David Hall did a prayer for Cade Cunningham years ago. I think the city would need to do the solid
exorcism?
back to Hall and do a prayer for David Hall if Aaron Rodgers goes to the Steelers. There has been some chatter out there that Matthew Stafford could be traded. This makes little sense considering the Rams gave the Eagles their biggest playoff test with Stafford with a young, aggressive D. Can you make sense of Stafford being traded?
well, especially if you listen to Kelly, and they were only one play away from winning that. I don't necessarily know why this would be the case, other than it is Les Snead and Sean McVay trying to rebuild on the run. And they've got it. They did a great job of drafting the defensive line last year. Defensively, I think they're going to be solid. Puka Nacua and some of the playmakers they have offensively are solid. Now, they don't have a great offensive line, at least one that can stay healthy. Mm-hmm. Are they trying to find draft picks, or are they trying to say, hey, you know what? We know that with anybody other than Matthew Stafford, we might suck next year, and we might be able to get ourselves capital by trading Matthew Stafford, but also in 26 be in position to draft our next franchise quarterback, hit the ground running, and sacrifice a year.
I want to clarify. Is this coming up because the Rams are considering trading him, or because they want out? And I say they because Kelly has been the most vocal. Where is this coming from? Is this from the Rams, or is it from Stafford's camp wanting out?
I would guess it's all because Stafford wants a reworked deal.
Sure.
That's what the core of the issue here is. And so I think the Rams are hesitant to do that because they think he's at the end, and they don't want to.
I think that's valid.
Get
but
trapped.
I don't think they're going to trade him.
My thing with John's thing is who the heck's going to be their quarterback? I don't see the
Right.
Rams after last season saying, that's why I can't make sense of this.
Well-
Let's retreat and rebuild on the fly. I did think of one maybe straight up trade that I would be curious if it would happen. Stafford for Dak. If the Rams
Interesting.
think they could win with Dak, you're getting a younger QB, similar contracts probably, without
Stafford's from the Dallas area.
Yeah, and you dangle that in front of Jerry Jones. And you get the 12th pick.
Okay, and my head is starting to hurt with that one. But just because a player, we'll address this here in this next question, just because a player demands or asks or behind closed doors wants a trade doesn't mean a club has to comply.
Right, exactly. All right, let's be quick with these. This is rapid fire. Let's do a little where will they play next season? Myles Garrett.
Green Bay Packers.
Cleveland.
I hate you, Costa. Max Crosby.
Raiders.
Vegas.
Micah Parsons.
Dallas.
Dallas.
Devontae Adams.
Buffalo Bills.
Dallas.
Oh.
Tyreek Hill.
Miami.
Miami.
T. Higgins.
The Patriots.
Oh, Cincy.
Yeah, Higgins. Patriots have the most money, so
Yeah, I have most of those guys staying in the same spot.
yeah. All right, finally, and this is a good one. Ohio State hired Lions. I can't do this with a straight face. Ohio State hired Lions former coach Matt Patricia as defensive coordinator yesterday.
Praise baby Jesus.
Will Patricia be the key to Ryan Day finally beating Michigan?
Ryan Day. Ryan Day is calling plays next year as the offensive coordinator. Does any of us think that he could put together a game plan to beat Michigan? Not to this point. And now all of a sudden, Matt Patricia, I don't know if... How does he continue to get jobs like this? Does he have like the football equivalent of the dirty pictures on every key decision maker to be able to get the DC of the defending national champions? And I don't know what's going on in Columbus, because when you have a defensive coordinator make a lateral move for more money, but not a lot, Knowles going from Ohio State to Penn State, what is going on? What is happening behind the scenes? And then you go get Matt Patricia, who, without Bill Belichick, is absolutely nothing. He dismantled the Philadelphia defense a year ago. They make a replacement, and all of a sudden, they're world champs. One of the best defensive performances in a Super Bowl that we've seen since the 85 Bears.
So they get rid of him in Philly. They win the Super Bowl. When the Patriots, when he came to the Lions and left the Patriots, They won the Super Bowl.
So I went on a little rant there, but to answer your question, if Ryan Day hires Matt Patricia, or since he did, is he the key to beating Michigan? No. Every Wolverine, anyone who hates the Buckeyes this morning is sitting here smiling, chuckling, laughing their asses off.
This is hilarious. Just when you think Ryan Day might be getting things right, he wins a national title. He goes and does this, hires this. Everywhere Patricia's been, where he's running the defense, it's been a disaster.
He gave up 41 points to Nick Foles in a Super Bowl loss, Patricia. I never got it from the get-go why people thought the worst Patriot defenses were under Patricia.
Congratulations,
yes. Calling
Michigan fans.
Mr. Dumas. Dumas, are you available?
It's pronounced dumbass. All right, it's the Thursday touchdown. It's 97-1.
Hey, we're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness. And just to let you know what they've got going on. We all know it's the judgment-free zone. It's a squeaky clean gym. I've talked about all that stuff, but if you want variety in your workout, they've got new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat, supine benches. They've got free weights. Like I've talked about, cable towers, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, bikes. They've got it all. Plus, they got that 30-minute workout. So if that's all you've got time for, $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door. If you want more or you want access to more, you can upgrade to their Black Card membership, and that gets you access to over 2,600 clubs nationwide. There's over 50 of them in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo. So there's a place to work out no matter where you're at. And if you don't like working out alone, always need somebody to spot you, or you just want somebody to walk in the door with you, unlimited guest privileges with that Black Card membership. So find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
Mark Champions call, Pistons win back-to-back against the Bulls. We'll talk to AJ Hinch at 7:02. We've got the $2 Grand Slam today. Chance to win $2,000 at 7:25. And Dear John at 7:35. Bregman's the headline. The saga is over. We have closure. He will play for the Boston Red Sox, signing a 3-year deal with opt-outs after each season. You've seen this framework before from a Scott Boras client. He'll make $40 million each season that he plays for the Red Sox. That's a lot. He took short-term.
Yes, it is a lot.
It's a lot more than anybody else offered on an annual basis. The Tigers still offered him the most total guaranteed money, though. And I think that is as big a headline as any in today's news, that we have spent a lot of time talking about payroll and commitment and spending, and no one made a longer-term commitment for more money than the Detroit Tigers. He did not want to be here. As much as I could sit here today and go, well, Scott Harris, you screwed up.
Oh, you're not giving him another strike?
I can't, John. I feel like they conducted a very buttoned-up, aggressive, competitive free agency, and the player, you can't force him to sign here, chose to bet on himself, risk it, and see if he can fake it till he makes it and get that $171 million or more over the next 6 years with opt-outs.
I'm with you. You can only offer so much. You don't want to mortgage your future. And we talk about the fifth and the 6th year. That would have been somewhat mortgaging those seasons and what you were going to be paying Bregman versus what his value would be. But you don't necessarily want to put yourself in a bind at that time by, okay, are we going to offer almost the same? Because you're talking about, a difference of $11 million and change in terms of annual value versus what he got from the Boston Red Sox. So if the difference is going to be term and you've got to match the number or at least come close to it, that's not something that anybody wanted to do.
And I think there's a question in here where why didn't the Tigers offer the exact identical deal as the Red Sox? So let's play this Fantasyland scenario because we don't know, maybe they did. I'm of the belief Bregman would rather bet on himself at Fenway Park with the Green Monster. I think that's a personal preference between the two if the offers were the same. And I think there's a real risk in signing a deal for $40 million a year from the club's perspective. If he underachieves, he opts in, and you're swallowing a salary that is Aaron Judge, $40 million a season, and you're not getting Aaron Judge. I think the Tigers' offer was $28.5 a year for 6 years, right in the wheelhouse of what everybody thought. I'm good with it. I'm at peace with what they offered. I'm bummed they didn't get him. I think this is going to be a hell of a challenge to pivot from what he would have brought to this team, but I'm not mad at the Tigers.
So the pivot needs to be, okay, where does Scott Harris go from here? Can he still add a right-handed bat to the lineup before the season starts?
And a top half of the order bat, too.
Correct. But I don't know that you can be mad at ownership for not ponying up. They ponied up in term and money. And so the perception of, well, they're not willing to spend, I don't think it applies in this situation because they've gone out this year, and if they had signed Bregman, they would have added $100 million worth of salary this offseason, give or take.
Yeah, where it really bites them is just, this is the last domino. You would have loved to know he wasn't going to pick you
it's the last domino that we know about.
Okay, let me back up. Of the free agent bats that
Correct.
we highlighted at the end of the season, Willie Adames, Pete Alonso, you go through the whole list. This was the last one. So there's not a pivot in free agency. Harris is going to have to part with prospects, and he's got a hell of a farm system to do it, but they'd have to trade for that guy now.
Right. And so are they willing to part with prospects? Because they've built up, and we've seen it from the top 100 rankings and anybody that's talking about the best farm systems or the ones that have the most talent. The Tigers are always in the top 5, top 10 in regards to talent that they have. So are you willing to part with some of that future talent that is developing to get a bat now?
Yeah.
Is this, and he's going to be playing second with the Red Sox.
I wanted to bring that up too, which is why it's so interesting. Like, Boras insists that he can get the most for his clients here, but this is not the first time that Boras clients have been left in this situation where now they got to go earn it. I don't think this is ideal for Bregman from that standpoint. Hey, congrats. You better deliver, and you have to play a new position now. This is a weird situation here. This was not necessarily a huge win for Alex Bregman.
Well, I think it is because if he has a great season, he can opt out and then get the long-term deal.
Do you think he's getting more than $175 million over the next 6 seasons? And he's got to play a new position
he's making
now.
40 this year.
I know.
So
I know.
He's got a head start.
It's a great way to put it.
I can see him getting $131 million if he has a all-star caliber season. Is the move the second permanent? I will say this: if he has a great season, he's back on the market next year, and you can go after him again. That is in play.
Oh, can't wait to have those conversations.
Here's the big thing. So Cody Stavenhagen with the Athletic said that the Tigers did not want to give him an opt-out after 1 year. The Tigers' contract offer, 6/171, was opt-out after 2 years.
Right.
That's where you can put the criticism today, I think, if you want. Did the Tigers make the wrong decision by making that? Was that the deal breaker?
It very well could be, but I also think that I know the contract with Boston says he can opt out after year 1, year 2. I think the only real option for him to hit the free agent market again is an opt out after 1, because he'll be 31, and then you could sit there and say, okay, well, we'll sign him to a 5-year deal, because it would have been the same as a 6 this year, or a 4-year deal. He's betting on himself. I don't know that at 32 he opts out at that time and hits the market, because again, the 32 is a real number.
He could opt out, though, and get something like 3 years at that point if he's playing great for who knows at that point. It was $120 million yesterday. It could be $140 then. I mean, look, I think it's hard to criticize the Tigers for not – if he wouldn't commit to 2 years, and when I'm offering you $171 million, I kind of screw you.
AJ Hinch will join us next. We'll talk about Bregman, but also this rotation, a bunch of other storylines. Cole Keith moving to first base. There's plenty to talk to AJ Hinch about, as pitchers and catchers have reported, and baseball is right around the corner. It's 97.1. Oh, baseball season's right around the corner, and some would say it's already here. Pitchers and catchers have reported. AJ Hinch joins us from down in Lakeland, sunny Lakeland, while we have a snowstorm here. AJ, good morning.
Good morning. The weather the last couple of weeks have probably made you guys want baseball season to get here faster, I hope.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Can't wait to see the green grass when you guys take the field on the 22nd for that first game. It always gives me the hope that spring is right around the corner.
That's right. Some long winters, I know. I've been to Detroit a few times this winter and still try to make some regular appearances, in and around the park or at my house in Detroit. But we're down here in 90-degree weather. I probably shouldn't complain about how hot the first workout was.
Yes, yeah. Dehydrated, are you?
Yeah, I had to get some sunscreen. I needed to make sure and find some shade, and had to be careful because Scooble was throwing like 96 mile an hour on the first day, and he looks ready to go.
You sound like you're in good spirits. Obviously, last year playoffs, and now you guys add Flaherty back and Torres. Just what's your outlook as you guys get set for this season?
Yeah. No, I'm excited about this team, and a lot of it does have to do with the finish last year. I mean, I didn't like losing the last game that we played, but I'm just really enthusiastic about where we're headed and the foundation that was built. I mean, I'm balancing that with like, hey, don't look in the rearview mirror too much. We don't want to live in the past. We got to build it. It's a different team. There's a few different names. I did joke with Flaherty that I'm not sure whether to put him in the returnee category or the new faces category, but we're going to put him in both, and had some fun with him, introducing him to Lorenzo the other day, and we'll see him throw live BP to him at some point. And I just think there's a lot of work going on that is worth being excited about, and then the reality check will hit when we start playing these games and getting this team ready for a new season. The challenge ahead is a grind of 162 games, and so it's always great when you get down to camp and see the boys, all together for the first time. Our whole camp is almost here. And so I think that's what brings some enthusiasm around our team.
I know you don't see a lot of the guys throughout the course of the offseason, but the way that the season ended and the amazing run that you guys put together, you mentioned the last game, the impact that had on you guys, how much did you see that motivate and fuel the guys in the offseason?
Yeah, first off, I think it galvanizes the team. I mean, I think when you look at across sports, I mean, you see what the Pistons are doing right now, what the Lions have done, what we've done, those shared experiences are awesome. I mean, we celebrated together a couple times, once in Detroit when we clinched, once in Houston when we swept that series, and those experiences, I mean, that matters, and it really brings the team together. And then now we return that entire team. We add to it with a few names, and we try to capture that same togetherness that comes with winning. So, I think from the offseason standpoint, the messaging has been the same. Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'm entering my fifth season. We've been pounding these guys about you got to find ways to get better, and here's some paths to do it. And so, Fett going to Oklahoma and seeing Jackson Jobe, or Robin Lund going down and seeing the group that's in Phoenix, or Michael Bedard traveled all over this off season. We had the group in Detroit. I flew up and got to see a lot of the position players. We're just going to keep chipping away at the development that's needed for us to continue the rise. There's a lot of talent coming, but there's a lot of things we can do in the big leagues to be better at it, so that we don't have to roll from 0.2% to 100% probability of making the playoffs. So it is a full-time job. It's a year-round job. It's game season and in non-game season. There is no off season for us. But I love the fact I was in New York, not too long ago, and Tarek Skubel's like running over to throw a bullpen at, I think it was at St. John's, and getting ready for the season. So our guys are all in, and that matters to me.
I want to break out an old A.J. Hinch quote. If you want to be part of it, then you'll come. If you don't, then we'll beat you. Does that apply with Alex Bregman picking the Red Sox?
Well, we beat him in Houston. So, yeah. I mean, I think that, I think for us,
that's the answer.
You talk about awkward or hard is coming to a camp, and multiple camps around the league where, that's a topic about what's going on in free agency and obviously being tied to specific name. And you never want to comment on guys that aren't in your camp, right? Or that aren't on board with you to come and be here. So I find it sort of hard to balance. Like, of course it's competitive. Of course we're going to circle some games on the calendar, but we got a lot of work to do, and we have the group that's here, and it's awesome to see that. This has never been about one player. It's never been about, sort of the defining moment. It's, we've, adding Glaber, adding Jack, adding Brebbia yesterday. We're, obviously we've got to get Alex Cobb healthy, getting, Jackson Jobe in the pole position to potentially win a rotation spot. Like, those are still really exciting things. And given how late it is in the non-game season, off season, it bled into now having to handle that type of public sort of public situation during spring training, and that's sort of weird for me as a manager, and I'm sure it's for our team.
The impact that Bregman would have brought, we've spent so much time talking about it, not landing him. Clearly you guys were in pursuit of him. At least it's been reported you were in pursuit of him. Do you guys still need that right-handed bat that was discussed before the offseason?
What we need is we need our guys to step up and continue this development. I think this has been built on, young players getting better. It's been built on young guys getting experience. And, of course, you're always trying to find ways to get better. And I'm not going to play into hypotheticals on sort of what it could have been like or would have been like and things like
That's
that.
For us.
But obviously that, and I understand that's part of it. But I do think that we need our guys to continue to say lockdown. It's funny, yesterday, it gets so competitive in these. Like, think about a day where in the morning I'm announcing that Alex Cobb is going to be late to the season. And so these 12 starting pitchers are sitting at their locker. Their phones light up because it's either they see it or their friends or family are sending like, oh, there's not one spot open in the rotation, there's two. And everybody they're not happy that Alex Cobb got hurt, but they are paying attention to like opportunity that's ahead. In the afternoon, you have the reverse emotion when you sign John Brebbia to a major league contract. And Breb's been in the big leagues a long time. He's got really good stuff. He had flashes of being really good. And now you have a bunch of relievers who are wondering how they fit in. So welcome to the day of being a manager where these range of emotions on this opportunity in the spring, they ebb and flow throughout your entire clubhouse. So the number one thing, I said this to our group yesterday, the number one thing you can control is control the strike zone. So we need our pitchers to throw strikes. We need our hitters to obviously be a step better than we've been in the past. And we're going to continue to build off that. So I have no issue with, sort of all of this stuff playing out in the public unless it starts to distract us from what we got to do, which is get better.
And you mentioned the pitching staff. Are you excited about having the possibility of a 5-man rotation? How much chaos will we possibly see like we saw at the end of last year?
So, it's funny. I joked with the beat yesterday that, man, this is the first time you guys have told me we have too much starting pitching. I got 12, 13 guys in the starting pitcher column in spring and Fett's lining them up, and we're going to pair them up in spring and give them all a really good look. I mean, obviously the Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen are probably pretty, locked in where I don't know when they're going to pitch yet, but those are easy things to say, and it looks like we have some competition for the rest. And so, one of the things that I do want to keep saying, I think I said this on the show last year, like it was a strategy on how to best use our guys, which is the chaos. I didn't plan. I kind of off the cuff said Tarik Skubal and pitching chaos. And so I'm going to try not to say like the three big boys and then the pitching chaos, because like we have a ton of really good arms and good pitching. And yes, we're going to start 5 pitchers in a row again. I promise, but
we'll hold you to it.
But it's hard. You know what? I wouldn't knock whatever 30-11 or whatever it was in the process of utilizing our pitchers the best way we can. So at the end of the day, other sports are the same way. It's at the end of the day, you're trying to win that day's game, and we are going to deploy whatever strategy we think we can do. I'm not sure that tradition's always the best. We're going to try, obviously, to push our guys because it's easier, kind of all the way around, and maybe even easier to digest. But when we use 7 pitchers to beat the Astros in Game 2 of the wild card series, there weren't a lot of complaints about utilizing that strategy.
Torkelson had an interesting quote yesterday. He was asked about kind of fixing his swing, and clearly it's a big year for Tork, or trying to bounce back. He said he's not going to even watch video. What was your reaction to that?
I think he's going to watch video. I don't think that's what he meant to be drawn from that. I think what he is saying, I wasn't there when he said it. I haven't talked to him about it. He's already reported, so he's doing his work with our group. I think what he's saying is he's trying to simplify and get as much stuff out of his head as he can. And so one of the things that Torque has battled over his few years here has been just a little bit of overanalysis or being obsessed with every single detail in the iPad or the video. He's going to watch video. Every one of these players does. I mean, that's how these guys can learn. I think going public with that, he's committing to like keeping it simple, having a few cues and then going to work and not, because sometimes you watch too much video and you're gonna break down success and failure. It's not just the failure. Like you're starting to criticize your success too because, I'm not in the perfect position, or, look at this position. And you can still get a hit or hit the ball hard or swing at the right pitch. If you get too deep in the weeds with that, it can be counterproductive. And that's what he's saying. He's not saying like, hey, I'm never going to pick up the iPad, because you're going to see him probably even this spring on some footage with his head in an iPad. And that's not him going against his word, because he's just keeping it in perspective.
What are some of the things that you're directing Colt Keith, or the coach is directing Colt Keith to do and think about in his move from second to first?
A lot of it is just learn the position and positioning and the angles. At second base, you have a little bit more time. You can kind of create your own hop by how you go after balls to your left or balls to your right, or even coming in or back. It's just a deeper position. Obviously, the balls that the left-handers hit to first base, they're smoked pretty hard, or they have top spin, one of the two. Those are on polar opposite sides of how you play those plays. And so the bigger glove, the how to attack hops, the footwork around first base. I mean, we're gonna keep inching forward for him to learn the position that he started during the offseason. Him being here now is not the first time that he's done this drill work. Joey Cora has been in touch with him. He's asked a lot of questions. And if you want to hear a cool thing, is yesterday I walk out on field 3. We have our position players that are early reports, and who's given him a ton of advice was Spencer Torkelson. Like they were manning the position together and some of the ins and outs of it. So I think with Colt, it's going to be a work in progress, because it's new and games are going to be new, and he's going to things are going to speed up a little bit at the beginning of camp, and then I expect it to smooth out over time, and he can make the plays that he needs to make and give us as much optionality as we can.
Talking to Tiger manager AJ Hinch. One last question we had to ask at some point about Javi Baez. What's his role in 2025?
Well, his first goal is to get healthy, and I know I got to delay my answer to that based on his health. Javi has had a good offseason. He's worked hard. I think his weight's down a little bit. He's been very diligent in communicating with us, and as baseball activity has picked up, his enthusiasm has picked up as well, and then we've got to see him healthy. He's not going to report to camp at full strength. The running is going to be behind the other aspects. Like, you guys see footage of us. You're going to see him on the field making throws. You're going to see him taking live BP and doing all the things that look very normal. You just won't see a ton of sprinting at the very beginning, and he's not going to play in the first few games until we get his feet on the ground and get his running program in place. That is then going to lead to where things fit moving forward, and how we put the puzzle together, with whether it's playing time or roles or things like that. And I'm not ducking the question. I'm just being honest that I can't answer it until I see him healthy.
Mm-hmm. Tiger manager AJ Hinch. Hey, try not to get a sunburn down there.
Yeah, you guys stay warm. I'll be warm for you. Don't worry.
Thanks.
Looking forward to talking to you again all season. He's AJ Hinch. Thanks. Appreciate it. It's 97.1. All right, here's the deal, guys. If you find yourself in a car accident, you need help. You're driving around in these conditions right now and something, not your fault, it happens. You need someone who cares about you, who's looking out for you, and that's KG Law. Lawrence KG built his business with a loyal staff. They've been there from the start. I've met those people. They don't cut corners. They care, and they win. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Check them out, kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Yeah, so earlier I warned you that, leaving snow on your car while you're driving is technically illegal and you could face a $100 fine if you're busted for that. Well, I want to now warn you about something else, especially because we got so much snow overnight. I want to warn you about shoveling. There's a new report from Corewell Health that reveals that snow shoveling paired with, a really sedentary lifestyle
Sure.
could really increase heart attacks, specifically in men. So
right.
you guys,
because we're the ones shoveling.
because we just stay in the kitchen and take care of the kids, John. I get it. According to researchers, just 10 minutes of what did you expect me to say?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
According to researchers, just 10 minutes of heavy snow shoveling exceeds current recommended exercise intensity limits. And there's data that shows that after the 2 heavy snowfalls we've had here in the Detroit area, there were 36 sudden cardiac deaths that were a result of snow shoveling, and 33 of those who died were men. Researchers also say that the combination of exposure to cold air, physical exertion, can really significantly increase heart rate, blood pressure, also simultaneously reducing blood flow to the heart. Other factors that were found to put significant demand on the heart included working in the upright posture, which is obviously what you do when you're shoveling, holding your breath while straining. So if you're like lifting a really heavy, load of snow, and also shoveling early in the morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, because you're still warming up, you're still getting the body is getting the blood flowing, all that stuff. Yeah.
Listen, if you're if that applies to you, there's a corded electric shovel on the market.
How much have you listed it for? What's the going rate?
Yes.
The Kansas City Chiefs roster could look a little different when the 2025 NFL season begins. One big name who might return or might just say goodbye to football forever is tight end Travis Kelce. So Kelce turns 36 in October, and he's been contemplating retirement. But you know what? He's not ready to jump to any definite decisions just yet. And on this week's episode of his podcast, he said he'll take some time to decide if he's going to play next season or not.
The only timeline that I think he needs to consider is that of the Chiefs. So if he's going to retire, do it before free agency starts in case they want to add a tight end, because that's he
still
has
a month
been
away.
Key. Right, but it's going to be here quicker than you'd think.
Yeah.
Michigan Stadium will be hosting its first ever concert in 98 years this fall. Pretty cool. On September 27th, country star Zach Bryan will host an outdoor concert at the Big House, and the show could set a record for Michigan concert attendance, given the stadium's, 110,000 plus capacity for events. And the Big House reigns as the 3rd largest stadium in the world. So it's massive.
It's going to be cool.
Yeah. Now, according to this article, I know, John, you have more of the inside scoop. Part of the reasons that concerts have been limited there or really haven't taken place is because of the small loading tunnel, apparently.
Right,
and that
yes, and
venues bands have chosen other venues.
That's been one of the issues that people have thought about. I will have Rob Rademacher on the MGO Blue podcast later today to talk about why it is happening now, why it hasn't happened to this point, and will it happen more in the future?
Well, we'll see how the first one goes, right?
Sure, yeah.
Then we'll know.
Yeah.
Heather with the news, 2 Grand Slam.
Let's make someone's day today. Let's give away some money. 60 seconds, 10 questions. Simple as that, right? But it's not as simple as it sounds. Once you call in and you hear that
It is
timer,
if you know the answers.
oh yeah, it seems easy to me because I'm staring at the answers. But when you hear that time ticking down, it is difficult. You're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if you can get them all right.
Jim and Wolverine Lake, let's win you some money.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
I agree with Heather. This game is a lot easier when I'm listening to somebody else on the radio.
It is.
I played back in 18 or 19, and I got 6 right. And, already as soon as I can't even think who answered the phone. Was it Greg? All of a sudden, the nerves like, oh, boy, here it comes.
Okay.
It's different when you play, but you know the rules, Jim. So your time is going to start when I start reading the first question. Good luck. What jersey number does Jared Goff wear?
16.
This grunge band had the 1991 hit Black.
Pass.
This team won the AFC South last season.
Houston Texans.
What is the state capital of Minnesota?
Minneapolis.
Stephen Vogt is the manager of this MLB team.
Philly.
What is the nickname of the University of Virginia?
Cavaliers.
Who is the new head coach of the New Orleans Saints?
Quarterback. Pass.
Brendan Shanahan wore this jersey number with the Red Wings.
Oh, I don't know. 28.
Who played Bane in The Dark Knight Rises?
Tom Hardy.
Who was the last men's basketball team in the Big Ten to win the national title?
Michigan State.
Just after the buzzer.
Oh, no good. The guy that answered the phone waved it off.
Hate me.
That wasn't
Greg
me.
hates me. All right.
It was Greg.
Although you were late.
Uh-huh.
So
Fine. I felt it was after the buzzer, too.
All right.
It
So
was
how many-
right, though, yeah?
it was
It
right.
was.
And what did he get in the
4.
time? Okay. $100.
Yeah, there you go. $100.
$100. Hey. Who is that quarterback? Wasn't he on the Lions?
Kellen Moore.
Damn it. Sorry.
We'll put you on hold. We'll get you paid. We'll go through this real quick. People like to know all the answers. Golf wears 16. The grunge band with the hit Black.
Pearl Jam.
Texans won the AFC South. The capital of Minnesota.
Oh, he was so close. Neighboring city. It's actually St. Paul.
Stephen Vogt is the manager of.
Guardians.
Nickname of the Cavaliers. Virginia is the Cavaliers.
Yep.
Head coach of the Saints, Kellen Moore. I was very disappointed. Brendan Shanahan wore 14.
Yeah, he doubled it up.
I know. He did the little Irish jig when he'd score a goal. Who could forget? Who played Bane in The Dark Knight Rises?
He hit this one quick.
Tom Hardy.
It kind of threw me off because he knew it so fast. I
Yeah.
remember when I read through these, I was like, oh, they might not know that.
Yeah, Tom Hardy.
They got it fast.
And the last men's basketball team of the Big Ten to win the national title
Yep.
was Michigan State. Your next chance to win is Tuesday at 7:25. Dear John is next. It's 97.1.
There was so much going on. I didn't get any teasers today.
No heads up. All right, you want to send these in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. We'll get to as many as we can today. I'll give you this heads up. We have good cop or bad cop, stay or go, and first Valentine's Day.
Oh, first Valentine. Big day tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of pressure.
If we have time, we'll get to a few more, but we'll start with good cop, bad cop. Dear John, I found out my high school son has been stealing some of our liquor to drink with his buddies. Says, I actually don't think it's a huge deal. I drank in high school and don't want to be a hypocrite, but at the same time, he shouldn't do something stupid. He's only 16. There should be consequences. How did you handle alcohol with your kids? Should I be good cop or bad cop?
So not a lot of alcohol in our house to begin with, but there is some, and it is, you set the precedent early in regards to responsible drinking. You show, you model good behavior, but you also make sure that they know, hey, you're not allowed to drink till you're 21. Now, Lucy's at college. We all know I have no idea what she's going to do there. But again, I hope example and modeled behavior. And we've had some discussions about what it's like the next day. And, hey, there are consequences to your actions. In regards to this specifically, if you were to partake of any of this alcohol, I found out about it. All right, you better get used to your room because it's 16. There's no car. There's no driving. And one of the things that if this individual has gone through the process of the permit and driver's license, the one thing that you do know is as a parent, and they'll tell the child, hey, your parent has the opportunity to revoke this at any time. Boom, your license is gone. Not only can you not drive with me, you can't drive with anyone, and no car, no phone. No access to anything. Like, I will drop the hammer on the kids. They know it, and they know it ahead of time. These are the consequences. So test me. Go ahead.
So I'm going to write that down
Holy
as bad cop.
smokes.
Go ahead, Heather.
Well, I have yet to decide how I will handle this, but I think I will be much more of a good cop because my parents modeled great behavior. I never really saw them engaging in drinking, occasionally here and there, right? However, I was this teen. I was taking liquor from my parents' cabinet, filling it with water. There was one holiday, my mom grabbed this huge thing of vodka, and I was like, oh my God, that's like all water. That's all water. That's all water. And I looked at my cousin. I was like, you have to go to the store because she's going to make these drinks, and she's going to know it's not actually vodka. You need to go get, whatever. I think for me and my kids, I would let them know that this is not behavior I would like them to engage in. But if they're going to do it, there has to be some rules. It has to be at my house. If you have a friend, I must have their keys. Nobody is getting behind the wheel. Things like that.
Do you worry about encouraging it then at that point?
No. And
So-
let me tell you this. Because I had drank in high school, by the time I got to college, I drank in college, of course, but there were some of my friends who were very strict parents, couldn't drink in high school, and they
were a mess.
Whoa, they
Yeah.
were a mess in college. I
you
don't
think you're
know
helping,
yet.
you're
I
preparing
don't
them.
want my daughter to be doing this, right? And I
Okay,
don't want
yes.
her to have to be sneaking it. If she is going to be drinking, I'd like to know that she is drinking. I'd like to be there with her, at least in the house with her, not hanging out with her friends in the basement.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? I want her to be at home with me, with a parent involved. I don't want her sneaking around and doing it.
Yeah, I will.
Or my son.
I will be bad cop until they're 21. There is absolutely, even when they're 20, Lucy comes home or Jack gets to that age, it's not happening in my house until you're 21.
Stay or go? Heather, you want
Oh,
to go
yeah,
with this
I'll
one?
do this one. Okay. Dear John, I know you mentioned that you moved recently, and it's something I've been considering too. The other option is to renovate the house we currently live in. It's big enough. It's just kind of dated, right? So does it make sense to stay and remodel the kitchen and bathrooms, or should we just move?
So we went through this entire process of we wanted to remodel our room, the kitchen, do a lot of stuff. And some of it I did by myself, but the cost of remodeling versus what the value adds to your house and how long you're going to be there. Will you be able to recoup that cost? For us, it didn't work. The math didn't work out. So we started looking to move. And that's really, I think, where you've got to decide, are you going to be in that house long term? So if you're going to make those improvements, and whether it's a kitchen, it's a bath, whatever it is, the ones that we did do was the roof and the heating and cooling. because I knew that those were ones that we would be able to add value when we went to sell the house.
They kind of pay for themselves if you do sell. Yeah.
The kitchen and all of the interior work, we weren't going to recoup that from when we wanted to sell the house.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really, there's a lot of factors. I don't know how much everything's going to cost. It's also, do you really like that area? Like, do you like your neighborhood, your lot? Are you in a good school district? Do you have kids? I mean, there's a lot involved in it. So I think you have to do the math and make the right move for you.
Yeah.
First Valentine's Day. Dear John, this is my first Valentine's Day as a married couple.
Oh.
I made reservations at White Castle's special tableside service, parentheses, I'm the White Castle fan, she tolerates it. Is this okay? Assuming the answer is yes, I have an old White Castle gift card in my wallet. Am I okay to use it on a romantic dinner, or should I pay with cash credit? Background, it's not about the budget, it's my love of White Castle.
Okay, so wherever you're going, if you got a gift card, then use it. That's not the issue here. The issue is, and I'll come at this from a couple of angles. It's your first Valentine's Day as a married couple. I can 100% appreciate setting that bar as low as possible because next year it's a little bit easier to get over, and you can continue to up your game as you get older and as the years go up, because we all know 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, 25, all of those are landmarks. And the one is a landmark. Hey, congratulations. High five. You made it. But dude, don't go this low unless she is a huge fan of White Castle, or your first date was at White Castle, your first kiss, the first time, and I'm naming all of the different dates that Jim Costa would celebrate. The first time you held hands, the first time you locked eyes, the first time you did anything, it was at White Castle. I could understand it a little bit more, but no, man, come on, go to somewhere real.
I could feel Heather's blood boiling as I was reading this.
And then I just Googled, because I'm like, this can't be a real thing.
Oh, it is.
Oh, it's a real thing. I didn't know this is a real thing. And he called it a romantic dinner. Eating dinner at a White Castle, whether it's their special Valentine's Day Love Castle event, is not romantic.
Right. So, again,
this is an awful idea. Don't do it.
What is it that you want out of the day? If you want it to end well and you want to be, quote unquote, happy, I don't think you go to White Castle.
No. I get it. Yes, like you mentioned, the first kiss, first date, whatever. I still don't think you go to White Castle, even if that's...
Maybe that is an homage to those dates, and you pull through, you spend a couple of moments there, you celebrate the moment, but then you say, hey, don't order too much, because first of all, my gift card only covers a 6-pack. But then we're actually gonna go to, I don't know, Red Lobster.
You got to class it up better than that.
To Red Lobster.
I have no issue with the gift card.
And for dessert, we're gonna go to Taco Bell.
I don't care how you pay for it. If you have a gift card, good for you. I don't care
but
about that.
But class it up. Come on.
It's awful.
What is the standard, Heather? Because you seem to have the highest here.
Well, I mean, let's not go to a fast food restaurant. I mean, I think that's pretty easy.
So any sit down is fine.
I mean, for some people, I'm not going to Chili's. Don't.
All right.
You don't want any baby.
Sorry,
Applebee's.
Catching strays today.
Applebee's. Hey, Applebee's. You might run into
Dan Campbell.
Well, then take me to Applebee's. No, I'm just saying, like, I don't want to go to a chain restaurant.
I agree with you, actually.
Okay.
Thank you.
How about if it's not a chain restaurant? It's one, but say Colin were to DoorDash it and have it sent home. Now,
that's fine.
Okay.
All right. Takeout's fine.
Might be cold.
Well, don't get it cold. I mean, time it up. Or
DoorDash.
You'd be cool with DoorDash
Priority
on the first
order.
Valentine's?
Yes, I would. I would rather DoorDash and eat it in my house than eat it at a White Castle. Like if between those two, I'd be okay with that. I'm not big on Valentine's Day. But if you are going to take me out, don't take me to White Castle.
And especially if there's going to be alcohol, their timing probably serves itself better at that point as well.
And that is Dear John. It's 97.1. All right, Ticket Text reacting to Dear John. We are going to talk a lot of Alex Bregman today. He didn't pick Detroit.
Oh, man.
Saga's over.
Uh-huh. Well done, Greg. You're really good at the comeback music.
Greg adds layers to the show. Like if you're really paying attention, the little Easter eggs.
Boom, boom.
Reactions. The drinking got the most reaction.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
You guys had very different answers. Dear John, what do I do? My kids are drinking under my roof. You said bad cop. Not at all. Not happening under my house, my roof.
Right. And they are expectations that are set well in advance before that situation even comes up. So they know what the consequences are.
John is okay with 18-year-olds fighting and dying for their country, but has a problem with them drinking a beer that's hilarious and sad at the same time.
Okay, well, call your congressman. Don't call me.
Says you do realize the drinking age in most other countries is a lot lower than here, and they become more accustomed to alcohol, and they actually handle it better than we do. That's Dennis in Allen Park.
All right, well, if you want to play by their rules, then move over there.
Not happening in my house until they're 21. What a bootlicker on the Ticket Text.
Again, not asking you to live in my house. And at 18, like my kids don't have to, right? They're old enough to go out there and get themselves a job and get their own apartment. And because if you don't like the rules, that like I mentioned, go live in another country. Go live in your own place.
Let me ask you kind of a weird loophole question. Let's say one of your daughters comes home from college, but then they go over to Windsor where legally they could, and then they come home. They got like a ride home and they are still drunk under your house, but they got drunk in a country where it was legal. Where do you stand on that?
Again, that's those as long as you don't drive.
Okay.
All right.
Heather, you're not unscathed in this though, because
Of course I'm not.
you were like, oh yeah, as long as I know about it and I can help them. In today's legal climate, if Heather allows her daughter and friends to drink while she, quote, monitors them, the word will get out, probably go viral, and she could face a lawsuit from other parents.
It's going to happen. Kids are going to drink alcohol. And if my daughter or my son is going to drink, I'd like it to be at my house so I know what's happening.
I'll tell you what, though, you highly advise you in this world that you would really open yourself up to potentially a lot of problems.
I know
You
it's
would.
changed since I was in high school because everybody drank everywhere and it didn't matter. Nobody got in trouble. But
No, one of my
but
best
I
friends
do
in
know
high
it's
school,
somebody's that my kids will probably drink in high school.
their mom was like, hey, I'm okay with it, but give me the keys.
Yes. Well, I said
That's what she said.
I said
But
that.
still, like, all they got to do is say something.
Well, this one
I'll
says,
pick-
do you want to be known as the house that everyone can go over to and drink? Is another Ticket Text.
Sure. Because if my daughter or son is involved in that, I'd rather it be at my house than at somebody else's house where parents might not be home.
And experiences also shape the decisions that we make as parents and the experiences that our kids have had throughout the course of their lives. And so if you've had somebody that has been in their life or somebody that's a family member that, and I don't understand addiction, but that they have an issue with alcohol, it shapes the decisions that you make as parents to make sure that they're fully aware of the risks they are taking. And I'm just not going to let them take that risk when they are under my roof.
See, Heather, there's absolutely no way that I would be known as that place. All they got to do is take one picture and put it on TikTok.
So
And
you'd
you're
rather
done.
your kids
You're
be
done.
out
No.
drinking and driving somewhere
Heather,
else?
do you want to go to jail? Because
No,
you're
I don't
providing
wanna go-
alcohol.
I'm not providing it. Okay, when I was a kid, everyone brought their own alcohol, which is a different. I mean,
It
I'm not
doesn't
providing
matter.
alcohol
You're
for all the
allowing it
other
under your
kids.
house. You put a video out on TikTok, you're done.
Well, I would still rather it be at my house than at somebody else's house where there's no supervision. I mean, obviously, my kids are 3 and 1. I've got a long time to think about this, okay? I don't know what I'm going to do yet, you guys. I'm just thinking off the top of my head.
Well,
I had
well,
no
on the
idea
spot.
Tom was going to go at you like that.
It's not Dear
But-
Heather.
Well, no, I'm just
I
trying
know-
to,
I
like,
know
are
what
you
you're
thinking about
saying.
it? Like, are you really thinking it out?
I know things are very different than they were a long, long time ago when I was actually in high school. And I get it. I know that you could get in a lot of trouble for
Just say
doing
this.
that.
You come down to
I'm not, like,
Tecumseh and you can do what you want down there.
I'm not like going to be pouring shots for these kids as they walk in the door. Like, put your keys in this fishbowl. Here's a shot. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm like not going to be providing alcohol for all these kids. I'm just saying if my child is going to
Want some Jell-O?
get into that, I'd like to at least have them at home.
She's got a cooler of jungle juice for when the kids walk
Uh-huh,
in.
What's
Yeah.
TikTok going to be called by
Here's
then?
a brownie.
It's not the only thing that got reaction, though. We brought up the White Castle, and we all went thumbs down for Valentine's Day White Castle.
Sure.
Ticket Texture points out that we're all snooty and says, what if White Castle was the first place they made love? Scott and Carlton.
Oh, God.
First of all, you're not making love if it's at White Castle in a bathroom. Just saying. It's called something very different at that point.
Oh, gosh.
What's going on under the table?
So, okay, if that happens, right, it's not in White Castle. It's got to be in the parking lot, right?
Or a bathroom, which is inside of a White Castle.
You're not doing it in the bathroom, right?
Well, people do. Apparently.
Apparently.
I guess.
Oh.
Yeah.
It says,
how dare we have standards?
White Castle on Valentine's Day. Good luck having fun with your lady after 3 or 4 hours from that. All right.
Yeah.
So keep them coming. We are going to talk about Bregman top of the hour here. Okay, we'll talk baseball. It's the big story. We were waiting for this to end. He didn't pick us. Who do you blame? Do you blame Bregman? Do you blame Harris? Do you blame the agent, Scott Boras? Are you blaming Ilitch? We'll give you all the details. We'll weigh in. We'll do it next. It's 97.1. Okay, I lied. A couple more texts and a phone call, and then we're talking Alex Bregman, damn it. Okay, we've been waiting to get to it. Texter says, John, what if your kid went to Heather's house to drink? Bum,
He'd be suing me. Lawsuit!
No, they know the rules, all right? And they know the consequences. So until you're 21, it's a no-go for me. That's a hard line. And it doesn't matter if you can go fight for the country or you can vote. Those are the rules right now as they are in place. And if they change, I am able to change my rules as well.
Nick on a cell, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. You?
Pretty good. Yeah, I just wanted to call and talk on this with Heather. I understand how Heather wants to, provide that safe place for kids to come and consume alcohol with a responsible adult watching, but I feel like you're borderlining on trying to be your kid's best friend rather than trying to be their parents. And I don't think you should walk that line. And I also don't agree that, all kids are going to drink, because I never had my first drink until I was out of the house and went to college. I never went through high school drinking or partying or doing all of those things. So the belief that all kids are going to have to live their life that way, I just think is false. That might be an experience that some kids had, but not all kids grow up that way. But just providing a space where kids can illegally consume alcohol. And then the same thing like they were mentioning with John, like what if his kid came to your house and, maybe he doesn't want his kids drinking, but, and he doesn't know that you're that parent that allows their kids to, consume alcohol, and as long as they're all doing it under the parents' rule. But
Nick,
I don't know. I just think it's a tough line to.
In regards to that, and you're right. I think hey, and I'm not saying that Heather is trying to be a friend, Like, I am not my kids' friends. I'm their dad. But in terms of when they go, or if they were to go to Heather's house and be served over there, that is a decision that the kids are making, knowing the consequences. That's not one that I'm going to hold Heather accountable for.
Hold on. Some of my thoughts have been twisted here. I am not serving these kids alcohol, or would I be encouraging it? I'm saying if my child is going to steal some liquor from my cabinet, I'd rather them steal it and consume it at my house and steal it, take it to someone else's house and drink. And I do not think every kid in high school drinks alcohol.
Right.
I am well aware that a lot of them don't. But my experience with my friends, we did. And if you're going to do that, I've never once said I want to serve these kids and party with them.
Right.
But if they're going to take it, steal it from a liquor cabinet that's not locked, I want them to be at home with me.
Right.
That's all I am saying. And maybe it got stretched a little bit because we were having some fun banter, right?
Sure.
But I am not saying I want to have parties with high schoolers and serve them all alcohol. I do not want that to happen at my house.
John, I handed you a ticket text. What does it say?
This is in regards to the White Castle and the first anniversary, and things devolved from there. I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom, signed Humpty Hump.
Yep.
You handed that over because you didn't want to read it because you didn't want it to be a drop.
I don't know what you're
Shame
talking
on
about.
you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We never don't do content to avoid
Worried
a drop.
about a drop, yeah.
No, I passed it. I thought it'd be funny when he said it.
Yeah.
He didn't deliver it very funny. I've read more ridiculous things than that on this show.
Was I supposed to sing it?
Would you?
No.
I'll sing it.
You know the line. Do I really need to hand the paper back to you?
Hold on. Now, here's the other thing. I don't think we do content to hunt for drops. And this guy over here hands this to you. He comes back here and says, hey, this needs to be a drop if he reads it.
Yes,
No,
exactly.
No
yeah.
kidding. All right, let's talk about the content
Let's
people have
do
come
that.
from. They want to hear thoughts on Alex Bregman today. It happened late last night. Maybe you're hearing about it today on your way into work, or you're tuning in to hear everybody's thoughts on it. So, John, lead us off. Your thoughts. Alex Bregman didn't pick us. Alex Bregman picks someone else. He's going to be a Boston Red Sox.
So I'll let everybody behind the scenes of how this developed this morning between me and you. I walk in this morning and having just shoveled the driveway, I went to bed a little bit early last night because I was going to get up early to shovel the driveway. I got in this morning and you said, should we push the Thursday touchdown to tomorrow and just talk about Bregman? What the hell do you want to? We just ad nauseum have been talking about Alex Bregman. And then I said, did he sign? And you said, yes. I said, did he sign with the Tigers? And you lied to me and said yes.
I said yes, and you got this big smile.
And I got the smile on my face because I thought, favorites to win the division, a right-handed bat. We got somebody in the lineup. All of these different things flood through my mind. And as you see the joy pour over me, you absolutely
I'm a bad person, I know.
peed in my Cheerios and said, just kidding.
LOL.
He signed with the Red Sox.
He did. And the details have come out. He signed a 3-year, $120 million deal with the Red Sox. It's got opt-outs after each of those deals. We've seen this framework before. It's fake it till you make it, get the money some way, somehow down the line. The Tigers, it's been reported, offered the most money, $171 million over 6 years. Mm-hmm. The longest term and the most guaranteed money, and he didn't pick the Tigers. So I know the narrative is Detroit doesn't spend, doesn't want to spend, cheap, whatever. You can't say that today. I can't blame Ilitch, and I can't blame Harris. They identified Bregman as a big need. They pursued him aggressively and made him the best offer, or at least the most money. He preferred the shorter term, bet on himself. He's going to move to second base in Boston. I mean, it's a weird fit, but I'm not mad at Scott Harris. I'm bummed because I think he would have been such a big addition for this baseball team. Am I bummed at Bregman? Am I mad at Bregman? He thinks he can get more than that over the next 6 years doing it a different way, but I think he's taken on all the risk here. And I think we could invoke the A.J. Hinch quote. If you want to be here, great. If not, we'll go beat you. And that has to be the mentality. But now they have to pivot because it's clear they identified, hey, third base is a need, right-handed hitting is a need. They don't have that guy now.
Yeah, it's one of those where you're trying to figure out, okay, who are you mad at? and I don't know that there's anything necessarily anybody to be mad at other than the process of free agency in Major League Baseball, that it takes this long, that all of a sudden a week before, and AJ, has already talked about, most everybody is down in Lakeland and they're starting spring training, but that it takes this long to get to this point. And now what is today, the 13th? We're literally 9 days away from their first spring training game. Still plenty of a distance from opening day. But we're looking at it going, what are they going to do for that extra right-handed bat? Are they going to be able to add a extra right-handed bat? That's where you start to the blood pressure starts to boil a little bit, because you kind of feel like you left holding the bag and there's no answer.
Can we blame Boris then?
Sure. I think you could blame Bregman, although it's his decision to make. It's his right to choose wherever he wants to go play for however long and how much he wants to play for. But is it how much of it is on Boris, and how much of it are you looking at Boris knowing the negotiations that are upcoming with Tarik Skubal?
Yeah, I don't want to necessarily go down that rabbit hole today, but it is something to file away. John, I guess Boris is the answer to me, because he put this idea in his client's head that he could get $200 million. Nobody offered him $200 million. He had this idea that he can get him a 7-year contract. Nobody offered him a 7-year contract. And he put these delusions of grandeur, and he's done this with other clients, and he had to settle at the end for a short-term deal, and he's going to make his client go back out there and earn the money he told his client he could have gotten. And in doing so, he dragged out the process, and Scott Harris is a participant in this, but dragged it out so where Detroit doesn't have another free agent pivot. I blame Boris more than anybody else in all of this. His client didn't take the most guaranteed money. I thought that was the deal with Boris clients. You take the most guaranteed money when you sign on with Scott. I think he gave his client bad advice, didn't want to admit it. He still could have had a win because the Tigers offered him more than the Houston offer they didn't like, and he still didn't deliver for his client.
So it sounds to me like Bregman is ultimately your agent works for you. You tell them when to get the deal done and which deal you're going to take. It is the agent's job to advise you along the way. And even though he could say, "Hey, I'm gonna get you $200 million," the market is what the market is, and he was able to get him $40 million a year for the next 3 years, and that puts him in an unbelievable class of hitter. $40 million this year puts him in Ohtani category, puts him in Juan Soto, Aaron Judge.
Those are the only guys making 40 or more. Hitters. Yes.
Right. And so if for him, if it's an ego thing, I'm making $40 million this year, and he can opt out, he's betting on himself. Ultimately, it's the player that's going to make the decision, and he's the one that's going to tell the agent, this is what I want. And now that we all understand the market a little bit more, this is what I want. Go get it done.
See, I wouldn't blame Boris. He did what he's supposed to do. I actually don't think like look, he promised him the $200 million or whatever. Well, guess what? He got $120, and he can opt out if he has a good season in a hitter-friendly ballpark playing an easier position.
Sure. Everything's
in his favor to opt out and get $5 and starting at $160 next year. And then that ends up being, guess what?
Then he wins $200 million.
I would not call an agent the loser yet. All he has to do is perform in a favorable environment.
Yeah, but when you sign with Boris and you have this free agency circled and you say, we're going to get you $200 million. And now the answer is, Alex, you got to go out and prove it again. He put it back on his client. And that's why I think you can question him. He's done, and it's worked out in some cases. It worked for Matt Chapman a year ago.
If he does, exactly. If he does what Matt Chapman did.
But that he puts it back on the player to deliver. And it's like, I'm paying you to work the market and get me the best deal when I'm a free agent, not you put it back in my court and make me earn it again.
Big thing in this, the Tigers offer, the opt-out wasn't until 2 years.
Yeah,
and the Tigers would not give him 1 year opt-out. I think
is that a mistake?
That's for people to decide. I don't think it was, because I wanted, if I'm going to go get this guy, I wanted 2 years of him. I think it was also an indication that the Tigers think he might drop off after 2 years. So Bregman performs just 2 years, opts out, and it's actually a good thing, and you're not saddled with the back end deal. That's what I liked about it.
Yeah, just so we're doing side by sides. $40 million a year for Boston, opt-outs each of the next 3. $28.5 million a year on average by the Tigers. 6-year deal with an opt-out 2 years in. Bregman's clearly banking on another long-term contract beyond the one he just signed. Detroit was offering him maybe the best long-term contract he will ever get. And he turned it down, which is why I look at the Tigers and can't be mad. I can't be mad at them. Now, I still want to see them out of that right-handed bat that we started the offseason asking for. And maybe there's a trade because Harris has indicated that
trades are a way to add to the team.
Yeah.
And they've been able to develop at the minor league level talent that they could sell.
I think another thing happened here, too. Javi Remorse is gone. This went public. The contract's out there.
They were willing to offer a long-term deal even after Javi Baez.
Yes. That's huge,
I
right?
think
so took away that talking point. I just think in the end, I think the Tigers offered a wise deal.
Is this actually a win for them from a PR standpoint?
They got that money in contract out there before we could wake up this morning.
And they didn't even spend it. So they get the credit for being willing to spend it without actually having to write the check and have the money go in someone else's bank account.
Just remember what John said. You're paying him like Soto and Ohtani for this year. That's insanity.
Yeah, and again, even if the Tigers offered the identical deal, I think he picks Boston.
He does.
So then what is there
So
to
the
say?
blame game, I think Boston's to blame. I think this thing was sitting minimally at 3 years for $35 million, so 3 and 105, and I think they threw in an extra 5 a year.
Got it done
With the opt-outs. They gave him everything they wanted, so blame them.
So it's Skubal's on the mound, and they play Boston.
to close the season, right?
Beat them.
Does he send the message?
Yeah, they do end the season, which is fascinating. That would be
Could
awesome.
you imagine there's a playoff spot on the line the final week?
I think caution to the wind here, too, in terms of Skubal with Boris and tying that to this. I think people might want to connect dots. Oh, no, we're not going to. Scott Boris is probably for Skubal. I mean, look, the wise thing for the Tigers here would be to come out and offer the money deal right now.
Yeah.
And put it out there and see what happens. But Boris is going to do the best thing. That's why he's, quote, the best agent. People hate him because he's he does his job, right, John?
Right.
I mean, that's what you get these guys to do.
Yeah. You hire him to make you the most, or to design a contract with favorable terms for you.
Bregman will be in Detroit on May 12th. He'll be at Comerica Park Monday, May 12th, for those already looking ahead. Your thoughts? We still will do the Thursday touchdown. That's coming up at 8:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, March is right around the corner. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on anything from conference titles to tournament upsets, and even who's going to be cutting down the nets when it's all said and done. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, this might be the best part, you get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The saga's over. Alex Bregman picks the Red Sox, signing a shorter-term deal with opt-outs. 3 years, $120 million. Minutes after the deal was reported on, Tigers made sure to get their offer out there publicly. They offered him 6 years. That's a real offer at $171.5 million. It's the most guaranteed money. They did not go into this offseason unwilling to spend. They ID'd a guy. They gave him the most guaranteed money, and he didn't pick him. I can't be mad at the Tigers. As one ticket texter says, all I can hear is that Costa drop. They tried, which is not something we would accuse them of doing in the past.
Yeah. I mean, what do we go with next? Dep.
Well, they're going to need
Dep.
guys to step up. I do hope there's another trade, a plan B that Scott Harris. Yeah, they need grit too. Boy, I'm obnoxious.
He just repeat words all the time. So let me ask you this. The perception that the Tigers are cheap, won't spend. Do we have to put a pin in that one for now? Because they didn't spend the money, but they get the PR as if they did.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be an ongoing conversation. You got to keep adding payroll as you keep winning, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have to pay your own, but you're also going to have to swing trades and pay for guys and hit free agency hard next year, and there's the Skubal question that lingers. But yeah, I think for now, they put that talking point to bed. They were in on Bregman with the most competitive offer. He just didn't pick it.
Okay, so you put it to bed. Is the way to tuck it in and make sure that it doesn't come back is to
pay Skubal?
Okay, I still think that we're an off season away from that.
Or what's the other way?
You say bye-bye to Javi Baez.
Yes, John. That would build a lot of goodwill, too. If you're like, hey, look, his hips, whatever, he's just not a good enough player. Bye.
His hips do lie?
They lie to him. They tell him the pitch is in the strike zone. All right, some ticket texters and some phone calls on Bregman. Demetrius, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Hey, I think there's nobody to blame because I think this is great. I think you make a tremendous point, which is, John, you put a nail in that whole cheap thing because not only was this offer competitive, it was also smart and responsible, which is equally as important. But the second part, which I think is just my opinion, is that Bregman's going to get $40 million this year. He's going to play in Boston. He's going to have a good season because that stadium is conducive to him having a good season. And then Boris is going to dupe some team, not called the Detroit Tigers, to give him 4 years and 160 next year. He's still going to get his 5 and 200. And in 3 years, some team not called the Detroit Tigers is going to be paying 34 and 35-year-old Alex Bregman $40 million a year. And I'll call this show again and go, you guys are right. Because Jim just said the word competitive. It was one of the better offers in terms of money. You can't say cheap, but it was also really smart because as Woj would say, Comerica Park, he's a $33 million player, not 40. And you just can't do it.
Yeah.
You'll have another hobby. I think I don't blame anybody. I think it's great. I'm happy.
Worked out for everyone. We just don't get that third baseman.
We don't get the bat.
And we don't get that guy who hits number 2 in this lineup.
Yeah. I mean, that's the ultimate right now. If you're upset, is that we just don't have that bat. And it doesn't mean that bat won't be available between now and the start of the season. We just don't know the path to that.
Do you guys think they should try to get Skubal signed right now, before spring training, in terms of, or not before
They
the
shouldn't
regular
do it
season?
for PR purposes, if that's what you're asking.
No, but they're not doing it just for PR. They're doing it as a kind of just, a starting point. Because what do you think the starting point is? 6 years, right? We're going
probably more. Look, Boris knows he's sitting on a gold arm who just won the Cy Young, who's the best pitcher in baseball. And he's going to look at Garrett Cole. He's going to look at some of these other guys and say $40 million plus on 8 years. He might not get it, but I think that's probably what he's going to be looking for.
So Tigers come out tonight. We come in tomorrow morning. John finds out. Big surprise again. Tigers offer Tarik Skubal 7 years at $350 million, making him the first true $50 million a year pitcher.
Yeah. I'd shut everybody up.
That's to Boras. I don't know how Scott Boras turns that down. And because he's the first $50 million pitcher outside of Ohtani, obviously.
Completely different. Yeah.
It's completely different because he hits, too. Yeah. Highest right now is $42 million going into this season. Because, you hear what I'm, are you connecting what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
By the time Skubal hits free agency, that's
It'll
going to be the
more.
cost
Yeah.
or more.
Or more. 248-539-9797. AJ Hinch is going to join us this morning, 9:02. Good timing on that. We'll get AJ's thoughts on Bregman and the rest of his baseball team as pitchers and catchers have reported to Lakeland. But first, Heather with the news.
So the Monroe County Sheriff's Office has a really unique way to celebrate Valentine's
This is
Day.
hilarious.
Yeah. If you have an ex-Valentine's that you'd like to see behind bars, specifically those that have maybe some outstanding warrants, the sheriff office wants you to turn them over. Basically, offer
Turn 'em
any
in.
info you
Yeah.
have on them, and they'll go and find
Yeah,
them.
be the rat.
And it's funny because it says those who are caught will receive several nice items: a limited edition platinum bracelet, which is the handcuffs, a free chauffeur's
Well,
transportation.
who doesn't want handcuffs on Valentine's Day?
Well, this guy or this girl, I'm guessing, who's ending up behind bars.
Right,
Yes. One night minimum stay and luxury accommodations at the Monroe County Jail. A professional glamour shot.
Right.
Who doesn't want
yes,
that?
which
That-
can be made public at any moment.
Yes, exactly. Post online, perhaps. And, a really special Valentine's Day dinner. And what's funny is I was thinking, I'm like, well, they said annual. So this is something they've done in the past. So I did some research and I found in 2022, 88 arrests were made over a 7-day period. So it's been very successful. 35 females, 53 males were arrested because of their exes.
Oh,
Wild.
when I saw that, Lucy sent me the Instagram on that one,
Yeah.
and I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah. Just a way to get back at them.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yep. Nominees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2025 have been announced, and this year's list includes the Black Crowes, Mariah Carey, Billy Idol, Cyndi Lauper, Oasis, Outkast, Fish, Soundgarden, and the White Stripes. And more. I didn't list all of them. There's 14 in total. Only about half will earn a spot after being voted in by this international panel of judges. There's also a fan voted element as well that will play a part in the final tally. 8 of the artists are first-time nominees, and to be eligible, an artist must have released their first commercial recording at least 25 years ago.
Okay.
So the class of 2025 will be announced in April, and the induction ceremony will take place next fall in LA.
Cool.
Yeah, a prominent NFL voice could be leaving ESPN. Dan Orlovsky hinted on First Take on Monday that his time at the network could be coming to an end. He joined ESPN in 2018.
Sounds like a contract is up, and he doesn't know whether he'll be renewed.
What's next?
He's a free agent.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kylie Kelsey is making it known she is more than just Jason Kelsey's wife. So during an appearance on the Call Her Daddy podcast, she basically shared her honest thoughts on being labeled a wag and why
I
she
didn't even know
hates-
this was a thing.
Really? You've
I've never heard
the
the
term?
wag.
As someone who
No.
played professional sports, you
And
never
had
heard.
a
Yeah, we call
girlfriend
them
and a wife.
groupies or,
but you know what it stands for.
I had a girlfriend and a wife.
Well,
Same time?
No.
Well, no, but you had, I'm imagining your girlfriend then turned into your wife while you were playing, right? You
No,
had,
we got married just before I graduated at Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So
well,
you just had a wife, but
Yeah.
others
Okay,
pick girlfriends, and
okay.
they all
Sure,
get lumped in as
yes.
wives and girlfriends,
yes,
wags.
they're all together, wives and girlfriends.
Huh.
And anyway, she doesn't like the term, and here's why. I mean, I can understand part of that about not wanting just to be labeled a wife or a girlfriend because
Right,
you
yeah.
are a much more than just that.
More to your identity than just that.
Yeah.
And it should be.
I understand not wanting to be at all defined
Right.
by being a wife or a girlfriend, but that's you when they have a section where the wives and girlfriends sit. I don't think there's an issue with saying that's the WAG section. Is that offensive?
It's
a label.
well,
You are the wives and girlfriends of the players when you're at the game?
In my experience, there's two sections. There's one for wives and another one for girlfriends.
Oh, boy.
Oh, baby mamas.
Oh, no. Whoa.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football and basketball and baseball is at Stadium Swim, and hell, throw in hockey or any other sport you want to watch. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience. Absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's at downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. One of the most entertaining places in this country. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Mark Champion on the call. Pistons won last night, back-to-back against the Bulls. AJ Hinch joins us at 9:02 this morning. Tiger manager from live at Lakeland in Florida.
Sunny, warm, hot, actually.
You
Anyway,
mean there's not a snowstorm down there?
Not in Lakeland, not right now.
No. Ticket Text reacting to the Thursday touchdown says, Stafford for J.J. McCarthy and picks. Discuss.
That's a great thought. And because I don't think anybody believes that Sam Darnold will be the starting quarterback in Minnesota next year. I just don't believe, unless there is an issue with JJ's recovery. But because that makes it less likely that JJ would be able to be traded. Now, do they, if he's 100% healthy, I think that would be a great offense for JJ to be. I would love for him to stay in Minnesota, just for him as a player, because I think that offense, Kevin O'Connell as a coach and teacher, is great. But if you're going to insert him to an offense that would be successful, and we mentioned it, it's if they're going to trade Stafford, this is a rebuild on the fly.
I think this is intriguing as heck. Like I said, it didn't make sense to me, and especially finding the partner, and I just never really thought of Minnesota. I think this is like JJ with McVay is a great situation for him. Stafford won the Super Bowl when Kevin O'Connell was his coach out there.
His offensive coordinator at the time, yeah.
There's a link. This is like this. There's actually like a link to make this make sense, because if I'm Minnesota, I'll take this team that just did this with Darnold and think what I can do with Stafford.
Think you can get to that next year.
Like, to me, this is a kind of a win-win in some ways. I don't know if the Vikings should do it if they really believe in JJ.
Well, the question is, would they give up the draft capital along with a quarterback that they believe, like, this is a rookie quarterback. Now, we don't know if he's going to be any good. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he is. There's a chance he could be good, and he's a chance he could be their quarterback for the next decade plus. Versus Matthew Stafford, this is a you got to win now moment.
I think Minnesota would consider, or the Rams would consider JJ and just Minnesota's first. If you think you're getting your quarterback.
Sure, the Rams, yeah. I'm just not sure that that's one that the Vikings would do.
Really?
Again, you're talking, okay, what's Matthew Stafford's timeline? And I get the win the Super Bowl now. I get that. But if that happens.
It's 2 first-round picks. It's JJ and.
You just said a first-round pick.
Well, you said count JJ as one.
Oh.
Is a former first-round pick, and then a second first-round pick.
This is something to chew on, man, for both. I'm not saying it should happen or will, but
I think it's juicy.
Yeah.
To the point, when the Lions traded Stafford away, there was more runway than the Stafford that Minnesota would be getting in this scenario.
Correct. So, I don't know that that's one that Minnesota would do.
One of the Thursday touchdown. Get those creative juices flowing. All right, AJ Hinch will get his thoughts on the Tigers from Lakeland as spring training is starting to get underway here. Baseball right around the corner. It's 97.1.
wait to see the green grass when you guys take the field on the 22nd for that first game. It always gives me the hope that spring is right around the corner.
That's right. Some long winters, I know. I've been to Detroit a few times this winter and still try to make some regular appearances, in and around the park or at my house in Detroit. But we're down here in 90-degree weather. I probably shouldn't complain about how hot the first workout was.
Yes. Dehydrated, are you?
Yeah, I had to get some sunscreen. I needed to make sure and find some shade, and had to be careful because Scooble was throwing like 96 mile an hour on the first day, and he looks ready to go.
You sound like you're in good spirits. Obviously, last year playoffs, and now you guys add Flaherty back and Torres. Just what's your outlook as you guys get set for this season?
Yeah. No, I'm excited about this team, and a lot of it does have to do with the finish last year. I mean, I didn't like losing the last game that we played, but I'm just really enthusiastic about where we're headed and the foundation that was built. I mean, I'm balancing that with like, hey, don't look in the rearview mirror too much. We don't want to live in the past. We got to build it. It's a different team. There's a few different names. I did joke with Flaherty that I'm not sure whether to put him in the returnee category or the new faces category, but we're going to put him in both, and had some fun with him, introducing him to Lorenzo the other day, and we'll see him throw live BP to him at some point. And I just think there's a lot of work going on that is worth being excited about, and then the reality check will hit when we start playing these games and getting this team ready for a new season. The challenge ahead is a grind of 162 games, and so it's always great when you get down to camp and see the boys, all together for the first time. Our whole camp is almost here. And so I think that's what brings some enthusiasm around our team.
I know you don't see a lot of the guys throughout the course of the offseason, but the way that the season ended and the amazing run that you guys put together, you mentioned the last game, the impact that had on you guys, how much did you see that motivate and fuel the guys in the offseason?
Yeah, I think, first off, I think it galvanizes the team. I mean, I think when you look at across sports, I mean, you see what the Pistons are doing right now, what the Lions have done, what we've done, those shared experiences are awesome. I mean, we celebrated together a couple times, once in Detroit when we clinched, once in Houston when we swept that series, and those experiences, I mean, that matters, and it really brings the team together. And then now we return that entire team. We add to it with a few names, and we try to capture that same togetherness that comes with winning. So, I think from the offseason standpoint, the messaging has been the same. Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'm entering my fifth season. We've been pounding these guys about you got to find ways to get better, and here's some paths to do it. And so, Fett going to Oklahoma and seeing Jackson Jobe, or Robin Lund going down and seeing the group that's in Phoenix, or Michael Bedard traveled all over this off season. We had the group in Detroit. I flew up and got to see a lot of the position players. We're just going to keep chipping away at the development that's needed for us to continue the rise. There's a lot of talent coming, but there's a lot of things we can do in the big leagues to be better at it, so that we don't have to roll from 0.2% to 100% probability of making the playoffs. So it is a full-time job. It's a year-round job. It's game season and in non-game season. There is no off season for us. But I love the fact I was in New York, not too long ago, and Tarek Skubel's like running over to throw a bullpen at, I think it was at St. John's, and getting ready for the season. So our guys are all in, and that matters to me.
I want to break out an old A.J. Hinch quote. If you want to be part of it, then you'll come. If you don't, then we'll beat you. Does that apply with Alex Bregman picking the Red Sox?
Well, we beat him in Houston. So, I mean, I think that, I think for us,
that's the answer.
You talk about awkward or hard is coming to a camp, and multiple camps around the league where, that's a topic about what's going on in free agency and obviously being tied to specific name. And you never want to comment on guys that aren't in your camp, right? Or that aren't on board with you to come and be here. So I find it sort of hard to balance, like, of course it's competitive. Of course we're going to circle some games on the calendar, but we got a lot of work to do, and we have the group that's here. And, it's awesome to see that. This has never been about one player. It's never been about, sort of the defining moment. It's, we've, adding Glaber, adding Jack, adding Brebbia yesterday. We're, obviously we've got to get Alex Cobb healthy, getting, Jackson Jobe in the pole position to potentially win a rotation spot. Like, those are still really exciting things. And given how late it is in the non-game season, off season, it bled into now having to handle that type of, public, sort of public situation, during spring training. And that's sort of weird for me as a manager. And I'm sure it's for our team.
The impact that Bregman would have brought, we've spent so much time talking about it, not landing him. Clearly you guys were in pursuit of him. At least it's been reported you were in pursuit of him. Do you guys still need that right-handed bat that was discussed before the offseason?
What we need is we need our guys to step up and continue this development. I think this has been built on, young players getting better. It's been built on young guys getting experience. And, of course, you're always trying to find ways to get better. And I'm not going to play into hypotheticals on sort of what it could have been like or would have been like and things like
that's
that.
For us.
But obviously that, and I understand that's part of it, but I do think that we need our guys to continue to say lockdown. It's funny, yesterday, it gets so competitive in these. Like, think about a day where in the morning I'm announcing that Alex Cobb is going to be late to the season. And so these 12 starting pitchers are sitting at their locker. Their phones light up because it's either they see it or their friends or family are sending like, oh, there's not one spot open in the rotation, there's two. And everybody they're not happy that Alex Cobb got hurt, but they are paying attention to like opportunity that's ahead. In the afternoon, you have the reverse emotion when you sign John Brebbia to a major league contract. And Breb's been in the big leagues a long time. He's got really good stuff. He had flashes of being really good. And now you have a bunch of relievers who are wondering how they fit in. So welcome to the day of being a manager where these range of emotions on this opportunity in the spring, they ebb and flow throughout your entire clubhouse. So the number one thing, I said this to our group yesterday, the number one thing you can control is control the strike zone. So we need our pitchers to throw strikes. We need our hitters to obviously be a step better than we've been in the past. And we're going to continue to build off that. So I have no issue with, sort of all of this stuff playing out in the public unless it starts to distract us from what we got to do, which is get better.
And you mentioned the pitching staff. Are you excited about having the possibility of a 5-man rotation? How much chaos will we possibly see like we saw at the end of last year?
So, it's funny. I joked with the beat yesterday that, man, this is the first time you guys have told me we have too much starting pitching. I got 12, 13 guys in the starting pitcher column in spring and Fett's lining them up, and we're going to pair them up in spring and give them all a really good look. I mean, obviously the Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen are probably pretty, locked in where I don't know when they're going to pitch yet, but those are easy things to say, and it looks like we have some competition for the rest. And so, one of the things that I do want to keep saying, I think I said this on the show last year, like, it was a strategy on how to best use our guys, which is the chaos. I didn't plan. I kind of off the cuff said Tarik Skubal and pitching chaos. And so I'm going to try not to say like the 3 big boys and then the pitching chaos, because we have a ton of really good arms and good pitching. And yes, we're going to start 5 pitchers in a row again. I promise, but
we'll hold you to it.
But it's hard. You know what? I wouldn't knock whatever 30-11 or whatever it was in the process of utilizing our pitchers the best way we can. So at the end of the day, other sports are the same way. It's at the end of the day, you're trying to win that day's game, and we are going to deploy whatever strategy we think we can do. I'm not sure that tradition's always the best. We're going to try, obviously, to push our guys because it's easier, kind of all the way around, and maybe even easier to digest. But when we used 7 pitchers to beat the Astros in Game 2 of the wild card series, there weren't a lot of complaints about utilizing that strategy.
Torkelson had an interesting quote yesterday. He was asked about kind of fixing his swing, and clearly it's a big year for Tork, or trying to bounce back. he said he's not going to even watch video. What was your reaction to that?
I think he's going to watch video. I don't think that's what he meant to be drawn from that. I think what he is saying, I wasn't there when he said it. I haven't talked to him about it. He's already reported, so he's doing his work with our group. I think what he's saying is he's trying to simplify and get as much stuff out of his head as he can. And so one of the things that Torque has battled over his few years here has been just a little bit of overanalysis or being obsessed with every single detail in the iPad or the video. He's going to watch video. Every one of these players does. I mean, that's how these guys can learn. I think going public with that, he's committing to like keeping it simple, having a few cues and then going to work and not, because sometimes you watch too much video and you're gonna break down success and failure. It's not just the failure. Like you're starting to criticize your success too because, I'm not in the perfect position or, look at this position. And you can still get a hit or hit the ball hard or swing at the right pitch. If you get too deep in the weeds with that, it can be counterproductive. And that's what he's saying. He's not saying like, hey, I'm never going to pick up the iPad, because you're going to see him probably even this spring on some footage with his head in an iPad. And that's not him going against his word, because he's just keeping it in perspective.
What are some of the things that you're directing Colt Keith, or the coach is directing Colt Keith to do and think about in his move from second to first?
A lot of it is just learn the position and positioning and the angles. At second base, you have a little bit more time. You can kind of create your own hop by how you go after balls to your left or balls to your right, or even coming in or back. It's just a deeper position. Obviously, the balls that the left-handers hit to first base, they're smoked pretty hard, or they have top spin, one of the two. Those are on polar opposite sides of how you play those plays. And so the bigger glove, the how to attack hops, the footwork around first base. I mean, we're gonna keep inching forward for him to learn the position that he started during the offseason. Him being here now is not the first time that he's done this drill work. Joey Cora has been in touch with him. He's asked a lot of questions. And if you want to hear a cool thing, is yesterday I walk out on field 3. We have our position players that are early reports, and who's given him a ton of advice was Spencer Torkelson. Like they were manning the position together and some of the ins and outs of it. So I think with Colt, it's going to be a work in progress because it's new and games are going to be new, and he's going to things are going to speed up a little bit at the beginning of camp, and then I expect it to smooth out over time, and he can make the plays that he needs to make and give us as much optionality as we can. Talking
to Tiger manager AJ Hinch. One last question we had to ask at some point about Javi Baez. What's his role in 2025?
Well, his first goal is to get healthy, and I know I got to delay my answer to that based on his health. Javi has had a good offseason. He's worked hard. I think his weight's down a little bit. He's been very diligent in communicating with us, and as baseball activity has picked up, his enthusiasm has picked up as well, and then we've got to see him healthy. He's not going to report to camp at full strength. The running is going to be behind the other aspects. Like you guys see footage of us, you're going to see him on the field making throws. You're going to see him taking live BP and doing all the things that look very normal. You just won't see a ton of sprinting at the very beginning, and he's not going to play in the first few games until we get his feet on the ground and get his running program in place. That is then going to lead to where things fit moving forward and how we put the puzzle together, with whether it's playing time or roles or things like that. And I'm not ducking the question. I'm just being honest that I can't answer it until I see him healthy.
Mm-hmm. Tiger manager AJ Hinch. Hey, try not to get a sunburn down there.
Yeah, you guys stay warm. I'll be warm for you. Don't worry.
Thanks. Looking forward to talking to you again all season. He's AJ Hinch. Thanks. Appreciate it. It's 97.1. Good to get AJ Hinch back in the mix as we get closer to baseball season.
Spring's right around the corner.
Yeah, so they tell me.
Believe it.
Look outside. It's a harder sell. John, anticlimactic now, this Bregman thing. But we got it confirmed what we feared, or at least what I feared. He wasn't going to pick us. Tigers
it kind of feels like after it's been made public what the Tigers did offer, 6 at 171, that it just, he didn't want to come to Detroit.
And they still need a bat, and they still need some help on the infield defensively. And look, I guess the only criticism of Scott Harrison, I'm certainly not trying to be overly critical today. I think they made a real competitive offer. They gave him the most guaranteed money on the market. The only thing would be you boxed yourself in now, and you got to get out of this. You got to find a way to pivot. But he waited to the last minute on the Erod thing. Didn't really get anything there. And waited to the last minute, really put all his eggs in the Bregman basket, and he's not coming here. So he's got to pivot and maneuver and find a way to still help this baseball team.
So it was asked on Twitch, somebody that just showed up at 9:07.
Mm-hmm.
Has Costa handed out any strikes yet?
This is a very different offseason than last offseason. I could bring up that they could have had Chapman for the money they offered Bregman, but I've been good today.
So yeah, there have been missed opportunities before, and whether it was Scott Harris didn't think the timing was right. He obviously felt like the timing was right now to make a competitive offer, one that was the best offer on the table, that we believe was the best offer on the table. We're not the ones that have to decide, do we want to play in Detroit, Boston? Do we want to go back to Atlanta or the Astros? All of that is decided by Bregman, and he can make whatever decision he wants. But I think it's clear he didn't want to come to Detroit. It drug out, and I was preaching patience yesterday. Now it's a matter of where do the Tigers pivot, because they do need another right-handed bat. And you might not get one the caliber of Bregman, but you're also not going to spend the money of Bregman. But what are you going to do? And it's going to probably have to be in a trade. So who are you looking to make that trade, and what are you willing to give up?
They've got prospects. They've done a great job restocking that farm system. Prospects are currency. Prospects are what you offer up in trades. I don't think he's still available, but at the start of the offseason, Alec Boehm, third baseman for the Phillies, was reportedly on the table. He's a right-handed bat with some pop. Nolan Arenado has a no-trade clause. He's longer in the tooth,
sure,
but as a right-handed bat, those are some options.
It's interesting you bring up Arenado, and I'll just mention this because I'm sure tomorrow we'll get into more of what is next after the reaction that we're having today. But Arenado's trade clause, no trade clause, does include the Detroit Tigers.
We think so, yeah. I think that was reported at one point.
But that was put in place in 21. And I can understand somebody not wanting to be traded to the Tigers in 20, 21, 22. But the trajectory of this team is different. And I'm wondering if he would be willing to waive that now that, AJ Hinch is here. They made the postseason last year. It looks like a franchise that's the trajectory is on the way up. Maybe he would consider waiving that for Detroit if he was approached.
Well, I saw a list yesterday that the Tigers, this was before Bregman, so these odds I'm sure have changed, but were listed as the last team that would be trading for Arenado. It was a 33-1 chance. So there's got to be some intel there. But like you said, if they're basing that just on the no trade, I wouldn't be interested in doing that. I think that's a knee jerk. If you wanted Nolan Arenado, you trade for Nolan Arenado in January. I kind of just I think the big thing now is that they need to add a right-handed bat. Hear me out here. There's a possibility that a Spencer Torkelson could be that right-handed bat. I would not bet on that, but it could happen. They're not betting on it, or they wouldn't be replacing him at first base. So, but does it need to be a third baseman?
Well, someone has to play third base.
But Vierling will play there some. Now he can go to the outfield permanently.
He's better defensively in the outfield and hasn't played a lot of third. Jace Young could play third, but the returns early have been, he's got a lot of work to do there still.
Yeah, but now he'll have the work. You won't have anybody blocking him.
There it is.
I mean, what if Torque actually makes the team? That means that he's hitting pretty well. What's he going to platoon with Carpenter at DH? You got Malloy mixed in here too, by the way.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it'd be a good problem to have if too many guys are hitting well.
I mean, is there a situation where Vierling's your everyday third baseman?
Well, he was gearing up to do that a year ago before they added Gio. So, yeah, I think that's one option.
Young platoons a little, the lefty, get him some breaks. Malloy goes to the outfield because Vierling's not there, because Torque is your platoon right-handed DH to Carp.
Potentially.
But I'm very proud of you with your reaction today.
What does that mean?
And that goes back to the text we got a few minutes ago. I thought you were going to be livid when we came in this morning. And the fact that you saw that they made a competitive offer, they made them the best long-term offer, and sometimes you don't win. But what happened, a couple huge things. Number one, the opt-out was 2 years for the Tigers, and they're adamant on that, and I actually agree with that. But number two, they're willing to spend.
Last year, there was no leaked offer to Chapman or any of the other bats. So that's one huge difference. I think it's a sign that they're stepping forward into a more competitive era of baseball in Detroit. They were willing to throw real money around. I mean, we could say, well, their offer wasn't the best offer because AAV, right? Guaranteed money is what matters here. If Alex Bregman gets injured and never has access to $170 million again, will we say, well, at least he got 40 in year one? Or 120 for 3, the Tigers offered the most guaranteed money on a 6-year commitment. I think that speaks to where they are as an organization, and I think it's encouraging.
It would have been interesting to see if he would have taken it, what the reaction would have been this morning.
What do you mean?
I think I would have been against it.
Really?
Yeah. Although I would have, I think
you're not alone. I don't think you're alone on that.
I think with the 2-year opt-out, I would be hoping he has 2 good years and then he opts out.
We'll get to Heather's news. Heather, what's going on?
Saquon Barkley doesn't understand why fans booed Taylor Swift when she appeared on the video boards during the Super Bowl. So he actually appeared on the Howard Stern show on Wednesday, and he was asked if he thought Swift and Travis Kelce would get engaged. He really had no opinions on that, but he did come to Taylor Swift's defense.
She's great in terms of getting more people involved with football. I'm not someone who at all is disappointed that Taylor Swift is shown for 5 seconds at a time or 10 seconds at a time. The booing thing, you guys know where I'm at on booing. If you've ever been to a sporting event and they show a fan of the other team, it's customary to boo. This isn't like a over-the-top, disrespectful thing
right.
that an opposing fan was booed at a stadium.
Right. Well, we know your stance. I mean, you boo kids.
Yeah.
So
do you think did they show any other celebrities? I know we saw them on TV, but did they show any other ones on the Jumbotron? Like at the game?
Yeah. I mean,
were they all booed?
No.
I'm just saying, go to a Detroit sporting event, and if they show fans wearing gear of the other team, they're going to get booed. It's not me. It's not.
But she, in particular.
Oh, she was singled out.
She, not necessarily there, but in general. I mean, people call in and say how much they can't stand that Taylor. I'm not watching because Taylor Swift is going to be there. Like, that's a little. Like, she's definitely been singled out more than any other celebrity, I feel like, at least. A UNLV football player was found dead in an off-campus apartment on Tuesday morning. Senior offensive lineman Ben Chrisman was 21 years old, very young. The university didn't share any other details and didn't release the cause of death, but he began his college career at Ohio State in 2021. He redshirted that season and then played one game in 2022, transferred to Kentucky, didn't play in 2023 because of a knee injury, but he did appear in all 12 games last season on special teams before transferring to UNLV.
Yeah, it's a don't know the reason. It's a tragedy, no matter the reason.
Yep, for sure. Monroe County Police arrested 2 people involved in a road rage shooting on I-75. This is in Erie Township. Officials say that the occupants of a silver Tahoe fired a handgun at a white Dodge Ram. Then there was kind of like a little chase with that, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're going to shoot at me? Well, watch out. Anyway, police were called. They found a 63-year-old man behind the wheel, 58-year-old woman in the passenger seat. Both of them were arrested, but they say children were in both vehicles.
Oh, no.
Yes, and they did recover 2 loaded handguns from that Tahoe. Charges of assault with intent to murder are being sought against those involved. If you're going to drink, whether it's at my house or definitely not at John's, you might want to have some cheese beforehand.
Oh,
yeah, so
really?
according to at least one doctor, cheese has a lot of protein, it's got fat, it's got complex carbs, and it can coat your stomach, and it can help decrease the absorption of alcohol, which can help get rid of hangovers. Oh. Of course, like nobody has like the hangover cure. Like there's like, okay, have like a drink of water, stay hydrated, right? Is like kind of the idea, but nobody really knows the exact solution,
Greasy
right? So
breakfast sandwich, that's your answer.
That is the answer in the morning. The day after, go have that. But during the drinking, they say before, have that cheese too, and it's apparently very good. So,
does it say what kind of cheese?
It talks about cheddar, brie, feta, and I did see blue cheese in here too somewhere, John.
Make it all better.
It also can help replenish nutrients that are lost to alcohol, which is great. The vitamin Bs, the calcium, things like that. So there you have it.
Heather with the news. Dear John is next, 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to an experienced law firm, and it should be Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers that you could call, that you could see, not some tax organization with a random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Is that Heather?
Yeah, I'm a cool mom.
Good morning, guys. If you missed any of the show, download the Odyssey app. We've got the chapters feature. You can go back and catch anything you missed. Listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app. You'll have a chance to win the ultimate trip to Vegas. That's $20,000. You and 3 friends. Circa Resort and Casino. That's Vegas' premier sports viewing destination. You'll visit the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. Yeah, Heather's the cool mom.
Or not,
Yeah.
as some would
And,
say.
and people
Yeah,
are getting
yeah.
on you, John. We've had so
I'm
many of these
the
texts.
bad cop.
Yeah, look at you. John, you could serve your country at 18, but you can't have a drink with dad when you come home.
All right, so call your congressman, your senator, your House of Representative, call them if that's what you believe and that's what you want, and change the law.
Yeah. On the Bregman stuff, you're not going to hear us calling the Tigers cheap. They offered 6 years, $171 million. That was reported last night. He didn't take that offer. He took more money up front on a shorter deal, less money overall.
And he can opt out after year 1.
And he's going to bet on himself to hit the ball off that green monster and get back into the pool and make up the money that way. But you can't accuse the Tigers of not showing up with a bag.
No, you can't. I mean, they made a legitimate offer, and that offer wasn't taken. And who knows if they had said, yeah, okay, here's a 1-year opt-out, I don't think that would have changed anything for him coming to Detroit, because it wasn't going to be $40 million this year.
And even if it was 40 with a 1-year opt-out, we don't have the green monster. I don't think they're going to get. They've done ballpark renovations. I don't think they're going to get that installed in time.
Nope.
I don't think he was going to pick us, and that sucks. Like I'm bummed. I know some people are relieved. I thought he would have been a really good addition to this ball club, and I think they agreed, which is why they ponied up a real legitimate offer. And now they'll have to pick up the pieces and pivot. You can catch AJ Hinch if you missed it. Rewind, go back. We've talked about all of it. One thing we didn't really get into, John, we asked AJ about Torkelson. Here is the quote. This is from Chris McCoskey's piece in the Detroit News, and Chris sets this up well. He says the Tigers have a brand new climate-controlled batting cage, all the bells and whistles. He could have his swing mechanics analyzed both biomechanically and metrically to get any kind of reading he could ever want. This is like a state-of-an-art,
Is that next to the new showers?
Yes. You're on your game today. McCoskey writes, Torkelson wants none of that. He doesn't even want to watch video. Quote, that's not me. That's not the way I roll. I'm pretty old school, and the fact that, that felt good. The ball flight looked good. Must have worked. AJ kind of chuckled. He goes, no, trust me, you're going to see him looking at the iPad.
So I'll go back, and I don't know if it was 2 years ago, 3 years. It was probably 2 years ago. And we asked about Spencer Torkelson, and one of his comments at that time was, which he kind of followed up with today, Spencer Torkelson is a guy that gets in his head and overanalyzes every single detail. This is probably a little bit of a rebound off of that, trying to be a little looser, because there is an art to it as well. It's not all science, and there has to be an element of feel. But for him, I think for us to take that just at face value and think, oh, well, he's not going to use all the tools at hand to stay in the major leagues.
That's not how he rolls, John.
There's a fine line between being too over analytical and not using it enough.
Well, you have to use some of it,
sure,
which is what AJ said. Could you
especially
imagine,
since that climate control one? I think they actually installed one on the new plane too. Climate controlled,
showers, planes,
zero gravity. Let's see what
scoreboards.
happens up in space.
All jokes aside, you need to do those things to help make yourself a first-class place, to help your players develop and to attract players. You also have to offer up money in free agency, and they are doing both, which is the theme when we talked to Scott Harris back at the deadline. Scott, can't you do both? And he said, yes, we can do both. They are trying to do both. You can't force someone to sign a contract. You can't. You felt like you offered the best deal. He doesn't think the same. That's fine.
And you like to see, you don't want him to be cheap.
Yep.
You also like to see a little bit of, responsibility, fiscal responsibility. And it seems like they showed some of that, where they offered what they felt was their best offer, the best offer. And again, you can't force somebody to want to play in Detroit.
With the Torque thing, I wonder how much of this is he goes, this is my last shot. I'm going to do it my way. Meaning I'm going to remove a lot of this stuff and I'm going to go out literally swinging. I'm going to go out with the way and I don't know if it's going to go
sure.
well for him.
It's like, when we hear coaches that are on the hot seat in football, right? And there's an offensive-minded coach, well, I'm going to take over the play call because I'm going to get fired. It's going to be on my terms. Brent Venables at Oklahoma, he's taking over the defense because if he's going to get fired after this year, it's going to be because he simply couldn't get the job done, not because somebody else that he hired couldn't get it done.
Did you have a teammate who just wouldn't watch film? Was like, this is how I roll. I'm old school. I put the pads on, roll them out, and see what happens.
Like Kyler Murray. We haven't had anybody to that level where it's actually going to be written into their contract. Some guys watch more, some guys watch less. And it really comes down to production. If you're not getting it done on the field, then there's something that needs to be addressed. Maybe it's a study issue. Maybe it's a recovery issue. Maybe it's a workout issue. There's a lot of different things that you could go to. And for Spencer Torkelson, it's a production issue. So if you're not producing, you've got to find a way to make adjustments that will allow you to produce.
Okay, I'm not trying to troll here, but would Portis not watch film?
No, Portis just wouldn't practice. And I'm not going to go down that road again, which is why I said he's going to get somebody killed. It ended up being me.
Asked and answered, counselor.
All right. Anything else from AJ that stood out specifically? I know these guys will end up playing some during their show, but we've just been so Bregman heavy today.
Well, when you talk, we didn't actually talk about, how do you follow up a season like Tarek Skubal had?
Right.
Just because we had so many other things to talk
we
about.
went long as it is.
When he talks about him and visiting him in New York, if he's traveling to New York and he's trying to find a place to get a bullpen day in, success can do a couple of things to an individual. It can drive you to want more of that and know that you've got a little bit more in the tank. How good, how awesome can I be? And then there's other guys that are like, yeah, I'm just that good. I don't have to work. And to hear behind the scenes that he is always striving for that next level. So how do you repeat a Cy Young season? Well, you could be better. You're not going to be the same. You could be better. And, back it up with back-to-back Cy Youngs. That's what we're all hoping for.
Well, it can mean nothing, but the fact that so many guys showed up early, this team clearly not resting on their laurels.
Yeah.
Got Gator in the studio.
Hi there.
Hey.
Hi there.
How are you feeling?
I'm not thrilled because I wanted Bregman.
Yeah.
And yet, at the same time, I'm proud of Scott Harris for the offer that he made. I thought that's a incredibly fair offer and one that was also responsible for the Tigers.
It was generous, fair.
Yeah, I think all
competitive.
the way around it.
Yeah.
The opt-out after 2 years, which I think is very important because it protects the Tigers even more. They went above and beyond $170 million. They went well past what Houston offered. And in the end, I can also see, I think Scott Boras, as much maligned as he's been over the last several weeks from all fan bases in baseball, I think he did a brilliant job for his client. Ends up getting him $40 million a year with opt-outs after the first two. And he's going to a ballpark that he's had major success in. Look, people seem to think that at Fenway you're going to hit a bunch of home runs, and that's the difference. It's not it at all. There were only 15 more home runs, I think it was 15 or 18 more at Fenway than were at Comerica Park. It's not about that. He just happens to hit there better now than he does at Comerica Park. I think maybe the biggest difference of why he doesn't hit at Comerica Park is Tigers pitching.
Yeah.
Nobody said that. Like, hey, by the way, the reason your numbers are down is because you have to go against Skubal and you have to go against Flaherty and other Reese Olson and other pitchers in the past that have been really good here. So I'm not a good riddance thing. We'll watch it play out, but it's also, all right, time for another move. And they've got options of what they can do. And I'm excited to see what option they decide to take.
You guys going to present some of those today?
I think we will.
Doug, anything we should look forward to today?
We have a debate to open the show. The right time to do this. 10:02.
It's going to be contentious, heated. We'll find out. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
All right, it's the Carson Anderson program on a Thursday on 97.1 The Ticket. Good morning, everybody. Hope you survived the commute in, as it was some overnight snow that slowed things down. Not too bad for me, actually. In fact, I credit to those out there that are, at least on my commute. I know not everybody has the same experience, but my commute, roads are pretty good. So thank you to those out there in the road commission and the county workers and those that drive the plows for getting it done. It was funny because, well, I'll get to that story in a minute, but how was your drive-in?
It was fine. I did take a little bit of a different route just to make sure, but it was fine. Made it here easily. The roads were in pretty good shape, so that was good. Even my neighborhood was surprisingly good. Actually, they had gotten the plows on the street.
Kang, your drive-in?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Telegraph, I don't think it was plowed, but I think enough cars had driven over it, and the snow had stopped early enough where it wasn't,
all good?
Yeah. So, I mean, a little slower, but as long as you pace yourselves, you'll be in fine. And then less cars on the road, too. I think people are working from home, schools are called off, all that plays a factor.
Yeah. So the debate we have, when's the best time to do this? Are you in the stay up late and shovel before you go to bed category, or you get up maybe half hour, 45 minutes early and shovel in the morning category?
So this is a debate I had all last night. I told myself that I'm just going to stay up as late as possible and do this at night, because in the morning I'll be so tired. I'm not going to want to wake up earlier and do it, and I'll do it at night. I laid there in bed and said, I'll do it in the morning. I changed my mind. I rerouted, because then I was like, well, has it stopped yet? Do I keep waiting a little bit more? And that, to be honest with you, I looked around my neighborhood and I said, no one else is doing it right now. If I had seen one other person on my street shoveling, I probably would have went out. But I was like, well, I don't want to be the guy out there in the middle of the night.
I am typically the do it first thing in the morning guy.
You're a morning guy.
Yeah, I'm a morning guy. Do you have a system, by the way?
To how to shovel my driveway? Absolutely. It's like brushing my teeth.
So I start with just taking the shovel and pushing it right down the middle of the driveway where it loads up with snow and it spills over to the side. But now I've got a spine.
Yes.
And then I work out from the spine to the sides.
Okay.
And so that's my system. And here's the thing. At the beginning of the winter, it is pristine. The snow is pushed right up to the edge of the grass. And I mean, it feels like I'm getting every damn flake of snow. You get into March, it might be 2 tracks. The art form is lessened by the time I get there. But today,
like, you might actually getting it on the grass. I'm going to go 3 feet onto the grass to really clear it out.
What, in March?
Snow, early.
No, early. Oh, yeah, early.
You're not just up to the grass, but beyond the grass.
Oh, never once. But yes, I'm very, I get after it without a doubt when it comes to the beginning of the winter. By the end of the winter, it's a sloppy mess. Here's 1 track for the sidewalk, that kind of thing. But
oh, man.
But this morning, I got up, I did the spine, and I'm at the front end of the driveway. And I'm like, I'm not going to do the whole driveway because I don't have time. I got to get into work. It's 6:30 in the morning. And so I'm right next to the road, and I push the shovel all the way to the south side of the driveway. And I'm looking south and coming north. I see a truck, and I turn, and I go to the north end of the driveway. And then I hear the truck, and I turn and I look, and it's the plow. And I've cleaned off the front of my driveway, and here comes the plow driving north on my street. And I'm like, oh, no.
There you go.
And
all
sure
your
enough, right then and there, it all got poured right back onto what I just shoveled. Now, this wasn't the plow driver's fault. It wasn't anybody's fault. This is the realities of it. They leave you the snow wake that basically can barricade you into your own driveway. So then I had to work through that. And I ended up going, all right, sidewalk and basically 2 tracks to back my car out. And my 17-year-old is going to finish it when he gets out of bed, which I guess he is. But did you do the whole thing this morning?
Oh, yeah. I did everything. I don't have a 17-year-old. I mean, I honestly wouldn't have even done the sidewalk if I were you, but, that's your household. I would have been like, you're getting up and you're doing everything. I didn't do that, includes the sidewalk. But yeah, to me, you know how you said like by March you don't care anymore, like it's sloppy?
Yep.
For me, it's more just the end of the shoveling of that day gets sloppy. I've said this before. The end of my driveway is like the championship rounds of a fight. Like I am battered, I am bruised. I'm just trying to make it out alive at this point. And then you mentioned the snowplow trucks that come through the neighborhoods, and that snow they push onto your driveway.
Yeah.
It's like more packed snow too. It's heavier than the one that you started shoveling when you in the beginning.
It sucks. I don't know what really can be done about it.
Nothing. It's fine. I'm not mad at those guys either.
No.
Just they're doing their job. They're clearing the streets, but it's.
It is one of when you live in Michigan, it is one of the great small depressing moments in being a Michigander. Is I've cleared the side of the driveway or I'm almost done, and here comes the plow, and you're like, no. Here comes the snow barricade. I'm stuck.
Do you ever look at them and go, "Come on, man, cut me a break here"? Like you see me out there. Do you use a snowblower or a shovel?
Shovel.
Me too. So I even think like, dude, I'm using a shovel out here, man.
Help
a brother out.
What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to like stand there and protect our clean driveway?
Yeah, protest.
You're going to either drive around me or hit me, but you're not going to barricade me with your.
That guy's going to have two reactions. He's either going to be indignant about it and just, I don't care, dude, and just keep going and literally plow right through.
Yep.
And maybe even wave a middle finger at you if you're going to stare him down. Like, dude, this is what I'm doing. Or he's going to be sheepish and like, dude, I'm so sorry. I have to.
Yep.
I got to clear the street. I'm sorry.
And I think we all know. We all know. It's their job. And
I think it takes a while before you know.
It's for the communal good.
There's some years in there when you're shoveling snow for a while and that happens and you're pissed at the guy.
Yep.
And then it takes a while before you're like, all right, I understand.
But Doug, you ever do such a good job with your driveway, you stand back and you're like, damn, that looks good.
Yep.
Right? It's like cutting the
Damn
grass.
right I
Like,
do.
you're like, oh man, I did one time I went and got my wife. I go, you got to get out here.
You get
Look
done
at
with
this.
It.
Come take a look at this.
Now you take out like a push broom too to get the little straggler of the snow.
Oh, dude,
I don't need a shovel.
Yep.
I need to broom this out.
You better
now.
give all the snow on my driveway the last rites because you're gone, baby.
But I get to salt. I salted as well too, Doug. So I mean, I did the whole nine. I
I
salted
did not
the sidewalk,
salt this morning,
porch.
but it wasn't particularly slippery, so I felt safe doing that.
Well, make the kid do it.
Well, yeah, and that's a
why I have
possibility. Also, the kid will be shoveling Grandma and Grandpa's driveway.
You're damn right.
Which is a little bit more challenging.
Well, that is
it is a
not-
steep,
that is not
steep driveway.
It's
That
challenging.
was my job when I was a kid. So you're up, buddy.
Does gravity help at all with that?
No,
Oh, because it's steep.
no, it can help slide a car completely down that driveway.
Right, but not the snow doesn't do the same thing.
Anyway, all set. All right, so the big news: the Tigers do not get Alex Bregman. What best describes your personal feelings when you heard that news? What best describes your personal feelings when you heard the news that Alex Bregman was signing with the Boston Red Sox? We will get to that today at 10:16. Go over the details, talk about options, what might have gone wrong. Did it go wrong? All that. Straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. And right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. And that $150 in bonus bets, the workaround is to go find a heavy favorite, bet your $5 on them just to win outright, not cover a spread, just to win outright. Then you get your $150 in bonus bets to play with. Just go to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get in on the hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So Tigers don't get Alex Bregman. Third baseman signs with the Boston Red Sox. Does it leave a gaping hole with the Tigers? It doesn't leave a gaping hole. Would it have been an upgrade short term? I think it's pretty safe to say that it would have. The deal, a 3-year, $120 million deal, $40 million per year, although there's some deferred money in there. There's an opt-out after the first and second years of this contract where Bregman can choose to hit the free agent market again. It's being reported by multiple outlets that Detroit's offer was 6 years, $171.5 million. So longer term, less annually, $28.58 million, with one opt-out after 2 years. He would play under the contract for 25 and 26, and he could opt out and hit free agency again if he so chose. The other bidder was Chicago, 40 years, $120 million. So they were at $30 million a year with two opt-outs after year 2 and year 3. If you look at this, and Boston offered the most annually. Detroit offered the longest term. Chicago was right in the middle. What best describes your feelings when you heard the news?
I feel like I've gone through the stages of grief quickly on this one. I think initially it was disappointment. Yeah, I saw because the first number you see is the 3 years and 120, and with the opt-outs after each of the first 2 years, I mean that was pretty well reported right away. So the $40 million a year, I was like, okay, you can't compete with that. I'm sorry. I know that they even if they announced to everybody he'll take a shorter term deal, it would have made less sense for him to want to come to Detroit on a shorter term deal because you're going to want to put up the best numbers you can. And that's in Boston. You can do that in Boston because he's got a track record of doing it at Fenway Park and playing against the Red Sox there that he's done well.
And it is an easier park to hit in.
It
at
is
least for power.
Yeah, well, for doubles, for sure. For home runs, there's not a big difference between home runs. There is a difference. It's a slight difference. But for doubles, it's a massive difference. And when you're when you're a right-handed hitter and you could just spank it off that wall and get 2 bases, I mean, that's appealing for sure. And his OPS in his career at Fenway bears that out. So that makes sense because for him, he can go out and have 1 ball a year there with great numbers. Maybe even he does 2 if he's smart. If I were him, I'd do 2 and then hit free agency after putting up back-to-back pretty good years where you're likely to have an OPS north of 850. And if you don't, then you're on the downside of your career and you're done anyway. And then he can stay in for the contract. But if he does well, then after a couple of years, he's earned $80 million and he can hit the free agent market with numbers that he's just produced, and people will be all gaga about it again. He can sign a 4-year, $120 million contract at $30 million a year. And in the end, Scott Boras looks brilliant for getting him this contract and getting him the next contract. But from a Tigers perspective, I was disappointed right away because I wanted Alex Bregman. I thought he was a really good fit with this team. And I know there's a lot of people out there that say the ballpark is punitive. And in some ways it is, and in some ways it isn't. I think the reality is when you look at numbers at Comerica Park if you look at the Tigers' numbers, as a team, the team OPS was actually better at home than it was on the road last year. They hit 2 less home runs at Comerica Park than they did on the road. What that tells me is the Tigers don't have that type of hitter. So it's not so much the ballpark, it's the type of hitters you're bringing into the ballpark. Would Bregman have flourished here? I think it would have been fine here. I'm not saying he would have hit 30 home runs and go back to his days where he hit 40 by any means. But I think it was quite possible he could still hit north of 20 home runs with the Tigers and he would have been fine. But I thought because the Tigers made a really good offer, I applaud Scott Harris for making the offer, Chris Ilitch for greenlighting the offer of $170+ million for 6 years. That's a big-time commitment. And he chose to go elsewhere. That's fine. Wipe your hands clean. We got plan B, whatever that is. If it's move on to try to trade for Nolan Arenado, although I'm not as big on that, or if it's go with what you got and see what happens by the trade deadline. Maybe Chase Young figures things out to hit at the major league level, and he and Matt Vierling can do a fine job at third base. We'll see. And if they can't, then they're going to have to go shopping by the trade deadline.
All right, so circling back to the question, you were disappointed when you heard the news. I was relieved. And that trumped disappointment for me Because to me, Alex Bregman was the baseball equivalent of, this is going to be a weird analogy, but it applies and I think it helps. He was like somebody shooting up steroids. Short term, yeah, you look bigger and stronger. Long term, not good for you. And that's what it felt to me like the Alex Bregman contract was. So when Alex Bregman said no to a 6-year offer from Detroit, I was relieved because that was, I don't know how many years it was going to be. It felt like there was a high probability that there were going to be bad years on that contract where, like, if it's 4 years, if he's really good here for 2 years, that's great. But the last 4 years, you'd be spending over $100 million on a player that wasn't particularly good. Maybe it wouldn't have been 4 years. Maybe it had been 3 years, in which case you'd be spending over $75 million on a player that wasn't particularly good. I was never a fan of the 6-year contract, understanding he made them better at third base immediately. So I was more relieved, and it was part that, and it was part we don't have to do the stupid Bregman watch thing every single day and talk about it because people wanted to know, and there was really not much hard news out there. It was a waiting game, and quite frankly, it was getting uncomfortable, and I didn't want to even, part of me thought, he's notorious for slow starts. If he comes to Detroit and has a 6-year contract after waiting this long and alienating some people, which he had every right to wait as long as he did, but there's no question it alienated some people. I thought this had a better chance to be an uncomfortable beginning and maybe an uncomfortable time that he would have to play his way out of, which he might have been able to do. He might, but he is not known for fast starts. And so I guess my overwhelming, what won out was relief that he wasn't coming to Detroit. 248-539-9797. There's a lot to discuss, obviously, that we will get to coming up on this, like, now what? But let's get to your phone calls. We got a Stan in Shelby Township here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stan.
Hey, hi. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm with you. That I believe it's in our best interest not to have signed Bregman. I'm not a fan of long-term guaranteed contracts, but I think the bigger story is threefold. Scott Harris is neutered his critics because in the past because they didn't take Wyatt Langford, he now has 2 top 10 prospects that he got instead in McGonigal and Clark. 2, he has, the Jack Flaherty deal and the way it evolved. Going into the mid-season trading deadline, he was criticized by not maybe having the savvy of some older GMs and stuff. And then finally, they can't say he's cheap anymore. So for me, selfishly, I can just think about pure being happy about the Tigers and hearing, just talking baseball without getting into the politics of being a GM. What do you think?
Well, I think here's what's interesting about it, too, is that did the Tigers get worse?
No.
Nope.
They
haven't gotten worse. They've gotten better with the additions they've made in the offseason, and this was a team that beat Bregman's Houston Astros in Houston, by the way, and moved on to the divisional series and was within, a game of getting to the ALCS. And this team has added now by bringing in Gleyber Torres, by bringing in Jack Flaherty, and bringing in Alex Cobb and bringing in Kane Lee and some other players. This is a better team they have right now than what they did after the playoffs were done. And if they had Bregman, it'd be even better. But because they didn't add Bregman, it didn't get worse.
The one thing your boy Stan there brought up is think about this.
My boy.
Yeah. Ownership greenlighted $171.5 million commitment to try and win now. If this team is in a tight race come the trade deadline, they will have the financial commitment and the material in the organization to make a big move. Like, that's been green-lighted. So Scott Harris and ownership is committed to adding a veteran player. Maybe third base isn't a problem. Maybe it is. We don't know how things are going to change, and there's a lot of different directions this can go because they've got a lot of players that provide a lot of flexibility, and A.J. Hinch loves that, and we'll see how it plays itself out when we do get to the trade deadline. But the era of they won't spend money is probably over. They greenlighted a $171 million spend. They greenlighted the $30 million addition to this payroll, almost a $30 million addition to this payroll. They greenlighted that. Then, if the team goes out and justifies it, there's no reason to think that they won't greenlight it come the trade deadline.
There's that, but there's also, okay, they showed that they were willing to spend that money, but ultimately they didn't spend the money. So do they go out and spend the money now and shift over to Tarek Skubal and get him done?
They could.
Because I think that's the next thing that they're going to have to do.
I mean, he's got 2 years left. So It's not as if you can't spend the money on a contract at the trade deadline. I guess it depends which contract you're picking up, and then take care of Skubal after this season. I do not want to go into next year with Skubal not having a contract. But 248-539-9797. Kang, I want to get your 2 cents coming up. I also want to hear from the people. There's a lot of text coming in. When you heard the news, Bregman to Boston, what best describes your feelings in that moment? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, need a Valentine's Day idea? Looking good and feeling good while working out is important as the workout itself. What better way to promote a healthy lifestyle while looking good and showing respect for everyone than with Show Some gear for Valentine's Day. This week only, purchase anything and get a stylish, comfortable sports bra for free. Use the code ValentineRespect at checkout. Show Some athletic apparel, women's line. They have leggings, sports bras, and a limited edition fleece sweater. It's better than any workout gear out there. And because Show Some loves its customers, don't forget to use the code ValentineRespect at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Number of options on the table here for A.J. Hinch. Scott Harris, Tigers organization. What perhaps they may do now that Alex Bregman's going to Boston. We're asking you what was your feeling when you heard the news? Gator was disappointed. I was relieved. Kang, how did you feel?
My first thought was disappointment. I mean, let's just be honest. Position of need, good player, right-handed stick. He definitely would help you. He's a winner. It's got a good resume. So when I heard that the Tigers didn't get him after all this talk about what the Tigers should offer, what you feel comfortable, in the end he was going to make your team better for the next couple of years, and that's what I was looking at. But as the dust settles a little bit, I don't want a guy who doesn't want to be here, and that's in all of sports. I think you get into dangerous territory when you start signing guys who only came here for the money or only came here because they had no other option. That plays with the chemistry of the clubhouse, the locker room. It's not a good formula for building a good culture. And if we've learned anything from the Lions, building a good culture is so important for winning, for sustainability. And so if Bregman truly, and I don't know this, but if his heart wasn't in it for Detroit, I don't want him here, And we may take a hit at third base if it's Jace Young or Matt Vierling or whoever, but it might be a better thing long term. And so with that being said, after everything, like I said, settles, I was disappointed to start, but now that I've thought it through a little bit, we'll be okay, and other guys have to step up, but I don't want a guy who doesn't want to be here.
248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. What best characterizes your feeling when you heard the news that Alex Bregman is going to pass on the Tigers offer and take the Boston offer? Will writes in, genuinely feel the Tigers dodged a bullet. If you look at the trade market, you can flip some of these exciting prospects for a cheap and controllable third baseman. Please do not go out and trade for Nolan Arenado. Well, I don't think, Will, that we have to worry about that. Arenado has a no-trade clause, and he has said no to some places already that seem like he would probably be more inclined to go to than Detroit. But I'd have to go back and look up exactly what he said. But
it's also February 13th, and he hasn't signed with anybody. He hasn't been traded to anybody.
But
that may change.
Unnamed texter says, meh, disappointed that we didn't get him, but it's reassuring to know Harris and company will at least make a competitive offer. Yeah, nobody's saying that this wasn't competitive. They gave him the longest term, and it probably took that to get Detroit into the mix. Let's be clear. The Boston offer actually would have been great if you could have convinced him to come here on that deal.
A lot
3
of money,
years,
but
120. Yeah, a lot of money, but 3 years. Yes, please. Another one here. I hope the Tigers don't panic and throw the money earmarked for Bregman to an often injured Riley Green. If anything, Bregman's news should expedite an extension for Skubal. Well, here's my question. Do you think that they were taking Skubal money to spend it on Bregman? The money that they had budgeted for Skubal? Or were they thinking, we're going to get Bregman and we still have a budget for Skubal?
I think that it's weird because if they'd committed the money, they obviously had committed money for Bregman. I'm not sure what that would have meant for Skubal if Bregman had agreed to the contract with the Tigers. Other than the Tigers would have let the contract play out for 2 years, and then I think at that point Javi's contract comes off the books or close to it, that then they can engage in talks, but that may have priced them out of Skubal.
I would hope that they were still planning on signing Skubal even when they were bidding on Bregman.
I would hope so, but I'm not sure.
But once the Javi contract does drop off, and if you just say that money's going directly to Skubal, because you're basically getting nothing out of Javi to begin with. 248-539-9797. What best characterizes your feelings when you got the news that Alex Bregman was not signing with Detroit? I am neutral on not getting Bregman. I say let Jace have a chance at third. That's from Jeff in a truck. Well, there's a lot that they can do at third, and we'll get to that coming up today at 1048. Unnamed texter. Well, screw this guy was my personal reaction after seeing what Bregman signed for and what the Tigers offered. Does he become like the not public enemy number one necessarily, but like if he steps to the plate at Comerica Park, is it just showered with booze?
Absolutely. He'll get destroyed by the Comerica Park crowd. Yeah.
Screw you, man. If you thought all along he didn't want to come to Detroit, this doesn't do anything to change those feelings. That's for sure.
No, I think Kang will be leading the way.
You want to know what's crazy?
Boo this man.
If Boston's in a tight chase and playing like games they need to win, you know who the Tigers' final series of the year is against?
Is it Boston?
It's Boston.
That's fantastic.
So that could be a little subplot if these are meaningful games. Now, those games are in Boston. But I don't know if they're not meaningful in any way for Detroit. If Detroit's playoff spot is already clinched, if we already know that they've won the division. That's what I'm going to go with for now. But Boston needs to win, and Bregman steps to the plate in a must-have-it situation. I really that's something that could happen. Boston-Detroit wraps up the regular season.
Well, I'm not sure Boston's a playoff team.
I'm not sure
they weren't last year.
I know.
And, I mean, obviously they add Bregman, which helps them out, but doesn't make their pitching better.
No, I mean, look, there's
that division is tough.
How does he adapt to second base? Can he play a reasonable second base? Because one of the things that when we get into what are the options, I am not a fan of putting a Butcher at third because he's got a bat. I'm not a fan of putting a Butcher anywhere in the field in your everyday lineup just to get a bat in the lineup. There are going to be guys that play because they have a bat and that is their skill. But as far as in an everyday lineup sense, I would lean towards whoever is most adept at playing third base over who's got the best bat. And right now, who is that? Is it Vierling? Is it Vierling better than Jace Young, who has a bad reputation as a third baseman, or developing? Maybe he's developing is a kind way to put it.
Right, he's still young. I mean,
we hope.
Literally young. See what I did there?
I do.
Right.
Are you proud?
It just happened, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just flows.
It's natural ability, Doug.
Yeah. Anyway.
God-given quality.
So here's another one from Rick. My reaction to not getting Bregman. Bregman is dead to me. The Tigers offered him what he wanted, and he spit on it. Well, that's a very negative way to look at it.
He's not dead to me. Like, I don't hate the guy. I think he made a decision that was best for him.
I think he made a smart decision.
But as a fan, I don't, like I said, I go back to, like, if your heart's not in it, I don't think you're going to be productive.
As a fan, F this guy.
Yeah.
Right? But
he's dead to you, Gator.
Yeah, I mean, as a fan, yeah. But if I'm taking a step back and being objective about it and saying what would be best for Alex Bregman, I think this is brilliant for Alex Bregman. $40 million a year is what he just got. And ball's in his court. You want to come back and do it again next year? It's up to you. You want to come back and do it again for a third year? That's up to you. And if he puts up the numbers that he's been able to put up at Fenway, then when that contract is done, he's going to have legitimate 3 or 4 year offers for north of $30 million a year. And in the end, think about that. How much money that's going to get him. If you get a 3-year offer for $90 million a year at the end of this contract, you just got your 6-year, $200 million deal that you wanted in the first place.
I am more comfortable in predicting that Alex Bregman will make less than $171.5 million the rest of his career than I am thinking he'll make more than that.
Okay.
I think he plays all 3 years in Boston, and he becomes a free agent again. And barring him going out and having getting in the MVP race, and I think he will sign another contract after that. And I am more comfortable that he will make less than he would have if he'd taken the Detroit money. Now, to be clear, one of the reasons why I won't be super hypercritical of him, because a little bit, I'm like you as a fan, screw this guy, but I do have some respect for when guys, and I don't know if you can say he took less money. He's taking more money short term.
Well, he's betting on
make
himself.
Long term, yes.
Doing. He's pulling a shirt.
But if you do something for things other than money, it's always somewhat refreshing in sports. But
well, the other thing with to his advantage, it's not just that he gets to play in Fenway, which is right-handed hitter friendly because of the wall that you hit a bunch of doubles off of. He's also playing a bunch of games every year at Baltimore. That's a hitter's friendly park. You're playing at Yankee Stadium, hitter friendly. You're playing at Tampa, kind of hitter friendly. And so does he have a better opportunity, not just at Fenway, but because of the division, to put up better numbers than he would in the Central? Even though he's done pretty well in his career in the Central.
Ron in Plainwell writes in, my Bregman analogy, you pursued a woman for 6 months, and yesterday she announced her engagement to someone else. Stop crying. Move on. Tom in Macomb says, I had the sense Bregman was buying his time and using Detroit's offer to leverage himself to another team. Not once did I feel like he was going to sign with Detroit. Also not sure his relationship with Hinch since the Houston fallout. Tom, I think they have a good relationship. At least
Hinch. He's got a relationship with Boston's manager too.
Yeah, but Hinch implied that. Connor and Romeo says, not mad about Bregman in Boston. Should be focusing on signing Skubal and other young players long term. Trust in the young studs. All right. So what does it mean for the Tigers at third base? As you know, they're 40-something days here away from actually playing a baseball game. Who will get that start at third base on opening day and beyond? We will get to that coming up today at 10:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $349 a month with no money down. This zero-down deal can be yours with a GM employee discount and current lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. They guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. If you missed the news, Alex Bregman has selected the Boston Red Sox on a 3-year, $120 million deal. With opt-outs after every year, there's some deferred money included. Detroit's offer was 6 years, $171.5. Very competitive. Longer term, not as much money. with one opt-out after 2 years. Chicago offered 4 years, 120 with opt-outs after year 2 and year 3. So right in the middle. And we're asking you what best describes your feelings when you heard this news for the first time. A big part of me is relieved, a bigger part than disappointed, although I have to admit it's both because I'm torn on the Bregman thing. Coming to Detroit meant a long-term offer. And in my mind, there would be regrettable years on the end of that contract. Key question is, how good would his good be? And when would the bad come? 2 years of really good for 4 years of bad. I would love the 2 years, and they'd have a great chance to win the next couple of years with him being really good. But 4 years of paying over $100 million for a declining player would suck. And I'm not ruling out that the decline hasn't already started, but we'll see on that. And in the meantime, now what for Detroit at third base? The top of the organizational food chain is what? Vierling, McKinstry, Ibanez, and Jace Young. These are all the guys that were at the big league level last year that played some third base. Vierling appears to be the leading candidate. He played 51 games at third base last year. He may have to play in the outfield a little bit, so that means they're going to obviously need somebody else. It's not going to be an everyday guy. Feels like it's most likely to be a platoon situation. But what are your thoughts on Vierling as an everyday third baseman?
Well, I don't think he's an everyday third baseman. I think it's always going to be a platoon situation with left-handed hitters and right-handed hitters. The four guys you mentioned, Young and McKinstry, both left-handed, and Vierling and Ibanez are right-handed. So you can split it up however you want. I would imagine that Vierling is probably the guy that gets a bunch of starts, but with more right-handed pitching than left-handed pitching, I mean, that's not Chase Young is going to have every opportunity to go out there and prove it and go get it. Now, if Chase Young doesn't hit in spring training, then he's out of the mix, right? Because you imagine he would start at AAA and prove yourself there, and then maybe you get a callback. You would get a callback if you prove yourself, but nothing's handed to anybody at this point. You still have to earn it over the next 5-6 weeks before the season starts. You got to make the opening day roster in order to play on opening day.
I would imagine that Vierling, who really turned himself into a heck of a useful player. When they got him, there was talk that you're really going to like this guy. He helps you win games, and certainly playing all the positions in the outfield and playing adequate third base. But he hit 16 home runs last year. As far as Jace Young's concerned, his defense is the concern there, and he's going to have to show. I would want him to show major improvement before he got a lot of run there. Ibanez is just. He murders left-handed pitching.
He's awesome against left-handed.
It's amazing. His OPS against left-handers is 802. His OPS against right-handers, his OPS against lefties is 802. Yeah, his OPS against righties is 407.
It's quite a disparity.
Yes.
Don't play him against right-handed pitching.
And so, he can play that position a little bit. I don't think they're going to go outside the organization, although it's amazing how much Scott Harris talks about trade possibilities. He brings it up so much. Makes me feel like he's always over here poking around, seeing what he can find, and that he's got some things on the hopper that he can pull off. But maybe it depends on how spring training goes. And depending on how spring training goes includes, is Kerry Carpenter healthy enough to play right field? Because if he's not, then and you want to DH him more, then you're putting Vierling out in right a lot more. Mm-hmm. And Vierling will be out of the mix at third. But this is what A.J. Hinch loves to do. He loves to move the chess pieces around and put them at different spots.
Well, you like to have versatility. I think ultimately you just like to have great players. But if you don't have that all-star lineup to put out there, then you have to craft it a different way, which is what they did last year, clearly.
There are other guys that could force the issue here a little bit. Does Wenzel Perez play so well that they have to find him more at-bats and more innings in the field? Justin Henry Malloy, same thing. Is he going to be at first base? Is he going to be at outfield? He's working at first base today. Hao-Yu Lee, kind of a forgotten man. Does he force the hand and say, I'm still here and I can place an infield spot, and that could change some things around?
But has he played AAA yet? He got hurt last year. I think it was a AA where he got hurt.
Yes, he got hurt.
He's someone who can ascend quickly if he continues, because he's hit very well in the minor league system.
He's still only 21. I'm sorry. He played last year at 21. When does he turn 22? Turned 22 10 days ago. All right, so anyway.
Well, how about this? Would they ever consider, let's say he's hit. I mean, I guess if he's hitting, he stays at short. But Javi Baez, is that an option?
It's a good question.
Probably not, because if he's going to hit, then you play him at short.
AJ Hinch made zero commitment to anything Baez related this morning when he was on the morning show because he's like, first thing, we just got to see if he's healthy.
Yeah,
we just got to see if he's healthy. If he's healthy, then we start looking at all right, what potential role can you play? And at this point, like I know that the common belief amongst people when they hear the name is cut him.
Right.
The problem is they're going to be paying him, and unless he's taking up the roster spot of a player that absolutely can help them, that they're willing to eat almost $100 million or whatever it is he's owed, they're going to try to squeeze anything out of this resource that they're going to be paying anyway. Could they repurpose him as a third baseman? If nothing else is working, that might get a look. Hao-Yu Lee did play some third last year at Erie before he got hurt. So, but my guess is that Kerry Carpenter's healthier and will play a lot of right field, and Vierling will bounce back and forth. But if I had to guess right now, I guess that Vierling becomes the guy that gets the most innings at third.
I think Carpenter's going to get a lot of work at DH, frankly. So it's that extra outfield spot's the interesting one because of Malloy and Perez. I think that Matt Vierling showed that he can play at the major league level. I mean, he was above average. So finding him at bats and finding him a spot, there's nothing wrong with doing that. And because he can split at third in the outfield, go ahead, and he's a good outfielder. I don't mind that. But it's the other guys in competition for the other outfield spot that I'm like, okay. I mean, you've got the DH spot that's there to use, but I think they do plan on using that a lot with Carpenter. It's the other guys, Malloy and Perez. Where do they go?
All right, here we go. Feedback coming in. I was pissed not getting Bregman. We need a bat. I can't take you seriously running out Javi and Torkelson this season. If those guys are in the lineup at the same time at 6 outs a game. Javi and Torkelson got to prove that they're worthy of being here.
This is a massive spring for Spencer Torkelson. If I had to bet right now, I'd say he's not a Tiger on opening day, that he gets moved.
Who's that?
Torkelson.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Next text. Is Doug psychic? Because apparently was doomed to fail before he even got here. Boston thought he was clearly good enough. All I hear is Doug afraid to make a signing because of fear of failure. The Tigers, as they sit, are not good enough to win a World Series. You're not going to win without better players. I will bet, and I'm betting, nothing in particular, but come trade deadline, I will bet there'll be accessibility to a better player than Alex Bregman and a younger player than Alex Bregman. And you don't have to be locked into any position like you would be with Alex Bregman. You have flexibility of identifying a player of need. That's where I'd rather spend the money, personally. Now, I brought this up. The whole back and forth with getting Alex Bregman is there was accessibility to him now. As much as there wasn't accessibility to Juan Soto, for instance. This offseason, the Tigers weren't going to get Juan Soto. Who could they get? Well, they could have got this guy. That's what made it attractive. But in a trade scenario, I kind of like having the flexibility of not having spent this money on Alex Bregman. I have concerns about where Bregman is in his career. Am I psychic? No, I'm not. But that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to be worried about it. And I was worried about it beforehand.
But I'll throw a name out there as somebody who could be available at the trade deadline, and that's Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Could be.
Who's young, who's dynamic, and I can't imagine Toronto wants him to hit the free agent market. Toronto would want to re-sign him, but if he's looking elsewhere, they got to get something before he just leaves for nothing, and that would make the Tigers have a lot to offer. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so, I mean that's
I'm not
exactly
saying that trade's going to happen, but that's just one player. That's one example of a player who could be available at the trade deadline. And at that point, it's about what assets do you have. instead of who's the highest bidder.
Every move comes with the risk of failure. It's up to each individual, and that's why we're asking you as to what, how much risk are you willing to take, or how much do you think that this has a risk of failure? Everybody has their own tolerances what they'll put up with or what they don't think is worth it. I like the flexibility. I love now that there was a commitment to spend $171.5 million on a player that has been green lighted once. I don't know why it wouldn't be green lighted again for another player. I'm actually glad that Bregman didn't take the Tigers offer, writes Jim. But I'm also disappointed that the reason he didn't take it was most likely Comerica Park, because that means other potential players probably feel the same way. AC in Monroe says, I am more disappointed in the Cobb signing than I am in losing out on Bregman. I don't believe he had any intention of ever coming here. I think our offer was used as leverage. Quite possibly. 248-539-9797. Hey, we got another edition of Who's on Top coming up today at 12:30. Stay tuned for that. In the meantime, top 10 NFL free agent. A list of top 10 NFL free agents and a prediction of where they might end up. One predicted to come to Detroit. We'll tell you who it is today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Alex Bregman signs with the Boston Red Sox. What best characterizes your feelings when you hear that news? And you know, more than one thing can be true. I said if I had to really characterize it, it was relief. Relief that we don't have to continue to talk about a story where there's no new news, but also relief that they won't be making a long-term financial commitment to a player that I have some doubts of whether or not he'd be worth it, although 100% he would make next year's team better, this coming season's team better, and so it was kind of a balance. Short-term deal would have been great. He took a short-term deal in Boston and has opt-outs after every year. It felt like the long-term offer Detroit made is what made Detroit a player in this. But there is great news in all this, and that is green lighting of $171 million spend on a player means that they could green light that on other players and other resources and other guys in the organization that could be shored up as well. I would have to think that having this money, there's no cap, but there's a budget. Having this money to spend come the trade deadline is going to be, and with all the resources and the depth they have in the organization and the coveted prospects, they become a prime team to buy. As long as their play justifies it. Now they just need to go out and justify it.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about all the time how important it is to have young players on your roster because they don't eat up a whole ton of salary.
Yep.
I feel like within 3 years, this team is going to be littered again with younger players as they're ready to matriculate to the majors. And it will allow them to spend big on a few big-time players because they'll have the guys like, well, Cole Keith's already signed long-term, and that Max Clark could be ready to go in 3 years, and McGonigal ready to go in 3 years, and we'll see where they with Lorenzo and Jose Briseño or any of these young players that they have that are really, really coveted at this point.
But you've got things like the Bryce Rayner kid and McGonigal, both shortstops. Did one of them get moved in a trade deadline deal? It feels to me like there's a bit of repetitiveness with Briseño and Lorenzo. If Lorenzo's truly a catcher, he might be a first baseman. And if they decide he's a first baseman, maybe they move on from one of them.
Yeah, Lorenzo looks like he's more of a catcher than,
I hope so.
Briseño is a first baseman DH type.
Yeah, if Lorenzo is truly a catcher and not a first baseman, then that doesn't mean there'll be repetition there. But you could see how they can get into their depth a little bit, move a guy, and get a useful player at the trade deadline. And there'll be accessibility to more than just like one really good player.
Yeah.
One would imagine. And that's why I'm kind of excited about this news. We got ownership and a president that have made the commitment to spending the money. They'd already made one commitment, so there's no reason to believe they wouldn't make another. Again, as long as the team's got to go out and justify it. All right, Gator. Final list, top 10 NFL free agents and predictions on where they would land. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
One of them lands in Detroit. We'll work our way through these, though. T. Higgins, wide receiver, prediction, L.A. Chargers. Offensive guard, Trey Smith, prediction, Chicago Bears. Wide receiver, Chris Godwin, prediction, Jacksonville Jaguars. Safety, Javon Holland, prediction, Buffalo Bills. Wide receiver, Stephon Diggs, prediction, Houston Texans. Quarterback, Sam Darnold, prediction, Las Vegas Raiders. Running back Aaron Jones, prediction, Denver Broncos. Quarterback Russell Wilson, prediction, Pittsburgh Steelers. Cornerback Carlton Davis, prediction, New York Jets. That's 9 of these guys. So, who's coming to Detroit according to this prediction? Cornerback DJ Reed was with the Jets last year. And here's what is written in this USA Today article by Nick Birkenhoff.
So they describe him as the 10th best free agent available.
No, I just worked my way. I saved him till the end.
Thank you.
Yeah. And look, I don't know that all these guys I would consider top 10 free agents, but here's what he writes. Reed has been in the shadows of Sauce Gardner the last few seasons, but the cornerback had been a star for the Jets during his time there. He was ready to move on after a frustrating season. Reed told Tyler Dunn of Go Long, with the Jets eager to build a new culture under head coach Aaron Glenn, he's essentially guaranteed to suit up for a different team next season. The cornerback could instead land with Glenn's former employer, who'll be on the hunt for some secondary help this offseason. Injuries derailed the unit at the end of the season, opening the door for Reed to pair with Terran Arnold. Carlton Davis had a great season in the Motor City, but could move on with Glenn leaving town. Okay, so last year, this guy will turn 29 during the season. Last year, the top corners that signed free agent deals, the biggest deals went to Chidobe Awuzie, who went from Cincinnati to Tennessee on a 3-year, $36 million deal at 28. And Kenny Moore, who stayed in Indy on a 3-year, $30 million deal at 28. I think that this is the kind of money that you could get a deal for a player like this done. If it's in the same ballpark, $12 million, $10 million. I mean, didn't Carlton Davis just finish a 1-year, $14 million deal? Is that what it was?
It wasn't a deal. They traded for him.
But I think he was on the contract is what I mean.
Yes,
he just finished
I
on a
think it was
1 year.
14.
They paid
Yeah.
$14 million on the player. But let me just double check that and make sure what they were paying him at his annual salary. How would you feel about this?
I don't know. I don't really know a ton about DJ Reed other than looking at it statistically. And the thing that jumps out at me is that he's 5'9", and playing corner in the NFL 5'9" is tough. And if he's done well at that, okay. Is he a slot corner? Is he a true corner? He's missed 5 games over the last 2 years. It's just going to happen. He's getting closer to that 30-year age that you get a little concerned about. I don't know if I'd be thrilled with this for that kind of money. I mean, knowing what Brad Holmes has done with his signings, I wouldn't imagine this would be a multi-year deal, that this would be something like a 1-year deal.
Yeah, it's kind of his pattern is lock up the players that you've drafted long term, and free agents just fill in the gaps.
I mean, I'd be more interested in, and what's interesting is you said this guy is Carlton Davis going to the Jets.
Yep.
Okay, so then I guess that you're assuming, not you, but the author is assuming that Carlton Davis is going to go for money, because the Jets are a horrible team. They're a horrible franchise. Yes, it's going to play for Aaron Glenn, which is good, and they could be coming back, but I still think the Jets are a couple years away. Would Carlton Davis want to stay with Detroit? Is this where that fabled hometown discount comes? Does he want to stay here, run it back here for a couple years at $14 a year?
So here's what ESPN says about DJ Reed. They have him ranked as the 4th best corner available. Reed is a highly competitive coverage corner with press man traits and the transition speed to break on the throw. More of a ball disruptor than playmaker over his career. He has 40 pass breakups compared to 6 interceptions. Reed should be viewed as a scheme-versatile corner who can fit in multiple NFL systems. And Jeremy Fowler says, several teams we polled agree Reed is the top corner in free agency. Roughly 10 teams have a glaring need at that position. You know, I think you're right about what Brad Holmes wants. Will the player sign? I don't know whether it's hometown discount or winning team discount, right? I mean, does DJ Reed, who spent his last 3 seasons with the Jets, want to go for a Super Bowl? But the same applies to Carlton Davis. Does he want to play for a Super Bowl?
Yeah, or do they want to play for a longer-term contract, get some security? Because they're at that point in their careers, they got to start. I'd think about that. That might be more important to me than anything else.
And then there's the Aaron Glenn factor. How did Aaron Glenn feel about Carlton Davis? And is that a feeling mutual? And do they just become locked, connected at the hip there? 248-539-9797. You want to get in on that? Would you be in favor of DJ Reed? Would you try and bring back Carlton Davis? USA Today predicting that DJ Reed will land in Detroit. Also, the Bregman story still out there. He indeed is not coming to Detroit. What best characterizes your feelings when you hear that news? Disappointed, relief, meh. My favorite one was meh so far. Incredible highlight last night in the Piston game I want to talk about. Actually, there are a few of them. We'll get to those before the hour is done. Also, Gator saw someone last night that, well, he didn't see him personally, saw him on TV. He said, that man, when you met him in person or saw him in person, you were starstruck.
Yep.
We'll get to that today at 11:18. Want to have a healthier new year? Start by giving your family the best water available just by contacting CGC Water. This month, save $500 on a Kinetico Premier Softener and get a free Kinex salt monitor with purchase. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, You are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can also take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off on any water heater from CGC Water. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. Our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Coming up a little bit later, A.J. Hinch joined the morning show. We'll play the best of what he had to say. So, Tigers, well, they got a lot to sort out this spring training, like what their lineups are going to look like against righties and lefties. There's a huge degree of flexibility. And as A.J. Hinch said in an update, you might have heard a lot of times to figure out how the puzzle pieces are going to fit together. But a lot of players with a lot of position flexibility that we'll see how it shakes out at third base. And I like the idea of them taking a huge budget potentially to the trade deadline. Could be fun. Could be fun. Hopefully the team justifies being a buyer. In the meantime, did you watch the Four Nations thing last night?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I watched the pregame stuff, saw the national anthems, and watched a lot of the game. I watched a lot of Pistons game too. So I took maybe a period and a half off of the hockey. I saw Canada got up to a 2-0 lead, and then when I came back to it, I think it was 3-2 Canada, and then I watched Sweden tie it up, go to overtime, and that 3-on-3 overtime was great.
Yeah. But it was during the pregame you saw somebody that you were starstruck when you were in this person's presence?
Yeah. So before the game, the four nations are out there, and they wanted to bring back a legend from those four nations to come represent the country while also introducing the captains of those four teams.
Yeah.
So I was curious what they were going to do with Sweden to see if Lidstrom was going to be there or not. I didn't read anything ahead of time. Maybe this is already common knowledge, but it was Daniel Alfredsson, and then for Finland, it was Teemu Selanne, and I love Teemu Selanne. Back when I was reporting for the station and covering the Red Wings on a daily basis, Teemu was one of the coolest guys ever. Just really, really friendly, really nice, took his time. He was great. Mike Richter for the United States was announced, and to my surprise, he wasn't booed. Okay. Then they announced Austin Matthews, the captain of the American team, who was booed mercilessly because this was being played in Montreal, and obviously the Montreal-Toronto rivalry.
Yep.
But when they introduced the legend from Team Canada, and it was Mario Lemieux.
Yep.
And from Quebec, the province of Quebec, and the crowd went nuts for him. Standing O, heroes welcome, the whole bit. And I had chills down my spine a little bit. Mario Lemieux is the guy that when I saw in the elevator at the Joe Louis Arena back in 2009, I think it was, when we're getting ready to go up towards the press box.
I was with you.
Or at least up to the suite level. And we get into the elevator, and there's like 5 of us in the elevator. And Mario Lemieux is one of them. And here he is, 6'4", Mario Lemieux. I was starstruck. And I did not expect myself to have that reaction to seeing Mario Lemieux. You know, to this point, I'd been around a bunch of Hall of Fame type players in all sports. Why Mario affected me, I'm not sure, but he did. I was like, oh, it's Mario. I kind of elbowed him like, Mario Lemieux right there, you know? It was awesome. So to see him again last night, it's like, wow, okay, I get it. There's a rivalry, Pittsburgh, Detroit, but Mario was not a player in those rivalries. So I can absolutely positively respect the player and the great player that he was and what he had gone through. I mean, I know people forget the guy took a year off because he had cancer.
Right.
Came back and was the best player in the NHL still. I mean, this is a guy who played in the Gretzky era and was putting up crazy numbers like Wayne Gretzky did. And if he had been able to stay healthy, who knows? But he still goes down as one of the probably top 5 NHL players of all time. So in his presence, I was starstruck.
Happened once with me where I interviewed somebody on the sidelines at a Michigan game and noticed that my hand was shaking a little bit. And I'm like, don't. Like, this is pathetic. Because that's not well hidden when you're interviewing somebody.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, my God.
Remember when?
Yeah, I was totally fanboying out. It was Derek Jeter.
Oh.
Yeah, Derek Jeter was at the 2006 Michigan-Ohio State game. That was my first year on the sidelines. That was undefeated, number 1 versus number 2 down in Columbus. And he was on the Michigan sideline, and I fired off 2-3 questions for him between plays. And I'm amazed. Like that, you know, there's no producer down there. I mean, it's just me. So I have to go up. Derek, can we get a few questions for Michigan radio? Because I knew he was a big Michigan guy. But I was still a bit starstruck.
Yeah, I can understand it.
Yep. So, and it's amazing though. Like my buddy, I always told the story about my buddy Tom in the press box at
with Brent Musburger.
Yeah, with Brent Musburger, where I was like, okay, look, we've got 2 credentials. You're gonna hold the camera for me after the game. We're gonna do some stuff. So usually this
was at Spartan Stadium.
Yeah,
right?
it was at Spartan Stadium. Usually I was the shooter. And we had a reporter there was no reporter that day, so I brought the camera, and Tom was going to, hold it for me later when I was shooting stand-ups and stuff. But I had to tell him, in the press box, you're going to see people you know and recognize. You can't fanboy out. Please do not. Do not. You cannot. You just have to act normal. You're going to see somebody. You're going to be all excited, but just, keep it inside. And where did it happen? It happened in the men's room when there were 3 stalls in the old
That was such a terrible.
It was a
facility.
tiny little press box bathroom, 3 stalls, packed in tight. And Tom and I walk in. I go to the far left, and he goes to the far right.
He's in the urinals, yeah.
Yeah, the urinals, and there's the one open in the middle. And Brent Musburger walks in and gets into the middle urinal, and Tom looks at him and yells, "Brent!" And then remembers and says, "I'm good." And finishes what he's doing. So what Brent got was somebody he'd never met before yelling at him, "Brent, I'm good." And I was like, well handled, Tom. Well handled.
Way to control it.
Yep.
But he was able to put the genie back in the bottle. It was impressive.
I guess. I mean, I doubt Musburger remembers it, but he must have been like, what the hell was that? Kang, you ever starstruck? You get to card shows and stuff, so I don't know if there's people there that.
Not at card shows, unless you're an 84 Tiger fan.
What about what about you? I know you've been to games.
No, like first of all, I have been starstruck, and secondly, I've said dumb things to people I've met all the time. Like, remember the Lisa Leslie story last year?
Yeah, what did you say to her?
I ran to her at a nice mall in Florida because we were on vacation, and I worked up the courage to ask her for a picture with her and my nephew, and I turned around. I didn't know. I thought we should say something at this point. Right, the picture's been taken, and I turned around and said, "Hall of Fame career, huh?" Like it was the only thing I could think of. It was terrible, right? Remember?
Hall of Fame career, huh?
Because I think she just got inducted. I can't remember. It was whatever. It was just, and she just looked at me and was like, "Yeah," and she left. It's like,
that's great. I got this approval from this young man for my career accolades. Thank you, young man.
So that's like my Brent Musburger moment. That one's just saying something dumb.
Oh, that's great.
The one time I was starstruck was Kobe Bryant's last game at the Palace. I made sure to go cover that game, and when I was starstruck was at the post game. He was going to come out to the media and everything because it was a farewell tour. Everyone knew it was his last year. And I was like, I'm going to ask him a question. I got to ask Kobe Bryant a question. And I pulled out my phone. I had taped everything for sound and whatnot. And I asked Kobe a question about the Piston fans and, just the battles all the years with the Lakers and things like that. And so that was when I was like, dude, I got to ask Kobe a question.
Are you shaky the whole bit?
I don't remember. I blacked out. No, I was kidding. No, but when you're about to say something or ask a question, I did kind of feel the heart racing a little bit. But because I've asked other athletes questions all the time before, but this was, I don't know, it felt different.
I understand. That's Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, I still have it pinned to my Instagram,
Kobe
that
Bryant,
video.
yeah.
So actually.
All right. When were you ever starstruck? Gator? For Gator, it was Mario Lemieux. For me, it was Derek Jeter. For Kang, Kobe Bryant, and a great Lisa Leslie story. 248.
By the way, 3 pretty good names to bring up.
Yeah, you're right.
That's not a bad
Mario
trifecta.
Lemieux, Derek Jeter, and Kobe Bryant, sure. You know what's funny is just telling these stories to give me sweaty palms.
Yeah, right,
I'm starting to have the same physical reaction. I don't know why. When were you ever starstruck by somebody? 248-539-9797. Lots to talk about in last night's Piston game. We'll get to that at 11:48. 97.1, the ticket.
Wow, well, we got dumped with a lot of snow. More to come next week. The temperatures are absolutely going to be frigid, so make sure that your house is warm because obviously that's important to you. Well, lucky for you, the red, white, and blue trucks, they're everywhere. They belong to the expert technicians over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm this winter. But you don't just take my word for it. You can go ahead and check them out for yourself. They've got A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They got a ton of 5-star reviews on Google. They've come out to my house a couple of times and really helped me out. And I know at this time of the year, it can be really stressful, particularly your furnace isn't working or you're concerned about your pipes bursting because it gets so cold. So whether it's your furnace or a water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Get to some Piston stuff coming up in 18 minutes. 248-539-9797. Nick, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing great, Nick.
All right.
My starstruck moment this past October, I was doing an election event at Cass Tech during the day of the Lions-Titans game.
Yeah.
And the headline speaker of the day was Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, wow.
So I'm standing back there, and he walks in with the person from the campaign, and I looked at him, and I went back to 1989 high school, like looking at him going, oh, wow, that's Isaiah Thomas.
You totally fanboyed out, huh?
The only thing I'd say saving grace was after being incredibly that nervous, stuttering person and standing there in front of him, I calmed down a little bit and got to have like a 10-minute conversation with him about his time in Detroit.
No way.
And basketball in general, and it was like one of the coolest moments after, of course, being a giant embarrassment.
So he had 10 minutes to kill, or he dedicated that time to you?
When he was there well before he got there before the event started, and they had 4 speakers that went up on the stage to rally the voters before he went up, and I just sat there getting to chat with him. It was
awesome. Really cool.
Really, yes.
You know, that's the kind of thing that people would bid on, like big time money, and you got to do it. That's really, really cool. And good for you for rallying and getting your crap together, Nick, to be able to hold a conversation.
Nice.
Was there any story he told or anything that really stood out?
I asked him a question about when they opened the Palace. I built stages for a living, and I asked him a question about if the rumor was true when they built the Palace, if they actually did have the people come in from the local unions, and Davison basically said, all right, thank you all for coming. You're never coming into my building. Have a nice day. Please leave. And I asked Isaiah if he ever heard anything like that. He goes, the entire team heard about it. It was amazing.
Weird. Okay. 248-539-9797. Thomas is next. Hi, Thomas.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Okay.
Hey, so my starstruck moment was this past June. My wife and I had our first-year anniversary, and we went to the Earl in downtown Ann Arbor. And, we sit down and having a couple drinks and stuff, and I look up. I'm like, who? I know that lady. And I was talking to my wife and everything. I'm like, I think that's Sheila Ford Hamp. I'm like, look, is that her? And sure enough, we're hearing her and her husband and a couple of her friends talk, like, oh, yeah, it was really good season and stuff. And then that's when I knew. I was like, oh, my gosh, that's Sheila Ford Hamp. And so my hands are sweating. I'm getting nervous and stuff because I wanted to say, thank you and everything for what you've done for Detroit and everything. And we were at the 2 playoff games, actually. So, and when we were walking out, I was able to get enough courage to say thank you and everything. And she was nothing but nice and just outgoing and everything. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Good for you. Well, good for you for taking advantage of that to say thank you because she deserves it. Let's go to Rob next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Oh, not much. Starstruck moment. 31 years and 2 days ago, as a matter of fact, my wife and I were in a hospital and getting ready to have our first child. And Kirk Gibson was there they were about ready to have his 4th. And my wife and I were in our room and I looked out, the door and walking by us, Kirk Gibson and his wife. And of course, I'm not thinking, oh, she might be in mid-contraction or anything. I look over and I see him and hey, you're Kirk Gibson. He's like, yeah. Good luck on your baby. And he was totally cool. I mean, he said, thank you so much, and they continued on. And yes, she was, if I remember the way it seemed, she was definitely in mid-contraction. He stepped out and then went into the waiting room and spent about 15 minutes with my father-in-law. Cool. He was a very cool guy. He, wished us good luck on our baby to my father-in-law and stuff like that. And yeah, it was interesting though, just looking by and seeing them, and it's why I had met him and Dave Rosema years and years ago, after they won the World Series, and before, I think it was before Rosema went down to Texas or whatever, and we were shooting skeet, and of course I was like 14 at the time, and these two guys, they were so stinking huge, to a teenage kid, but yeah.
I love the line, "Good luck with your baby." Yeah. I think that's a great line. And we had the pleasure of working with Gibby here at the station, and Gibby was starting to play hockey right around the time I was starting to play hockey. I'd played for a little bit longer, and he loved sharing stories about. He took a guy into the corner once. I couldn't believe this was happening. He was telling me about how the guy tried to rough him up, but how he leveraged him up against the boards. But instead of just telling me, Gibby had me like pinned up against the wall, and I'm just sitting there going, Kirk Gibson is currently literally got me pinned against a wall. He was also a big mountain biker too, which I am. So we shared some stories there, but that was awesome. And that's very, very cool. And I'm glad you had a good experience with him. I had nothing but great stories about Gibby.
Gibby's the best.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob next on 97 1 Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're great.
All right, Bob.
Hey, my starstruck moment was I was in the one of the lounges at the stadium. And
what stadium?
Sid Abel.
Oh.
It was the hockey town.
Okay.
Anyway, I was with one of my friends, and Sid Abel was there, and my friend introduced me to Sid Abel. And I looked at him, and it looked like somebody put out a fire on his face with an axe. And he just stunned me. And they actually invited me up to his suite. And I went, wow, this is, I was like speechless. You can't believe how somebody that great is that magnanimous.
What did you say about a fire in his face?
His face looks like somebody put out a fire on his face with an axe.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. With all the stitches and whatnot.
We're talking about this because Gator was watching the Four Nations thing last night, and they had Mario Lemieux being honored, and that was the one time that you were starstruck. It was we were in an elevator, and you were like, did you start to like physically, did you get sweaty palms?
Yeah, I mean, well, you were with me in the elevator. I kind of like knocking with my elbow, dude.
I was
just
far
got all
more.
excited.
What I remember about that is I was far more composed than you.
100%.
Yeah,
yeah, 100%.
But you've been around in locker rooms, and
I know, dude. I know. Like you mentioned with you, it's Derek Jeter. I'm like, I remember interviewing Jeter at spring training in 2006. And
yeah,
I was fine. But I get it. Yep. I totally understand it. The only other person I can remember being that way around, it was waiting outside the Red Wing locker room to get in there after a preseason game against the Rangers after 9/11.
Yeah. And
while the reporters are waiting out there, the other person who was waiting out there was Anna Kournikova. And she's directly across me, like 5 feet away from me. And I look up and I'm just like staring like, oh my God, this is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. And then she smiled at me. And I just, like Ken said earlier.
Yeah, she smiled at me too.
No, I literally blacked out. Like I think she could tell that I was enamored. And I just totally lost it.
What about Stone Cold Steve Austin? I thought you're a big wrestling guy.
Wasn't starstruck. No? It was awesome to have him in there. When he came into the studio with us, he spent, 20 minutes.
But you weren't starstruck.
No, it was just one of those things. That he was so cool and so calming just right away and friendly when he came in right after we just finished his segment. So now we have a whole commercial break to hang out with him before we do our segment on the show with him. And it was like 4 or 5 minutes. And he was so kind and friendly. And we were talking college football with him. He was great.
I, of course, was starstruck.
I know you were. That's why I didn't ask you, Doug. You couldn't even speak.
I couldn't even ask him a question other than,
who are you?
George is next on 97 1 Ticket. Hi, George.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Okay, I originally called in with a Tom Cruise story, but I got one better, so hang with me. I met Tom Cruise walking out of the shelter underneath St. Andrews Hall at 3 a.m. years ago. But as I'm sitting here on hold, I got one that tops everybody. So you guys remember the bar Jimmy Mac's?
No.
It was a hockey bar in Grosse Pointe Park.
No.
Anyways, me and a couple buddies went there. It was a blizzard. We had no idea there was a guest bartender for the night, and it was one and only Gordie Howe. and there was absolutely nobody in the bar because of the blizzard. I hung out and talked to Gordie Howe for 3 hours. It was the most incredible moment ever.
That's pretty great. I don't know if that's being starstruck if you got to talk to him for 3 hours and compose yourself.
Starstruck is
like you can't.
You don't even. You're like, are you Tom Cruise? That's getting to talk to him for 3 hours is.
You got over your fear and
yeah. Oh, well, good for you. Steve
Awesome.
McComb, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's
I got not much. So I got to go to an autograph signing with Steve Yzerman and Gordie Howe, and at the time Stevie Yzerman was like my idol. Gordie Howe was my dad's. And when we went to go get the autographs, they're both sitting together. Gordie Howe asked me, "What's your name, son?" And I told him Steve. And he looks at Steve Yzerman and taps him on the shoulder and says, "That's a sissy's name." My dad, I've never heard him laugh harder in my entire life.
That's awesome. All right, Pistons with a win last night. And there are a couple of plays in that game that were just wow. Just wow. We'll get to that today at 11:48. Next hour, another edition of Who's on Top, the best of what A.J. Hinch told the morning show before the show is done as well, including his thoughts on Bregman going to Boston. Hey, Detroit, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They're the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it up with all the satisfaction you want, and it's all guaranteed. Not happy? They'll come back between visits and make it right. Don't wait to head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So the Pistons win again last night. They win one game by 40, and the next night they come back with a 6.5-point favorite. The game started, and I got it at 5.5 after they were down 4-2 or 2-0 or 4-0 or whatever it was. And really kind of actually very surprised that that's what the point spread was, but then they went on and won by, 18?
Won by 18.
Yep. There were a couple of incredible highlights in that game. One was Cade's switch-handed dunk, where he goes up with his right hand. Okay, so that was
holy big giant clam.
Well done, Kang. You just had that on the ready. And then in the TV broadcast, they compared it to Jordan, who went up with the right hand, brought it back down, and laid it up with the left.
Oh, the unnecessary play he made in the finals?
Well, what was cool about that is he went up with the right hand and could have just put it in the basket, but then he unnecessarily brought it down and laid it up with the left hand. The most overrated highlight in the history of highlights.
Well, I'll give you one more, but I agree with you. I hate that highlight. What about the Jadeveon Clowney?
Oh, he went unblocked?
Yeah, where he's unblocked and blows up the player.
Yeah.
Wow, what a play. Well, I mean.
He was unblocked.
He really was unblocked.
And Vincent Smith was the running back?
Vincent Smith.
I think his helmet wasn't
even. The fact that his helmet popped off, it added to everything.
Yeah. Yeah, the Jordan play was completely unnecessary.
Yep. And Cade actually kind of needed to do it. It looked like I can't remember who did the flyby defensively, but he got the shot off cleaner and brought it back and dunked. The other was the alley-oop that they threw to Ausar Thompson, and he caught it in the air with one hand and played it back. Was it Duran that was on the finishing play?
Yep.
And there was some stuff last night. And as far as Ausar Thompson's concerned, is he starting to get his NBA sea legs here?
Well, 11 out of his last 13 games, he's been in double figures.
Mm-hmm.
He scored 19 last night, also hauled down, or also dished out, I should say, 7 assists with 5
rebounds. Many
rebounds.
of them spectacular. Like the kick out, again, I think they were like one-handed, where he barely hot potatoed the basketball to somebody else so quick that you barely knew he even had it. One was 3 to Tobias Harris. But anyway, sorry.
No, it just, you think about it, and this is a guy who's still he just turned 22, all right? So he's young.
Yep.
And just kind of getting an opportunity to play, and he looks like he's developing just fine. I'm not going to go too crazy because he's taking on the Bulls, and the Bulls are terrible.
The Bulls stink, and they've given up.
But to go 11 out of your last 13 games with double digits, and you're not the go-to guy. You're like the 4th, 5th, 6th option on the team, and yet you're the one who's contributing significantly. I think it speaks very well of him, and all at the same time that his twin brother is turning into quite the player in the NBA. I think there's a lot of promise and hope with this young man.
To answer your question, Doug, yes, I think he's getting his NBA sea legs. Like he started the year off, he had the medical issues, so he couldn't play with the team, right? And then when you come back, you're on minutes restrictions and you're easing into it. Now that he's actually getting like consistent minutes, and you look at his shooting percentage, they're really high because he's so damn athletic. He can dunk anything. He's always by the rim. When you guys talked to Tobias Harris to start the year, and you guys asked him, I think, who stands out or anything like that, he brought up Ausar Thompson, how athletic he is. And I thought he was athletic, but now that we get to see him more on a consistent basis, he's like ridiculously athletic.
Yeah, Ausar Thompson started the year playing 15 and a half minutes a game. That jumped up to 18 and a half minutes a game, jumped up to 22 minutes a game. And now in February, in whatever it's been 7 games, I think, 25 minutes a game. He's earning the minutes.
What's his shooting percentage in February? I bet it's pretty good.
Well, I don't know. If you think 69.5% is good.
There you go.
I mean, that's just wildly impressive what he has done. And all while averaging 14 and a half points a game in just the 25 minutes. This guy's getting it done, man.
He can defend. He can rebound. Now he's showing the ability to pass. Like his assist totals. I'm going to look back at his game log here.
Well, he's averaged 4.4 assists in the month.
Okay, how many did he average last month?
The month prior to that was 1.3.
Okay,
and then 1.1 before that.
Okay, so he's he's starting to see the floor. He's starting to understand his role, his teammates, all of that. Ausar Thompson is somebody that we should be pretty damn excited about on a team that is giving us a lot of reason to check in. Now, look, what are they? They're 3 above 500. We're at the All-Star break. They are, I had the standings right in front of me, but they're, 2 games out of a home court? Is that right? They trail Indiana by 2 games. Indiana's got the last home court spot in the playoffs. I got to tell you, a 4-5 Detroit-Indiana series, I would be stoked for that.
Well, that's definitely becoming a rival for the Pistons, which would be fun.
Yep.
They were so close. Indiana was getting killed last night, and then they stormed back and end up winning the game.
You don't say.
It was brutal because it would have been obviously a big full game swing, but it's not. But there's lots of rivalries just budding right now for the Pistons in this division, in this conference, and we're here for it.
I think the realistic goal of home court, the 4 seed, is something that this team can shoot for. But dude, is this the real Pistons? Like, they're playing at a .667 winning percentage. I think they're 19-10. They're almost winning 2 out of every 3 games since they bottomed out in early December. And if that's who they are, then hell, they may make a run at the Knicks.
Well, look, they've got some tough games
Knicks
coming.
Are the 3rd seed, by the way. That's why I said that. Go ahead.
When you get into the post All-Star break schedule, I think there's a couple easy games right off the bat, and then it gets tough.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go out west and take on a trio of tough teams. In addition, I think Boston's in there. But then there's also some easier games after that too. It's going to tell us a lot about who they are, because they need to show up against a team like Indiana. They need to show up against a team like Boston, and when they take on the Clippers, they've got 2 games against the Clippers after the All-Star break and within a couple weeks of each other. I mean, that's a pretty good team in the Western Conference, and they played Denver, and there's a lot happening for them that I think we'll get a pretty good idea of how good this team really is over the next 15 games.
A full All-Star game audit of where the Pistons are right now. JB Bickerstaff feels like Coach of the Year material. Cade Cunningham, worthy All-Star. Ausar Thompson, rising star in this league. And others fitting in nicely in all this, and they've lost what could be a critical piece, and that is Jaden Ivey. 248-539-9797. Coming up next hour, another edition of Who's on Top. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Mark in Detroit. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you guys doing? I wanted to say this. Nobody's mentioning this, but he's playing. If the Pistons finish 3 or 4, should Cade Cunningham be considered an MVP candidate, considering they were the worst team in the NBA last year and been the worst team to go from that to 3rd or 4th? And with Ivy out, I think he should be considered as an MVP candidate.
Well, he's put up great numbers. Yeah. There's no question about that.
I would say that Mark, I give you credit because you're the first to have said this. I think what you just described is why JB Bickerstaff is a strong Coach of the Year candidate. I don't think Cade would get MVP consideration.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. JB Bickerstaff has done an outstanding job, and I'm gonna tell you what really helped him out. Them bringing, Troy Weaver, he must not have a brain. He must be a lame brain, because the veterans that he brought in, Trajan Langdon, was genius. And Beasley, I knew he was good, but I didn't know he was. We have got to keep him.
Yeah, I think they'll keep him. I think they'll hang on to him. I think it's clear he wants to be here. And
I knew he was good, but I didn't know he was that good. He's a good player.
Well, they've done some really, really good things this offseason, and the pieces fit together well. They're getting full buy-in and contribution. And look, becoming a playoff team makes you more viable in the offseason for a lot of additions. It also makes it way more viable that your young stars like it here and will stay here.
I love what Cade's doing. I mean, he threatens to have a triple-double every time he's on the court. He's had a bunch of them this year. As good as he's been, Nikola Jokic has actually averaged a triple-double this year.
Yeah.
So I love the MVP talk. I think it's way premature, but just the fact of what the team has done from one year to the next, it's not all Cade, but a lot of it is Cade. It's a lot of his development.
Mark, to his credit, did what a lot of us do. He just did it publicly, and that is be the first to claim something, so you can. It gives you a lot of cachet with your friends when you're the first to bring something up, and then you turn out to be right. That is currency amongst guys.
It is.
So, if somehow, some way, Cade gets on the radar, I'm sure we will remember this call back in early February. I doubt he will, but I'm sure we'll remember this call. Hey, download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for a chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. You could win $20,000, plus you and 3 friends will stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Vegas' premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. You can also listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket with the Odyssey app. Listen anywhere in the country. Coming up next hour, another edition of Who's on Top later. The best of what A.J. Hinch told the morning show, including not getting Alex Bregman, his reaction to that. We'll talk about that next here on 97.1. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy lunchtime, everybody. We have got, we had a big story yesterday break, and that Alex Bregman did not choose the Detroit Tigers. He chose the Boston Red Sox. And as always, there's fallout and ramification. What does it mean for us? We always spin it local, and clearly our team wanted to make the upgrade at third base. There is very good news, I think, here. And the good news is ownership, Scott Harris, the Greenberg Cat, everybody was ready to open up the checkbook and make a financial commitment north of $171 million for a player. I think that is entering into a new era. Now, they've already spent like $60 million more this offseason, but they got into the deep end of the pool when it came to bidding on a high-end free agent. Not all free agents are accessible by the Tigers organization. We didn't hear them at all involved with, let's say, Juan Soto, for instance. And
right.
That's, they could, I suppose, try and get in those bidding wars. It's hard to keep up with the big markets, the bigger markets when it comes to payroll, but you could make a run at that and, hope that it all is worth it in the end. The bottom line is they had accessibility to a player that would come here. He chose not to. He chose a 3-year, $120 million deal with Boston, $40 million per season, although some of it's deferred. Makes the money a little bit different, but there's opt-outs after every year. Detroit's offer was a 6-year, $175 million deal, $28.58 million per year with one opt-out after 2026. Chicago was right in the middle, a 4-year, $120 million deal, $30 million with opt-outs after 26 and 27. He chooses the shortest deal, Boston, with a chance to become a free agent after every season, if he so chooses. I was a little relieved, a little disappointed, probably a little bit more relieved, because I have my questions about what he would be over the next 6 years and whether or not he'd be worth it. But the disappointment is around he'd start at third base for them, and they'd be a better baseball team this year, and probably the favorite to win the American League Central and get into the postseason. And once you're in, let's go. Anything can happen. Gator, you were more disappointed than anything.
Yeah, I was, because there's no question adding Alex Bregman to this roster was going to improve the roster. I don't think they got worse because they didn't sign him, because the worst case scenario is they just go back at it next year with what they had, which their lineup was, and pitching staff, everything was good enough to make the playoff run that they did. And the way they finished down the stretch, the 29-12 record or whatever it was, that's outstanding. Are they that team, or did they just get hot? We'll find out. I think this is a better than 500 baseball team, but I was disappointed because, he would have made a difference. He would have plugged up a hole and would have been a nice fixture there at third base for years to come. I'm also proud of the Tigers, though, for making that offer. And the details leaking and coming out public of what it was, a lot of times that doesn't get out there, and I'm glad it got out there. Evan Petzold of the Free Press was real quick to show what the numbers were, what it was told the deal was. 6 years and $171.5 million is a ton of money. First of all, it's way more than what Houston was offering at the 6 and 156. So, and it wasn't just a couple million more. I mean, it's significant when you get to nearly $15 million more dollars in the overall contract. The fact that it was a 6-year deal showed that there was a financial commitment from the Detroit Tigers to make something happen. Now, did it fall well short of the $200 million that was leaked out that Boris was asking for his client? Yeah, and thank God, because that's way too much. Then you see that Boston gave up $40 million a year over 3 years to land him. It's a smart contract for Boston. It's a smarter contract for Bregman, and in the end, I'm fine because the Tigers made their big offer. Now, I don't know if the Tigers were willing to go on a shorter term. Did they offer the same thing? If the Tigers had offered 4 and 120 and Boston offers 4 and 120, he's going to take Boston every day.
Yep.
So I'm disappointed he's not a Detroit Tiger, but it's not the end of the world. They have options. They can go out and make a trade if they want to. Or they stick with what they have and evaluate things halfway through the season when the trade deadline comes, and you'll know, all right, do they have to do this or do they have to do that? And did things work out with Jace Young? Is he healthy and shows he can hit? And, he's only going to improve as a fielder. Does it look good having Veerling there as well as some kind of platoon? Ibanez and McKinstry, all these guys working together. There's a lot of moving pieces. It's not all just linked to third base with the Detroit Tigers. Other guys can make up for not landing him as an offensive player.
So I never really thought that this was possible. But this morning, was this morning, Kang, that we got this sound? This morning on MLB Network, John Morosi, insider, brought up those that might be in play here for the third baseman from the St. Louis Cardinals, Nolan Arenado. Okay. Nolan Arenado.
Yes.
Let's start with this. He's got a no-trade clause, and it's a full no-trade clause. He flexed that option to nix a potential deal to the Astros in December, according to a story on MLB.com. So 2 months ago, he said no to Houston.
So that's a hurdle you got to get past if you want to add him.
Yep.
You're also looking at a player who is going to be 34.
Yep.
So, Bregman 31, 32, 33.
Yep.
But you're starting with Arenado at 34, 35, 36. He has 3 years left on a deal that pays him $32, $27, and $15 million over the next 3 years. So that's 50, 60, 72, $74 million over 3 years, roughly $25 million a year. However,
I got him on Spot Track at 21, 16, and 15.
Because there's $10 million of it is already paid by Colorado.
Okay.
So now you're dropping that.
That wouldn't come from Detroit.
Correct.
So if Detroit traded for him, he'd be $21 million this year, $16 next year, and $15 the following.
That's correct. Okay. So now you're looking at that, and it makes it a little bit easier to take, but also knowing, apparently by reports, that St. Louis is more than willing to pay off some of that as well. So now you're looking at, would you take Nolan Arenado for $18 million a year for the next 3 years?
I'm really intrigued because I love the defense.
Well, he's a phenomenal third baseman, but you're looking at offensive side of him as well, and this is a guy whose best years are way behind him. Now, he's only 2 years removed from having a 30 home run and 100 RBI season with an 891 OPS. But since then, the OPS dropped to 774 and then 719. And he doesn't get on base with nearly the high rate that he used to. So his on-base percentage is down. And because he's now 34, I'm concerned about that. I'm not really fired up for a guy who's going to turn 34 April 16th, and then to have him for the 3 years. But if the price is right. It depends on how much St. Louis is willing to eat on that deal, because there's no question he can still play third base.
Yeah, that's where. Start with this. The money diminishing every year. Got to like that, because you imagine his skill set will diminish a little bit every year. But probably, what is St. Louis just, we just want to get rid of him? Are they in that kind of place?
Seems like it.
Could be interesting. John Morosi bringing up the Tigers today as a possible landing spot for Nolan Arenado. How would you feel about that? What I love, again, if he nixed a trade to Houston back in December, would he be more open to a trade to Detroit now? Or has enough changed? Has anything changed? I would have to imagine he would prefer to play in Houston offensively. We know who's better because one of them beat the other in the postseason.
Well, there is that.
So we know who's better. God, it feels good to actually be able to say that about somebody. It's been so long. 248-539-9797. Are you open to Nolan Arenado? And how would you describe your feelings towards the news that the Tigers were not going to land Alex Bregman on a 6-year, $171.5 million deal? 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. See, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and because of that, Michigan Auto Law has received more million-dollar auto accident results than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. The largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement. And it's one of the reasons why if someone in my family needs a lawyer for an auto accident, or if I need one, I'm going to my guy Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So I guess it's official today. Aaron Rodgers, the Jets announced, will not be back, which everybody kind of knew already. They were looking for commitments to show up and to not be a distraction. And that was too much of an ask. Too much of an ask. Hey, we'd like you to be here and not be a distraction. Nope. Alrighty. This guy. But I've got odds here as to who his next team will be.
For Aaron Rodgers?
Yep.
Okay. Raiders.
Raiders are 2-1. They are the second favorite.
Second favorite.
Yep.
Okay. Here we go. Minnesota.
Minnesota's 10-1. They're the third favorite.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Tennessee.
Tennessee is 14-1. And I got to tell you, if Tennessee is going to go the young quarterback route, is there a better mentor than Aaron Rodgers? The answer to the question is yes. Everyone's a better mentor than Aaron Rodgers. Do you want me to just tell you who the favorite is?
Think about one more guess. Is AFC or NFC?
AFC.
AFC. Is it Indianapolis?
Indianapolis is 16-1. They're the
all right. Who is it?
It's Pittsburgh. Minus 165.
Not touch him with a 10-foot pole if I were Pittsburgh.
I wouldn't touch him for a 10-foot pole with a 10-foot pole if I were running an NFL team. But that's me. Okay, so the Bregman thing. The only thing that now I want to see them moving forward, because they got options. They've got a lot of interchangeable parts, this Tiger team, and so they don't get Bregman. So it feels like Vierling is a strong candidate, but they might use him in the outfield. But is Kerry Carpenter going to be an everyday outfielder, or are they going to have him be a DH, given some injury problems? Is Andy Ibanez? They say, look, the bat's too good. We're going to put you in there because you absolutely kill left-handed pitching. Is Jace Young as a lefty? Does he get a shot? Zach McKinstry is still a jack of all trades. And a lot of this has to do with, like I said, is Kerry Carpenter, does Justin Henry Malloy somehow force his way into the lineup? The one thing I don't want from an everyday lineup sense is I don't want to sacrifice defense just to get a bat into the lineup. Occasionally, sure, it's going to happen, but defense is too important for me to say, hey, let's just make this work with the best offensive lineup and we'll put a Butcher at third. Butcher's a strong term, but you get the point. And it sounds like Jace Young has a long way to go, but he's still young. He could improve there. Arenado, if they were to trade for him, would be your third baseman, and he is still good defensively. And there's a lot that would have to happen for him to end up in Detroit. And we're talking about that because we just played the John Morosi cut. But a lot of flexibility here, Gator, at third and what they can do.
Yeah, they do have a lot of flexibility. They can platoon things with they've got 4 guys on a roster right now, 2 right-handed, 2 left-handed that can all play that position. And you could make a case that makes all the sense in the world to just go ahead and do that. I'd rather have the guy that you can just pencil in being a starter at third base for 145 games this year. But if that guy's not there, then do something else. That's why I wanted Bregman. Arenado is intriguing, but it's intriguing to me with the idea if he would waive his no trade clause and say he wants to be a Tiger. Getting back to Kang's point about he wants guys that want to be here. I agree with you. I want guys who want to be here too. If he doesn't, let's not force it. But if he does, how much is St. Louis willing to kick in to pay down that salary? Because it's a lot of money that's owed him for a guy who's going to be 34 in the middle of April.
Yeah, all valid questions. And if St. Louis is motivated, do the Tigers get Arenado for a second-level prospect? Could be interesting. Here's feedback coming in regarding Bregman. I am 100% relieved that the Tigers did not land Bregman. While I'm happy they're willing to commit to a long-term deal, I don't need to commit to someone who's past 30 for 6 years. I understand that, and I really struggled and went back and forth on this. I hated the 6 years. I hated the amount of money on 6 years. But they had accessibility to a good player, and they don't always have accessibility to that. Not everybody's going to consider or would consider coming to Detroit. And I guess in the end, he didn't say yes to Detroit, so maybe they never really had accessibility to him. But also, he made him better short term, which is a hard thing to deny and a hard thing to pass because this team could win now.
Well, let me throw this at you.
Yeah.
Reports at the time when Houston was intrigued by Arenado.
Yeah.
There was reporting at the time that said the Cardinals were willing to eat $15 to $20 million of Arenado's contract.
So let's go $15 million, 21, 16, and 15. So you essentially get the third year free. Buy yourself a Nolan Arenado, get a third year free. That works. Stephen Rochester says, I was relieved after hearing about Bregman, mostly because, as others have mentioned, he didn't want to come here. Unnamed texter, at this point, before we go signing a 34 or 35-year-old third baseman for almost $20 million, is he talking about trading?
Trading, yeah.
Okay, before we go trading a 35 or 34 or 5-year-old third baseman for almost $20 million, I'd rather give Jace Young the opportunity. it'd be great if Jace can get it done because that's a draft pick. It's another example of a cheap player that you don't have to spend a lot of money on. Then you can focus your resources on something else. He's going to have a great spring training.
Well, but isn't this also the classic example of what Scott Harris said? He didn't want to sign players that were going to block some of the younger players. We haven't really seen what Jace Young could do. He played 20 games last year, whatever. I'm all for that as well, but he's going to have to prove that he belongs on the roster during spring training. It's very important for several players on this team, and Young is one of them. And if they don't deal for, let's say Arenado doesn't get dealt this spring, it doesn't mean he won't get dealt. It just means that they're going to, St. Louis is letting things play out a little bit longer. I don't know if they have to get it done. I'm sure they'd like to get it done, just move on. But there's nothing that says the Tigers have to do something now. Oh no, if they lose him to another team, okay. I think the name is intriguing, but it's not like, got to have him like I really wanted Bregman. Arenado is, I don't even know if it's a consolation prize. It's an option.
Yeah, it is an option. I think it's a decent option because the price might be right. We'll see how it plays itself out. Scott in Carlton says the real question, guys, is how does Bregman signing affect the Cowboys? Yep, you're right.
Good point.
As always. The best news of this is now I'm going to assume that the Tigers have $28.58 million burning a hole in their pocket that they have got to make a move at the trade deadline. And, the trade deadline move, we haven't been privy to a massive buy in a long time.
No, what would be the
first name
Cespedes be the last one?
The first name that popped in my head was David Price.
Yeah, Price or Cespedes.
But that massive buy, here's what happens at the trade deadline. The field of players is way greater than just Alex Bregman.
Mm-hmm.
There will be players at probably every position that are available, and they might be more motivated to leave their current situations as their teams fade. The Tigers now have to go out with this collection of players that they have and justify a buy come the trade deadline. But I feel like waiting to the trade deadline gives you more options than what they were kind of down to, Bregman or nothing.
Well, one of the things that's been frustrating over years to watch when it gets to the trade deadline is that the teams that want the big-time players were always able to get them because they were deep with their minor league system. Teams like the Dodgers or the Yankees were always able to do it. And the Tigers weren't because they weren't deep. Well, now the Tigers are deep in their system. So when it comes to a trade deadline acquisition, this is where the playing field levels.
Yep.
Because it's not about money. It's about what do you give me in return in terms of players and prospects. And the Tigers can make that move now. When you get to July.
Well, we're not done with the Tiger conversation. Next hour, you hear the best of what A.J. Hinch told the morning show as he was on for a long time. And there was some interesting stuff, including his reaction to Bregman going elsewhere. Hear that in the 1 o'clock hour. But coming up today at 12:35, another edition of Who's on Top. Get ready to play along. I'll explain the game at 12:35. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Got the winter blues? Need a spark to get you through this? Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield can give you the jolt that you need. The deals on the 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are incredible. So much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the county that they could find. And you can now lease the all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month with only $999 down. Taxes and fees are included. These are shockingly low payments. The 2024 Chevy Blazer EV comes standard with heated seats, heated steering wheel, and all-wheel drive. All help your winter drive go smooth. Take a look at it outside. You want that to go smoothly, right? Well, bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone. And believe me, at these low payments, these Blazer EVs are going to be gone soon. Not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. They're generating excitement. Together, let's drive.
Lions are making a hire. According to various reports, the Lions are expected to hire Texas's Tashard Choice as their new running backs coach. And
good college running back.
Scotty Montgomery is moving to wide receivers. Is that right?
That's what I saw.
Interesting. Tashard Choice played in the league for the Cowboys, the Redskins, the Bills, and the Colts. Was a running back at Oklahoma and Georgia Tech. He transferred before the days of the transfer portal.
Did to sit out a year.
Yeah, he had to sit out and worked his way up. Was an intern with the Cowboys, then a grad assistant at North Texas, then North Texas as running back coach, then the running back coach at Georgia Tech from 2019 to 2021. He wouldn't have had Jahmyr Gibbs, would he? Because Jahmyr Gibbs started his career.
I think he did.
Okay.
Intriguing.
So Jahmyr Gibbs, let me go back and just double and triple check this. I said he was there till 2021. Yeah, he was Jahmyr Gibbs' running back coach in college. So now we know.
There's a connection.
There is a connection.
Which means they know each other.
It does. Which means it's going to work.
Yes, exactly. Nailed it.
He ran for over 2,800 yards, Tashard Choice did, his last 2 years at Georgia Tech with 22 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He was pretty sweet.
Okay. I like that. So, Jahmyr Gibbs, this kid committed to Tashard Choice out of high school. And when Tashard Choice left Georgia Tech, Jahmyr Gibbs left Georgia Tech and went to Alabama. Did he leave because he lost Tashard Choice? Is that how high the respect is? More reasons why it's affirmed. It will work. We hope.
Check one other thing here. No, would have just missed. I was going to say I wondered if he had played with Dan Campbell in Dallas, Tashard Choice, but he played in Dallas in 2008 to 2010.
Adam Rettenberg has connected another dot here. The ESPN college football writer. Coach running back Jahmyr Gibbs while at Georgia Tech. He also coached Bijan Robinson at Texas. He's had some good backs.
Sure.
He had those two backs that went, the first two backs taken in the draft a couple of years ago. All right, you ready for another edition of Who's on Top?
I guess so.
All right, here we go. Wow. Hold on. Can we stop the music? Stop the music. You sounded like you don't want to do this.
No, I want to, but this one's tough.
Oh, okay.
This one's really tough.
All right, good. All right. Sorry, I was like, are we going to do this?
Because I say it's tough because when you hear the category, you'll know there's so many great options.
Well, I'll give you the category, and then we'll give you the category, and we'll tell you how this works for people who aren't familiar. The category is the greatest TV characters of all time. Greatest TV characters of all time. I will tell you that virtually everyone from the top 10, actually 9 out of the top 10, are in the last 30 years. 9 of the top 10 are in the last 30 years. So we're not going back to, the Stone
70s.
Ages, the Flintstones.
Archie Bunker.
Yeah, we're not doing Lucy. No, it's not Lucy. It's like these are recent. Almost all of them are recent.
Mr. Ed.
From like 1995 on is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. So I think only one of them goes beyond 30 years.
This is all genres. This is TV, right?
It's TV. It's not movies. So it's not Luke Skywalker. We're just looking for the best TV characters.
It could be like HBO shows.
It's all of it.
Yeah.
Anything that you see on your television. Now.
So tough.
The way this works is Gator's going to give us 3 guesses, and then people can help him round out the top 10. So 248-539-9797 if you want to help Gator round out the top 10. Are you ready?
I am.
Let's go.
All right, I'm going to start with the character that makes my house smell fantastic, and that's Rip Wheeler from Yellowstone.
You might have some explaining to do why you referenced it that way.
So you got me a candle for Christmas, along with a couple of Scotch glasses or whiskey glasses.
Yep.
And the candle smells like Rip Wheeler.
That's the scent.
Yes.
Smells like Rip Wheeler.
Yeah.
So Gator goes Rip Wheeler from Yellowstone.
Yep. Next, I would go to perhaps my favorite show of all time, which was Deadwood when it was on HBO.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of great characters there, but I thought Al Swearingen, I thought he was unbelievable. The character of Al Swearingen was great.
Okay.
And lastly, going back to HBO, and I hated the show and I watched every episode of it. But the reason I watched every episode of it was because of this guy, Ari from Entourage. I thought was a great character.
Okay.
If that's the I'm going to watch Entourage for Ari and the women folk, not for certainly the four group of friends there because I thought they were awful. But Ari was great.
In the top 10, Gator, you got none.
Yeah. Can I go two more? Then I have two others that aren't going to be there either.
Well, we got people on hold. This is a classic
I mean,
case of stealing
I'm
thunder.
over. I mean, this is not fair.
All right, go ahead. Keep going.
Well, I put. Oh.
That's coming from behind the glass.
Forget it. It's being hostile. I don't want to.
Let the people take some guesses.
I don't appreciate the hostility.
All right, Gator got none in the top 10. They're all in the last, 9 of the 10 are from the last 30 years. Greatest TV characters of all time.
I just wanted this other thing I'm going to say. I did not go with characters that I hadn't seen. It's like there's some shows that are very popular that I just didn't watch, so I didn't go with that.
All right. This is including all kinds of television. Well, maybe nobody will say them, and you can do it at the end. Let's go to Eric. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, guys. Let's go Homer Simpson.
Homer Simpson, Gator. Do you think Homer Simpson made the top 10?
Yeah, he's great.
Homer did not make the top 10.
Well, this is a ridiculous list.
I thought you'd say ridiculous just because Rip Wheeler isn't in the top 10.
Well, I mean, I'm already protesting it.
Dylan, you're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Dylan. Dylan, you're there? Dylan. No good. Let's go to Troy next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Troy.
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
Walter White, Heisenberg.
Walter White, Gator from
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. Do you think Walter White made
He probably is. I didn't have him on my list because I didn't watch Breaking Bad.
Walter White checks in at number 1.
Yeah.
The number 1 all-time best TV character. Well done, Troy. 248-539-9797. Still have 2 through 10. Who else deserves to be on this list? Tim, you're next on 97 the ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
All right.
I have Leroy Jethro Gibbs from NCIS.
Leroy Jethro Gibbs from NCIS. Do you think he made it, Gator?
I'm going to say no.
He did not make the top 10. Sorry. 248-539-9797. Colin in Livonia, you're next. Hi, Colin.
Hey, I got 3 on my mind here.
Well,
Just give us one.
You only get one.
I got only one. Barney Stinson.
Barney from The
How I Met Your
Simpsons?
Mother.
I'm sorry. From How I Met Your Mother. Okay. Is that Neil Patrick Harris?
Yeah.
I'm going to say no, but it's a pretty good character.
He did not make the top 10. Sorry, Colin. 248-539-9797. Nick in Pontiac, you're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, Nick.
Nick, go ahead.
I got Tony Soprano.
Tony Soprano. Do you think Tony Soprano made the top 10?
Yes.
Tony Soprano checks in at number 2 on the list. Well done, Nick. 3 through 10 are still out there. Was that one of the ones you were going to say?
No, it's one I should have said.
Yeah. Let's go to Brad. You're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Brad.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
We're good.
I'm going to go with Al Bundy.
Al Bundy. Do you think Al Bundy made the top 10?
I don't.
Al Bundy did not. He did not make the top 10. I know he's somewhere because it went down to 50.
Great character. Love Al Bundy.
Yep.
Pride of Polk High. I don't know if you know this. He had 4 touchdowns in a single game one time.
He was number 30 on the list, just so you know. Brian in Bloomfield Hills, you're next on 97 to take it. Greatest TV character of all time.
Jack Bauer.
Jack Bauer.
Never watched 24, but that's Kiefer Sutherland. I'm going to say no.
He did not make the top 10. Sorry, Brian. 248-539-9797. The clue is almost all of these characters, 9 out of the 10 are from the last 30 years. Ryan is next. And on 97 to ticket. Hi, Ryan.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Love the show.
Thank you.
I got a guess. I don't know if it's too old, but it was one of my favorites, and I won't even say the name. I'll just give you the sound, and it's
Scooby?
Scooby-Doo?
No. Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Oh. I'm going to say no.
He did not make the top 10, no. Are we idiots for not picking up that? I thought that was a Scooby-Doo.
I mean, it sounded like more Scooby than Tim. I know what he's talking about. I used to watch the show. But
Unfortunately, Tim, the Toolman Taylor, did not make the top 10. Brad in Lenox Township here next. Hi, Brad.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be number one, but Kramer. Come on now, Kramer.
Kramer.
He's probably on the list.
Did not make the top 10.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, when we get to the top 10, some of these you're going to be, I think you're going to be like, yeah, well, I can see
I don't
that.
know. I imagine maybe it's
if you didn't like the show.
he still might be persona non grata after he left Seinfeld.
Bruce, you're next. Hi, Bruce.
Hey guys, I'm going to say from one of my favorite shows of all time, 2.5 Men. I'm going to say Charlie Harper.
Charlie Harper from 2.5 Men. Do you think he made it?
I love the show. I've seen every episode a million times.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he's on the list.
He didn't make it. No. 248-539-9797. We go to Matt next on 97.1 to take a top 10 TV characters of all time.
Hey boys, good afternoon.
What's up?
I got Marty Byrde.
Marty Byrde, the great Marty Byrde from Ozark.
I think it's a great character, but what were it, just 2 seasons of Ozark or 3 seasons of Ozark?
Were there three seasons
Three
of Ozark?
maybe. Wendy, were there?
I think they split the last the last one up.
I'm going to say no. I don't think he's on the list, even though I love him.
Doug loves your Marty Byrde, man.
Yeah, no, that's why I do it, just because Doug left.
Right.
I don't know how good it is, but
Right.
Well,
Doesn't
Doug's seen
matter.
like 4
Doug loves
TV
it.
shows, and so.
Yeah, it's true.
But his reference to Wendy, and he gets
I
Jason
mean-
Bateman, he nails it.
I think we can get the top 10. No, you're not in the top 10.
Riley, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Riley.
What's up? Let's go with Dexter Morgan.
Dexter Morgan. Is that from the show Dexter?
Yeah.
Ha-ha.
I'm going to say no.
Deductive reasoning. He did not make the top 10. No, we'll take a couple more. Jake in Detroit. Hi, Jake.
Hi, Sam Malone from Cheers.
Sam Malone from Cheers.
Sam was great. I'll say he is.
He did not make the top 10. The problem with this category I've discovered.
It's hard to get old if you use Sam alone.
But there's way too many good TV shows and a lot of great characters. Kyle in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kyle.
Hi, good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm going with James Jimmy McGill, a.k.a. Saul Goodman, Better Call Saul.
Saul Goodman from Better Call Saul. Do you think he made it?
I do not.
Number 5 on the list. Kyle in Detroit, you got number
Hey, man,
5.
people that like Breaking Bad really like Breaking Bad.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Jordan in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jordan.
Foreshadowing, yeah.
Hi there.
Hey.
I got Frank Gallagher from Shameless.
Frank Gallagher from Shameless. Do you think he made the top 10?
I don't, because I don't think enough people watch Shameless, although I hear it's a great show, and that would be a pretty good guess, but I don't think he's on there.
He didn't make the top 10, no. One more. Rick in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, guys, I got a good one. Jon Snow from Game of Thrones.
Jon Snow from Game of Thrones, Gator.
I'm going to say no, because if you're going to go Game of Thrones, I would think it would be another character on there, but like Game of Thrones.
Okay, he did not make the list. We will tell you who made the top 10 in what I feel like is going to be a controversial list of the greatest TV characters of all time. 9 of the 10 from the last 30 years. That coming up today at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we all know the cost of everything is going up. Heck, you can't leave your favorite fast food restaurant without spending at least $10 a person, right? Well, skip the drive-thru and make it to your favorite Twin Peaks for happy hour. They run the best happy hour in the state with the You Call It and Shot Caller. Do you drink Tito's? $5. Jack Daniels? $5. Captain Morgan? $5. 29-degree draft, dirty blonde, or naughty brunette? Yep, you guessed it, $5. I'll even take it a step further. You want to be a shot caller? Patron, $7. Woodford Reserve, $7. Grey Goose, yes, sir, $7. But it doesn't stop there. They've mixed in 8 food options like $5 fried pickles and Billionaire's bacon, or $7 loaded fries, cheese bites, or their smoked chicken quesadilla. Their new and improved happy hour runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6, and again late night from 10 to close. Couldn't think of a better way to end the workday than head into your favorite lodge and take advantage of these awesome deals. And it's also the best part. The Twin Peaks girls We know how pricey it is going out to eat these days. Enjoy getting deals. It's the best company right now at Twin Peaks. Stop in today and see what the hype is all about. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Kind of scrolling here through this list, some names that I heard during the guesses for the top TV characters of all time. Jon Snow came in at 22. Al Bundy at 30. Takes us up to just about 50. Kramer 45.
Can't believe he's only 45.
Yeah, he's a great character, but there's a lot of great characters out there. There's definitely, though, it's clear from this, well, Negan, 54. Negan ruined The Walking Dead.
Here we go.
The Negan storyline sunk that series.
There it is.
Because it wouldn't die. He wouldn't die. That went on and on and on.
He still isn't dead.
Isn't he?
I mean, last I watched it wasn't. Oh, who cares?
They had a million
Screw
times
that
to kill
show.
him.
Show's done.
It killed the show for Doug.
It did. It totally did. I was like, the Negan, it just, everything grinded to a halt.
Started being, he was a scary guy, scary character. And then, you're right, Doug, they had all these opportunities and just didn't get it done.
And it's like, how many seasons are we going to have the Negan storyline? Apparently all the rest of them. All right, you had some other guesses you wanted to get in.
Based on, this is just guessing here, Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad. I'm going to guess he's on there if people love the other two guys in Breaking Bad.
Correct. He is number 6 on the list. Jesse Pinkman.
When somebody said Jon Snow, it got me thinking about Game of Thrones and who's the best character on Game of Thrones. Is it Tyrion Lannister?
Number 3 on the list, Gator.
Somebody said Homer Simpson. Love Homer, but isn't Bart the show? Is Bart on the list?
Bart did not make the top 10.
And then lastly is just another one of my favorites, which probably isn't, but I just want to say it. Omar from The Wire.
Omar from The Wire did not make the top 10. Here are your top 10 TV characters of all time. At number 10, this wisecracking, carrot-chomping rabbit had been a beloved icon in the world of animation for decades.
Wow.
Bugs Bunny.
Okay.
At number 9 is the affable and somewhat naive character brought to life with wit and charm by Matt LeBlanc, Joey Tribbiani at number 9.
Really? Top 10 of all time? Joey?
Yep.
I mean, I like Joey.
I think one of the Tub of Pretzels questions back in the day was, if you had to pick one, who's the main character of Friends?
Yeah, it was.
I don't think you guys picked Joey, either one of you two.
No. I thought it was Ross, I think.
I think I picked Ross.
Not the best. It's just I thought he was the main character because everything kind of revolved around the Ross and Rachel thing.
At number 8 is also a character from Friends.
Oh.
Is it Chandler?
Okay.
I'm going Chandler as well.
Once referred to as Chandler Bong.
Yes.
Yes, Chandler Bing is number 8. At number 7, an idiosyncratic, unforgettable presence in the mockumentary sitcom The Office, portrayed with the intense dedication by Rainn Wilson, Dwight Schrute.
That's a great character.
Yep. Number 6, Gator got it after the final horn, Jesse Pinkman.
From Breaking Bad.
Yep. Number 5, we did have somebody got that. It was Kyle in Detroit, got Saul Goodman.
From Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul.
Yep. And number 4, the quintessentially awkward, often cringeworthy boss at the center of the American version of The Office, Michael Scott.
Sure.
At number 3, Gator again after the final buzzer sounded. He got Tyrion Arnold Lannister.
See what you did there.
Yeah.
Kang's shaking his head. Kang doesn't like that.
And I'm a dad.
Yeah.
I had to
and he's
go-
a dad who doesn't like it.
Come on, no love for Tyrion Arnold?
No.
Okay.
No love.
At number 2, Nick got Tony Soprano, and at number 1, Walter White. Troy got that one.
What was just outside? Like 11 to 15.
Okay, good. No, yeah, this is good. At number 11, Sherlock Holmes.
What?
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes. At number 12, Barney Stinson. Did somebody say that? Somebody said
did,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, his
From How
number
I Met
12.
Your Mother.
At number 13, Dr. Gregory House from House.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I don't know how to say this. Mike Ehrmantraut from Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad.
Didn't watch it, don't know.
Yeah, I made it. I'm halfway through season 3, and I haven't watched an episode in almost 2 months. Number 15, this is going to be met with hostility. Tom and Jerry.
Well, I love Tom and Jerry growing up, but it seems odd. It's cartoons.
Number 16, I swore somebody guessed this, Scooby-Doo, but apparently not. Here's a great one that nobody mentioned, number 17, and I know who it is, so I'm happy. Daryl Dixon from The Walking Dead. Okay, you don't like.
I'm so soured on The Walking Dead. It took me years after you did.
If you know what I feel like, I bailed. You shamed me for bailing, and years later, you're mad you didn't bail.
Well, I'm mad because they kept it going, like in different, like they did a spin-off stuff, right? And they were dumb.
Fear the Walking Dead had a promising start.
I liked the Fear of the Walking Dead. Yeah, the first season was pretty good. The second season, okay, and
Creed. Creed, was that? Who was the dude?
No,
in Fear the Walking Dead, black guy.
Yeah, I know you mean Coleman Domingo, the actor, but
whatever his name was.
I don't know. The show just started to take a nosedive, and when you do the time jumps like you do, just forget it. I mean, don't just stop. It's like when you introduce a little kid to a sitcom and it ruins it. That's what they were doing when they did the time jumps.
Okay.
Ruined it.
Batman is 18. Spock is 19. Sheldon Cooper from The Big Bang Theory is 20.
He's a great character.
So
that's another show I'm starting to watch now that I didn't watch when it was out.
Yeah.
Big Bang Theory. Funny show.
This list came from the Ranker, ranker.com, where you can go vote and move people around, and it's all based on people's votes. So a lot of love for Friends, tons of love for Breaking Bad, and The Office. So there you go. Another edition of Who's on Top. All right, so Gator.
Yeah.
Could this guy be coming to Detroit?
Oh.
We think so, as trade talk heats up. We'll get to that today at 102 and at 120. The best of what A.J. Hinch told our morning show this morning. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Last night I did not watch the Four Nations. Tonight, I think I'm going to try and sample it. I think Team USA playing. What do we got? We got Finland tonight.
That's right.
It'll be played in Montreal.
Oh, boy.
So this feels like it's probably going to be a road game.
Oh, I think it'll be more like a road game for sure.
But I'll sample it, see. It's going to be high-level hockey, I would imagine.
Yeah.
You enjoyed last night's game.
I really enjoyed last night's game. It was good hockey. It was intense and totally different than an all-star game for sure.
It's really weird because it's for a championship. Is this the first time they've ever done this?
The Four Nations? Yeah. The first I've heard of it, yeah.
So it's for a championship that has no history.
No, it's just a little tournament in the middle of the season here.
I don't even think they have a name for the trophy. No, I'm serious.
Yeah, they may not. The Four Nations Championship Trophy. Yay.
Which is the most unhockey thing ever.
Right. And I saw
it should be, the Gord Bell Trophy.
Just the Gord Trophy. Just call it the Gord.
The Gord. Hand out the Gord.
The Gord.
Yep.
Somebody had tweeted out a couple days ago that they thought this would work in the NBA as well if you did instead of the All-Star game. I mean, they're trying something new with the 4 teams this year, and they've tried before, obviously with Western versus Eastern Conference. But if they had gone to like USA versus the world
in basketball,
in a basketball All-Star game,
I think they did.
It should look differently because the international players value representing their country.
Yeah.
Tremendously.
And the Americans will not want to get embarrassed.
Right. So you would have a much more competitive game if they did that. Because watching the game last night was extraordinarily competitive. It was tied at 3 going into overtime. And the overtime is 3-on-3 hockey, but for 10 minutes. And they needed it. I mean, it was compelling. Really compelling. And Lucas Raymond had a couple of assists. He looked great.
Was there checking? Was there hitting?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it wasn't tamped down at all?
Not that I saw. I thought it was pretty good hockey.
Okay.
Really in some amazing save. Gustafsson was amazing for Sweden. Connor McDavid showing off all his skills. It was a really good hockey game. And looking forward to seeing tonight with the Americans and Dylan Larkin.
So the Olympics are the Olympics, and I enjoy the Olympics and know what the Olympics are. The Four Nations Cup, battling for the Gord Bell Trophy doesn't really move the needle for me. But one thing that the Olympics has, and then this has, although not as much as it used to be, I do love when the United States Team USA is an authentic underdog. This is something that historically we're not supposed to win. I say historically, it's literally alive for almost 24 hours now since the first game in the history of the Four Nations Cup. But we're not supposed to win hockey tournaments. We have, and certainly we can compete. But I would argue that it probably means more to every other country, not to the hardcore hockey fan here, but I bet the percentage of Canadians that care about Canada's success and failure is higher than the percentage of Americans. Probably the same is true of Sweden and Finland.
I would, in particular with today's climate, I think that it means a lot to Canada. Tonight, the reception the Americans are going to get is not going to be pretty, and I wonder if that inspires the American players. If it gets down to a final of USA versus Canada,
well, that would be played in the finals.
That's
in Boston.
Looking ahead, and that would be it'd be compelling, right? I mean, this is what happens when you get down to this. But I was a little disappointed. If you're going to do it, you're only having 4 nations represented, and the 4th nation being Finland seemed odd to me.
And is it political reasons that Russia wasn't involved?
I think that might be part of it.
Because that would make some sense. 5 nations. Maybe next time.
Or 6, bring in Czech Republic.
The winner gets Greenland.
There's all kinds of really inappropriate. I'm not going to,
No, but I was talking to Kenny, who's a huge hockey guy. He says that he would be definitely okay with this replacing the All-Star game moving forward. Like, he loved it.
It's better. It's just better to watch. It's competitive, and that's what you want to see.
What I hate about it is the length of this break.
Well,
I'd rather watch NHL regular season hockey than any of this.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Okay, speaking of hockey, saw this on Kukla's Corner, and it's courtesy of MLive and Ansar Khan. The Sabres, by many accounts, are looking to move Dylan Cousins by the March 7th trade deadline. The Red Wings surely will have some interest. How interested is Yzerman, and what would he be willing to relinquish? That's more difficult to answer than why Yzerman would want Cousins. Cousins, who turned 24 this past Sunday, would fill the Red Wings' troublesome second-line center spot with his skills and offensive upside. At least they hope he would. Cousins has 3 years remaining on his contract after this season at a $7.1 million average annual value. The Red Wings have enough cap space to fit him in without shedding salary, and with the cap increasing considerably the next 3 seasons, the Red Wings wouldn't be hamstrung. The Sabres would likely want a good young player or a first-round pick. It's safe to assume the Red Wings aren't relinquishing any of their top young players like Marco Kasper, Simon Edvinsson. Jonathan Berggren might be expendable because he hasn't been an opening for him in the top 6 to maximize his talent, but Buffalo surely would need more than that. We have reason to believe they would like Cousins. That this is something that's on their radar.
Yeah, that the organization likes Cousins as a player. Yep. Now, do they want to trade for him? I don't know about that, but I know that they like him. I'm curious to see what actually it would fetch, because it's not like Dylan Cousins. He's not this great player. His best year was a couple of years ago. He had 68 points and 31 goals, but since then he had 47 points last season, and now he's got 27 points in 54 games this year. So he's on pace for 40 points. But if you're looking at him being a second or third line center, I mean, he's not counted on to be a number one guy. Does it make sense? He's good defensively. He's got decent. He's good size for a Red Wing forward, because Red Wings don't have big forwards aside from 2. When you look at Soderblom and Rasmussen, but he's 6'3". Dylan Cousins is. He'd improve the team. I'll say that. So what do you give up? I mean, is Berggren kind of spinning his wheels here with the Wings, or is there something there?
I think he'd have to. I mean, if I'm doing the show in Buffalo, I'm asking for Berggren and a high pick. I don't know if I get a first rounder for him, but
if the story said a first round pick can get it done,
yeah.
If that's true,
I would do that.
Trade the
Cousins,
first round pick.
If I recall correctly, Cousins came out and was in discussion of the Mo Seider draft, and there was talk about him coming to Detroit right out of the draft.
He's the 7th pick overall in that draft.
Where did Seider go? Was he 5th that year?
I
they
think
get
he made
Seider.
it 5th.
And when Seider was picked, it wasn't particularly popular. I remember doing shows. People weren't exactly stoked.
No, they were stunned by it, actually.
Yep.
That's how it went.
I think people at the time would have preferred Cousins, but Cousins, it doesn't mean the Red Wings didn't like him. They just like Mo Seider more, and Mo Seider's been a great pick for the Red Wings.
Correct. I'm just trying to look back at this. Seider was 6th, so he went right before Dylan Cousins went.
So it went 6 and 7. So they would get the 6 and 7. I mean, these guys are young. It would be exciting. I'm all in favor of this, and this would be the kind of thing that I'm pretty sure the Red Wings would do if they can get Buffalo to agree to a price. I mean, how motivated is Buffalo to move him? Other than they're just trying to stink at this point, they're giving up. I mean, I wouldn't think they'd want to move a kid that young, but they appear to be motivated to move him, huh? Kenny, what do you got on this? You're a big hockey guy. Dylan Cousins?
Yeah, so I'm looking at a guy who's signed through, 30, 31.
Big contract.
He's 24 now, right? So right. I think he could provide you some forward depth and better defensively. Like Gator said, he makes you better. If you can get this done for a draft pick, then you get it done for a draft pick. Buffalo right now is operating under an internal cap. They're not spending close to the cap. I don't know why. They have bad management over there. But if that's what it takes to get this done, yeah, I'm all in.
So he signed for another 5 years. The contract expires at the end of the 29-30 season. He's getting paid over $7 million a year. So it's a cap hit of $7.1 million. That's a lot of money for a player that isn't a point-a-game kind of guy.
More of an intangibles guy.
Yeah. I would imagine he might score more with the Red Wings, might put up more points with the Red Wings than he would with Buffalo. And the other thing is to keep in mind that the salary cap is going up significantly each year. It's projected to each of the next few years. So if you're going to add another player to this roster of that caliber, then it can make sense. It's up to what does Buffalo want in compensation.
248-539-9797. Dennis in Farmington Hills, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Doug and Gator. Hey, rumor that was out yesterday, and a guy that's been tied with Detroit for a while was Trevor Zegras to the Red Wings for Gustafson, Veleno, and our number 1 draft pick, and I would make that trade in a New York minute.
Trevor Zegras, huh? Have you looked at the numbers by chance?
Well, Zegras, there's been some off-ice things, a little bit personality conflicts. We were close to getting him, I think, earlier in the year, and then they decided to break off all the talk of Zegras. I don't know what his numbers are right now. I know he's still very young, and I think he's a very talented player.
They're not bad. 5.75 each of the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'd probably be in favor of that, although I'd have to do a little bit more research on this. My instinct says yes, but he made such a huge impact early in his career. I would lean towards yes. But again, I'd do a little bit more digging on this one.
Well, played in 31 games last year at 15 points. He's played in 32 games this year, and he has 15 points. Is he just screaming he wants to get out of Anaheim?
What did you got his numbers in front of you?
Yeah.
Earlier in his career?
Yes.
What did he do?
In 22, 23, and 81 games, he had 65 points. He had 61 points the year before that.
Okay, so how old is he?
He's a 20-goal scorer.
So he's twice a 20-goal scorer.
He's 23 years old.
At the ages of 21 and 20, and his production's dropped off the last 2 years.
Yeah, he'll be 24 on March 20th.
And injury issues, I'm assuming. All right, well, something to keep an eye on. AJ Hinch, we said we'd get to it. Let me follow through on that. What's life going to be like now without Alex Bregman? How fired up for you this coming season? Hear what he told our morning show starting at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a new 2025 Chevy Blazer for just $299 a month for 36 months. You heard it right, $299 a month on a 25 Blazer LS with zero down. Activate the savings with approved credit and a GM employee discount and a current lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, your number 1 volume Chevy dealer in Sterling Heights. They guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. All these offers end on March 3rd. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. To the previous caller, we don't think they want Zegras.
No.
And we've actually found the report. A blogger put it in a trade machine, and
yeah. So it doesn't
sound like
this isn't like somebody, one of the Gourds is out there.
No Gord confirmation, which was always what we look for.
Yeah.
Does a Gord confirm or report it? Then we're in. Okay. So AJ Hinch, always good to hear him join the morning show today. And we like to pull the best of what he had to say and react to it. I'll start with this. He did say that they'll likely are going with a 5-man rotation and not pitching chaos, not Skubal and then chaos, although he didn't rule out using chaos at times this year. He's not locking into a traditional 5-man pitching staff, but he said you're going to see 5 starters start 5 games in a row this year. We're not doing chaos from beginning to end, but he said he basically sounded like he will have that gun in his holster if he wants to use it. The whole Tork's not going to watch video and use all the stuff. It sounded like when the morning show brought it up, it was the first he heard of it. And he's like, I'm going to guess here that he's just talking about how he's going to simplify his approach. He's probably got too many swing thoughts that is mucking everything up. And he said, I bet he watches video this year. It's probably his way of saying he's trying to simplify things. Colt Keith at first base is going to be a work in progress. And Javi Baez, he's going to wait to see how healthy he is before they even start thinking about what possible role he might play. So that's some of the questions he answered that we aren't going to play the soundbites for you. But we'll play this. How fired up is he for the 2025 season? Here's Tiger manager AJ Hinch. Okay, a couple things about that. If you didn't catch that, he got a kick out of introducing Jack Flaherty to Tyron Lorenzo. Why is that interesting? It's because they got traded for each other
right,
like 8 months ago. And Lorenzo's in big league camp, and he's going to have Flaherty.
So is Trey Sweeney.
Flaherty pitch to Lorenzo, the catcher that he got traded for. So that's kind of fun. And I guess it's no surprise that the excitement is carried over. Of course, the excitement's carried over. They ended last year on such a high note, and I think some people look at it as a bit of a fluke, but you play 162 games for a reason. And I don't think anybody down there thinks of it as a fluke. They're like, all right, let's go. Let's take it to the next level.
I mean, the thing that is pitching chaos is not sustainable. So when you bring back Jack Flaherty, whom they had in the first half of the season, to think of having him for the entire season obviously reduces the pitching chaos. We talked yesterday about the battles for the final 2 rotation spots, and there's definitely going to be a battle here because Alex Cobb is going to be pushed back a month, so not likely to join the team until May. So now you got 2 spots open in that rotation, and there's a lot of competition for those spots, man. And it's curious to see what happens when you have to shut it down and say, okay, we're closed now. The 2 guys got it, and now there's 3 starting pitchers, 3 decent caliber starting pitchers from the outside looking in. How many of those guys stick around on the roster to be bullpen arms, or do they get sent down to Toledo and just be at the ready because injuries are going to happen? It always does. Or are they part of a trade?
Yep. All right, more from AJ Hinch. How much did last year's success fuel you? Does it fuel you going? Fuel you? God, take 3 and 3, 2, 1. How much does last year's success fuel you going into this season? I start thinking about the fans and the fact that we all sort of, everybody has their own limitations. But there's probably some fans out there that had budgeted aside some sports spending on things like NFC title games and maybe even a Super Bowl trip that now didn't have to spend that money. The last month of the Tiger season, I got down to Comerica Park probably 4 times. My kids wanted to go to Comerica Park. Gator, it was electric. It was opening day party, but the baseball mattered. Opening day is truly a great holiday here in Detroit, but it's better when game 2, game 3, game 4 are all not as intense, but people want to see him play, and that's how we get to start this year.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, the end of this season was great. Being at Comerica Park in September and October, it's so much fun, and I like hearing that the position players who don't have to report until Monday, that most of them are already in camp. They're already taking swings, and there was footage today on Twitter. Evan Petzold had of Spencer Torkelson launching a home run to straightaway center field, and it's fun to see that stuff already. And these guys aren't even supposed to be there; they don't have to be there, but they're there because they want to get to work. They want to hit the ground running. And for a team that has typically started off slow, I like to see that. It's dedication, and now there's real competition for these spots to be on this roster. You want to be on the Tigers roster. This is a playoff team.
Okay, straight ahead. Great question about Alex Bregman brought up by the morning show guys. And, of course, this was this morning where Bregman said no to the Tigers offer last night. Hear what the Tigers manager has to say about it today at 1:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Playing the best of what A.J. Hinch told our morning show today. As Tigers spring training is underway. And pitchers and catchers reported, but pretty much everyone's there and a lot of questions. Obviously, yesterday, big news. Alex Bregman said no to Detroit. The morning show did a great job. They dug up an old quote from A.J. Hinch. And they said, well, I'll read the quote, and then I'll give you what the question was. The quote was, if you want to be a part of it, then come. If you don't, then we'll beat you. The question was, does that apply to Alex Bregman? Here's what A.J. Hinch said. You know, it's funny because I think there's a little bit of edge now. Okay, you didn't want to be a part of it. I bet those guys are so fired up that he didn't come here for their own opportunities. Vierling and Jace Young.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a delicate balance. You want to win and you want players to help you to win. But as he said, it's weird when you report to camp. I mean, at one point he told a story this morning. We're not going to play it for you, but he told this morning about when he announced that Alex Cobb wouldn't be ready to go. There are like 12 guys in their clubhouse whose phones are pinging with their agents and friends saying, hey, another starting spot is open on this rotation. Matt Manning. Hey, Ty Madden. Hey, Kiter Montero. There's another spot. You could go north with the big club now. Better chance of it. And yet he mentioned the Brebbia, the reliever they signed. Yep. There are guys now in the bullpen going, where do I fit in? Like, so all these things impact. And I think it's tough to even predict who's going to make this team coming north.
I think it is. I mean, it is right now. Obviously, things will clear itself up when you see 3 weeks worth of spring training games. You'll start to see players definitely separating themselves for good or for bad. But the competition is a good thing. It's a good thing because this is a competitive team now. So the expectations are higher. And I imagine for someone like Jace Young or Matt Vierling, maybe probably more for Jace Young because Vierling knows he's got a place to – he's kind of a super sub kind of guy if they need to use him like that. But for Jace Young, you just survived the rumors for months about Alex Bregman.
Yep.
And now you're going to survive a couple more weeks worth of rumors about Arenado because I'm sure there's going to be more that come out with whatever interest the Tigers have in him. But in the meantime, it just means, okay, you have the opportunity now. It's not taken away from you. It's there. Go earn it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's always a story or two of spring training coming out of nowhere. God, this Purdue kid won't stop hitting. Now, he was a Rule 5 guy, but he was either going to come north with the club and stay all year or probably go back to Minnesota. Was it last year? Wasn't it Eddie's Leonard who wouldn't stop hitting in spring training? Do you have any memories of that?
Vaguely.
Stuff on that somewhere, but I do remember Eddie's Leonard thinking, because you were on board, if I recall correctly.
Well, he got off to a pretty good start. He played well, and then I believe got hurt a little bit in the minors. But Wenzel Perez was the other guy, right? That didn't expect this guy to show up and be as capable as he was. Perez ended up playing 112 games with this team. Now, overall, the numbers are not eye-catching, but he was a positive player in a lot of respects, and they could move him around and use him here and there, and just did a lot of things well. And he's going to be competing for an extra outfield spot.
Okay, so didn't get Alex Bregman. Do they still need to add a right-handed bat? Here's what A.J. Hinch told our morning show. Okay, yeah, we obviously did play it. I didn't realize it was part of that cut. All right, so right-handed bats. The beginning of that, or do you need to add another right-handed bat? He said, well, we need is our guys to continue to develop. So who are the likely candidates to be right-handed at bats that can give them more? There's actually quite a few. Torque is one of them. I think most people have written Torque off with the Cole Keefe move to first base. Feels like Torque is going to be moved on from at some point. Other guys that could do it, I mean, Javi Baez could give them a little something.
Well, if he shows that he's back to where he can hit, well, to just a
what do we even hit?
But I mean, like an average level, right? Okay. Is he better than Trey Sweeney, who is the likely incumbent at this point? And we don't know if we have no idea how healthy Baez is, but if this surgery that he had in the offseason clears up a lot of things, and all of a sudden he's swinging the bat totally differently and looking better, then that would be a monster lift. I'm not expecting it. I think we kind of see him for what he is. He does not have a command of the strike zone and gets fooled too many times, and I think it's really hard to break out of those bad habits. I don't think that's just because he had a hitch in his giddy-up.
Other young bats that could come along, right-handed hitters, Ryan Kreidler, although seems unlikely. Justin Henry Malloy is interesting. Justin Henry Malloy, I'm not sure he has a position, but could he be a right-handed hitting DH?
Well, he had a very limited at-bats in a postseason, but he was 5 for 8.
Yeah, I was about to say.
He actually hit.
Did he walk?
He had some walks as well. He had a couple of walks.
So he had 10 plate appearances and got on base 7 times.
Yeah, had a 727 on-base percentage.
Decent.
Yeah. But, I mean, again, really small sample size. But he showed last year at the AAA level that it wasn't overwhelming for him. He actually did quite well there, and he's got some power, and this was the first guy, really, that Scott Harris targeted. So is he mature enough now where he can, again, another guy competing for an outfield spot or an extra spot on the roster with Wenzel Perez?
It's fun. It's fun to have a baseball team worth talking about. It's fun to have AJ back on the show.
It's fun to have a hockey team worth talking about, a basketball team worth talking about, a football team worth talking about. It's good to be a Detroit sports fan right now.
It really is. Doesn't feel like that long ago. Nobody was good.
No, it felt like a year ago. weren't that a couple certainly with the Lions? It go a little bit further back than that, but yeah, it's been brutal, and now it's fun. There's real, genuine interest in what the Tigers are doing. The Tigers are genuinely interested in what the Tigers are doing. They lose out on getting Alex Bregman, but it's not because they put in a lowball offer. I mean, Bregman pivoted into what ended up being important to him, which was clearly annual per his salary per year, which was $40 million a year that he got from Boston on a short-term deal. Good for him. He got that. But the side story, the Tigers put up a legitimate offer of 6 years and $171 million. That's a real offer. More than Houston offered, more than the Cubs offered, and it was longer term than anybody else had offered. So good for them for stepping up, trying to make something happen. Good for them for leaking out what the terms were. And now everybody knows. It's on notice. Tigers are willing to spend money.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of a game and want to bet on the fourth quarter comeback, which seems to happen every night, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, here's the thing. Right now, new customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go find yourself a heavy favorite and bet them on the money line. They don't have to cover a spread, just win the game. You won't get a big return on your $5, but you get the $150 in bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You put something interesting in your show sheet, Gator. I'm going to throw you a curveball here.
Okay.
Is this push for flag football going to be a hit or a miss? Now, is this based upon the flag football commercials during the Super Bowl, or was there some other reason?
Well, they're there for a reason because the NFL is trying to get this going. They are sponsoring it for men and for women, and I think it's going to be pushed pretty hard to try to get people interested in watching flag football. And I think it sounds like a horrific idea.
You think it sounds like a horrific idea?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in terms of. It's not. If I were a head of a TV network, I would not even consider this because I don't think it's viable. I don't think anybody cares. Now, is it fun to play flag football? Absolutely, it's a lot of fun. But in terms of trying to push it to the mainstream, good luck with that.
Is there a place? Is this a place for women who want to play football?
Yes.
And Kang, I think about your daughters. If there is girls flag football, do you want them playing?
Whatever she wants to do, I'm going to encourage it as long as I find it healthy.
As long as it's not dance.
Exactly. Dance isn't healthy. I said you didn't let me finish. As long as it's healthy for you and for my pocketbook. No, but seriously, you're encouraging physical activity and teamwork and all the great stuff that comes with sports, right?
Yep.
But Gator, don't be fooled, my friend. This is not about flag football. This is about football and football fans. And the NFL will lose money because they can't lose money, to be honest with you. They can burn money on this all they want. They have plenty of it. They're just trying to get more and more fans to like football. And if it's through flag football, through women, through girls, through anything, they will do it. That's why they're going international and all this stuff. They just want more people to like football.
Well, they're trying to, I mean, and part of it, I think, and not the entire reason, but maybe this is just me trying to forward the narrative here, but if Travis Kelce retires, there goes the Swifties and trying to pick up the momentum that you have of getting more female viewership. It's not all because of that, but I think it's part of it. Look, it's a great game. And it is the way they advertised it, though, with the crazy jumps, the Saquon Barkley jump and the athleticism and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great the way they're trying to get the interest in it. But I saw something on Twitter where there was like a behind the scenes of making of that commercial. It was basically like stunts, It wasn't like this is an actual game. These are the moves. These were stunts and used with wires and stuff like that. But the game is, flag football is what it is. I just don't think it's something that people want to watch.
So what's interesting is there's a story, I believe it was on The Athletic. Yeah, NCAA said at least 65 schools are already sponsoring flag football at either club or varsity levels, with more moving in that direction. With a push from the NFL, flag football has been added to the 2028 LA Olympic Games. But this is for women. And now the Olympic Games, I think, is for men too. I know it's for men too. But they're looking at making NCAA flag football for women, which I would find intriguing. I don't know. I think it would get me curious at the beginning. I don't know how much I'd feel any kind of vested interest. But I too am a girl dad, although my girl is, unless they hurry up, I don't think she's playing any NCAA flag football. She did play high school football. She was a kicker and she got hit twice, by the way.
Yeah?
Yes, she got hit twice.
How'd you react to that?
Well, I didn't see one of them, and the other one was kind of minimal. I didn't seem all that concerned, but I think she would have loved it. And I'm like, at college, she could play flag football now, like intramurals, and they got that kind of thing. But I coached a girls' flag football league, a team, a dorm team.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
We had plays, we had sets.
I'm sure you did.
We had a play calling system, hurry up offense.
Of course you did.
Yeah. So anyway, but Kang, you wouldn't be against it.
No, I think it's fun. And like I said, this is a way to get other people who might not have followed football to learn the rules, at least the basics, right? And like I said, it's all marketing. I hate that. That's what everything has come to at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the reason why they want it in the Olympics. They want the international audience. They want more people to like football. That's all it is. It doesn't matter if it makes money or if anyone watches, as long as they're promoting it to other people that they weren't getting it before. I think it's their ultimate
They probably
goal. Well, the
see-
NFL's fronting this whole thing.
If the NFL probably sees trying to draw in more football fans through getting more people to play the game, even if people aren't watching the game, if they can get a gender to half the population to have accessibility to playing the game, they might in turn get more fans out of that. So even though it's a losing operation, it could be a win for them.
Oh,
because
it's
of
good for the
bigger
NFL.
rating.
I'm just saying I don't think that the general public is going to care so much.
The desire is probably not there to watch. No.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. So anyway, NBA All-Star Weekend's coming up, and Cade's in the 3-point shooting contest. You right now, if they gave you the choice, would you rather send Malik Beasley?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, in terms of that, I mean, Cade's an all-star, but should Malik Beasley be participating in the 3-point shooting contest? 100%. Was he shooting 42% from 3-point land?
Yeah.
And he's not in the competition?
He might be playing himself into a must-keep player.
I think he has. I think he absolutely has. You know, they for years they've said the Pistons have to have shooters. They got to find somebody out there that, you know, can ride alongside Cade Cunningham and be a legitimate shot maker. And they've tried to get those guys, and they failed in some respects. And then this past off season, they really went after it. Bring Tobias Harris back. He got off to a slow start, but now he's kind of hitting his stride again. He looks solid. You get Malik Beasley, who has been fantastic all season long, and they're not even through 60 games, and he's already set the franchise record for most three-pointers in the season. You know, knocks down some more last night. He's absolutely is a guy they need to have on here for the next several years.
I will make a bold prediction about All-Star Weekend. Asur Thompson will be named the MVP of the Rising Stars tournament.
He's playing in it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So he's playing for Mitch Richmond's team. That is my bold-ass prediction. Like what I'm seeing.
Okay. I do.
Yeah.
I know you like what you're seeing. And that is bold ass.
Yeah. So just something to keep an eye out for. I mean, is the dunk contest still the marquee event?
I think it is, but it's not. I mean, if you're flipping around on channels and it comes on, you stop and you watch to see. There's no question that you do that. The problem, I think, with the dunk contest is you don't know who the dunkers are.
Is Matt McClung in it again? He is. Yeah. Rico says he is.
Where's he playing?
Is he still in the G League?
Georgetown. But I mean, that's my point. It's like you got guys that you don't get to see play in NBA teams, really. You know.
Yeah.
That's where we're relegated to because the big stars don't want to do it.
One thing that hurts here locally is Saturday night, 8:00, Michigan State's at Illinois. So.
Oh, locally, people
going up
have
against
an opportunity.
Yep. So I would imagine that will be some people's priority.
NBA All-Star Weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is this week.
Yep.
It used to be a must-watch.
Used to be, yeah.
Jesus, man. Yeah, but
you realize there's probably an era of people that are going to watch this weekend that will say years from now, used to be a must-watch.
See, I don't think so because, I mean, when you think back to Larry Bird in the three-point contest, Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins, every year going in there trying to do, like, you saw the stars out there. You know, Vince Carter, like, guys would, they wanted to play, and now they just want to stand on the sideline and hold up 10 cards for every dunk.
Yeah.
Like, oh, did you see that one? Well, yeah.
And then they see how the fans go nuts about it, and then they'll make some, you know, BS proclamation like LeBron's done. Oh, I'll do it next year. No, you're not.
It's like, yeah, your agent won't let you in. Like, yeah, LeBron should have been in this thing a while ago. It's what you want to see, but you don't get to. I'm sorry.
It's all right. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Kenny has a funny little game for the Four Nations.
Okay.
Player or U.S. Senator, or basically somebody from that country, politician.
Okay.
Player or politician.
Player or politician.
So,
all right.
We will have some fun with that. Plus, a little Pistons talk at 3.
Okay. Yeah. Playing well. They're playing very well. Headed into the break, and it was weird. Last night's game, I had it on. I had zero intensity because I'm like, Detroit's so much better than these guys. They're going to win this game.
It is, but you know what? And then I hate the fact that I keep I keep turning into gambling guy.
Gambling
because I'm
guy?
yelling at Beasley. Can you just make one more basket? Io DeSumo did what he was supposed to do. Pistons gonna win. I just need you to make one basket.
Then you don't want the lead to get too big, so they pull your guy out of the game.
See, I just took the money line because I thought the second day won't be a blowout. Just win. Io DeSumo. Beasley, can you score 15 points? No.
It didn't happen for you.
14.
Have a great show.
Yeah, that's where I was at. 14.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Lions have a new running backs coach, Tashard Choice. The need comes after Scotty Montgomery was elevated to assistant head coach while also handling the wide receivers. Choice worked with Jahmyr Gibbs in college at Georgia Tech. Baseball America prospect writer Emily Walden spoke to us about why top prospects on the Tigers, Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal, were left off the spring training roster this year. The Tigers officially inked free agent reliever John Brebbia to their roster last night. He's already in camp as of this morning. MLB Network insider John Paul Morosi said that he's watching the Tigers and Yankees as possible landing spots for third baseman Nolan Arenado. Mike would love that. According to Angelique Shingalis, the following Michigan football players have been invited to the NFL Combine: Donovan Edwards, Khalil Mullings, Colston Loveland, Miles Hinton, Kenneth Grant, Josiah Stewart, Will Johnson, and Mason Graham. The Jets officially bid quarterback Aaron Rodgers a goodbye today with a news release via Aaron Glenn and their GM. Quote, "It was important to have this discussion now to provide clarity and enable each of us the proper time to plan for our respective futures. I want to thank them for their leadership, passion, and dedication he brought to the organization and wish him success moving forward." End quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Thursday. We're here. Snowmageddon was a letdown, thank God. Let's get to business, shall we? So the Bregman saga, Rico, it comes to an end, and I have never felt this way before. I'm relieved. I'm not even busting your balls.
Relieved, good relief, or just
great relief?
Or just relieved like Nona's finally in a happy place?
Oh, I'm relieved Alex Bregman didn't come here, because if they had signed him to 6 years and $170 million, I think one thing really jumps out at me. He didn't want to be here. You offered $170 million. You gave him the term he wanted. He'd rather go to Boston and play second base, not third, and take the shorter deal, albeit with opt-outs. And if it was going to take me, look, I was willing to pay a higher AAV, but you know what I wasn't willing to do? Pay him more than Aaron Judge. Alex Bregman's going to make more money than Aaron Judge this year. So you get to a point where you go, you know what? Hey, see ya. I wanted to know where you're at with it, though. Like, I can't muster anger. In fact, I actually think Scott Harris may have been, like, drunk, or maybe Evan had some gummies or something, like 6 at 170 for this.
You know what? For me, it was a couple things. One, Scott Harris did what we asked him to do. Be interesting, be in the discussion, be in the hunt this offseason. Check, check, and check. Tigers were one of the final teams. He actually went out there and put his money where his mouth was, and he offered technically 6 years more security. Okay, not per year, no, but he would have security. Allegedly, he was offered 6 year, $171 million. Okay, I think that would have been a bad deal. I'm happy, like you, that he didn't come here, because I think it would have ended up becoming buyer's remorse with 6 year deal.
It's also the park, Rico. You know,
and that's when I was about to get into that. Boston was the best place for him. And I think finally in the end, he and Scott Boras just said, okay, dude, seriously, what do you want to do? Do you want to put up some numbers? Take the smaller deal, go out there, hit a bunch of home runs and doubles, and you can be a free agent again in 3 years. Or I'm trying to think, if I read it correctly,
he'll opt out after this year. Rico.
There's opt-outs. So that's the better call for him than going to Detroit. I think Detroit, as you like to say, had to pay the Detroit tax to get him to come here. And I'm kind of glad that he passed it over and said, no, thanks, but no thanks.
And if I were in Chicago, I'd say the same thing. I think if you're a Cubs fan, you should be relieved. These are bad ballparks for the way Bregman plays baseball. And he's a good player. I'm not acting like he's not. But I got to be honest. The fact that I know that Chris and Scott are willing to put 6 at 170 out there, it gives me a little bit of renewed faith. Mm-hmm. It gives me faith that there's going to be about $45 million coming off the books after this season. Riley Green is going to need a contract. I think Parker Meadows is someone I would approach. The Skubal thing is the specter that's going to hang over the franchise. I still stand by it. I think he will cost you $40 a year. And then it just comes down to how many years Boras and he want, where would the opt-outs land? And in the end, maybe it doesn't matter what you offer him. Maybe he doesn't want to be here. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with this. I'd like to know where people are at. Because for me, Alex Bregman's a good baseball player. He's not great. And at the start of the offseason, yes, I was totally happy saying, well, why don't we give it a try? You know what? You know when I start to have a problem? When I figure out that guys are Monty Williams. When I figure out guys really don't want to be here.
But if you pay them enough, they'll say, fine, I'll show up.
Well, then it's a Popman. Then you end up with Juan Gonzalez. And then you end up with Prince Fielder. I got kids, man. Like, I don't feel like we need to bribe people. If you don't want to be here, if playing for AJ isn't enough for you, if you're willing to take 3 years and opt-outs, you don't want the security. You know what this says to me? It's going to sound terrible. This says to me Alex Bregman is not confident in Alex Bregman. Because the 3-year deal and 120 at an egregious AAV, all this says is, well, if I suck, I got about 90% of the bread in a shorter term.
Yes. This is why when he was saying he wanted 7 years, dude, you must not really value yourself. And you know that you're looking for your last score before you go to the old folks home for baseball players. Like this was going to be it for you. I am right there with you. The other thing that I do like about it, it tells me that I guess the Tigers have about $30 million to play with. So when it comes down to the trade deadline, kind of what their budget is. And, now you start looking at people. They're playing well. Some team is just tanked, and they're getting ready to sell off players. Well, you know what? Detroit has about $30 million a year that they can jump into this trade line.
And again, any of those salaries going to be prorated. You usually get a nice bargain. I'm with you. I just want to know where people are at. Look, this whole offseason has been Bregman. It's been a saga. I mean, you've got some people pretending they're news reporters.
Yep. That's personal growth, folks.
Take your trusted source, and I'll tell you where you can put it. But the point is, Alex Bregman's not coming here, and I'm okay with it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the organization did everything right because, well, they didn't get the big right-handed bat we all wanted. Remember, that still was the mission this offseason. I can't act like they succeeded in that. They didn't. And if you were putting all your eggs in the basket of Bregman, well, you misread it because you didn't get him. And the fact that I'm happy you didn't get him, it's about a player becoming overrated or having on-tilt demands. I think you knew last week I was about done with this.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you heard whispers the Tigers had a 6-year offer out there, I go, okay, forget it. If he's not jumping at 6 and to play for his old manager, he don't want to be here.
Yeah, it told me that there was something else that we just didn't know. We weren't privy to because it seemed like they were checking all the boxes. So what's the holdup? What's
the fact
delay?
they changed positions to play for another team? It's just, look, go to Boston. It's a good move for them. They can keep Devers at third. They've got, whether it's Trevor Story or Marcello Mayer, they've got this infield built. They've got Casas at first. Let the Red Sox do their thing. Go and enjoy. Do whatever you want. I want to know where people are at on this. You didn't get the big right-handed bat this offseason. That is a failure by this team. Now, just because I'm happy Bregman's not here, that doesn't mean I'm happy about the way the offseason played out overall. I can give it a B-, give it a B. I think the Flaherty thing helps. By the way, don't need Flaherty crying about free agency in the newspaper. You got people going to jobs they hate, Jack. We're not interested. You didn't get $100 million and you're calling the ambulance. You got Rue McClanahan's spine. Stop. So look, are you okay with it? He didn't come here. And now you're looking at face of the franchise, Matt Vierling at third. I think for me, I can't speak for Rico. For me, I love the point he made with the $30 million. It's clear there's something in the budget here for the right player. But B, trade market. And I don't know when. I don't know who. I just know you have the prospects stocked up. You have the money, to Rico's point. This is where we find out about Scott Harris again. Now, he pulled a masterclass with the Flaherty thing. You ended up getting prospect, you got the player back, and you got a platoon shortstop. Fine enough. I'm not as high on Sweeney as some of the people. The point is, now I can at least go, all right, we can fix this later. Stay above water until what? You want to say June?
Yeah.
Does that feel right to you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that if you're even just
caffeine alert
500, but you're in this division where, you know what, a hot weekend and you could take over first place. Yeah, you're in the trademark.
It's also a good thing this division blows.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Good. Well, you swept the team, you're in first.
basically starting the season like 18-0. White Sox are in the division.
No, yeah, that was.
But I think it sets up a trade deadline to me. Now, again, could you see a report if the Cardinals are willing to pay some money? Maybe a little Arenado deal for 2-3 years? Guys, I'm not going to sell you that the perfect guy is out there. I'm not doing that. But I'd much rather have this money deployable in other ways. And that should include, to me, you're not going to get a Colt Keith deal done, but I'd go to Parker Meadows. His defense alone makes him a 2-3 WAR player. I try to get Parker Meadows signed. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Now, Riley, a little dicey. He's good when he's healthy, but he's not healthy. My point is, I can deploy the money. I got 45-50 coming off the books. I'm comfortable because this didn't happen because me and Rico stand united, like some of these comic book characters. We are locked in with our cosmic powers. I feel like this was going to be, in this ballpark, a different version of Anthony Rendon. Not nearly as egregious. Not that he would die for 4 straight years, but a guy you signed in your 30s, and it was a descent. Maybe it's a different version of a Baez.
I was about to say more like a Baez.
Park factor alone would subtract 5 to 7 home runs a year playing in Comerica.
And the fact that you had to wait for him and the anticipation built up expectations and people would never let it go. Because you made us wait this long, you better be good. What do you mean you're just average? We didn't wait this long for average. We waited this long for an all-star. It was never going to happen. You were going to have buyer's remorse. Fans were going to be like booing him because he wasn't going to be what they thought he was going to be, especially in this ballpark. His numbers were going to come down. You were going to be stuck with him for 6 years. It was a lose-lose situation. The only winner in this was Scott Harris because you proved you're willing to play ball. You went out there. You made the effort.
He almost broke his own rules when you think about it.
Yeah.
Bregman's got every red flag analytically you could have, and yet this is the guy. Now, again, this is why I don't have to say that the organization should be popping bottles and be commended. I commend them. They tried to spend money. I don't think they did it with the right players.
See, I'm so glad you said that, and I was going to let you all have your, it's your show.
Thanks, Dad.
But that's the part that's confusing to me. While I am relieved, the part that I'm confused on is why was Bregman the one you wanted to spend your money on the first time? Like, you're going to spend money, and this was the choice?
David,
that's the confusing part to me. So I think that's why I'm relieved, because I'm like, that ain't what no, thank you.
Okay, can I go 30-second conspiracy theory? You want me to do it on the other side? David, it's up to you. Right now?
Do it next.
Okay. College basketball.
What a segment.
College basketball is in full swing, and they need high-speed internet to watch all the games on the streaming apps. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the hoops action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just simply drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, if you're just tuning in on a snowy Thursday, it's Bregman time. And look, whether you guys don't want to call or you don't care, well, too bad. It's a big deal. The entire offseason was kind of centered around this. And this team needed a big right-handed bat. They didn't get it. Now, I'm okay that Bregman didn't come here because I have to tell you, I'm with Rico on this. If you had signed him to 6 years at 170, I think you're looking at a different version of Baez. The ballpark was a terrible fit for him. You could base it on park factor. You could base it on Fangraph projection moving forward, something to the tune of a guy that would hit 15, 16 home runs in the year 2026. Like, that's terrifying. The fact that he went to Boston, is willing to play second base, go. It's a better ballpark. Just get out. Here's what I like. I like that Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch were willing to at least try. I'm surprised this was the player they did it for, but I'm relieved. Now my question is, what's next? To Rico's point, where should the money go? Do you get in the Arenado trade market? Do you wait until the deadline? Do you begin signing your own players? You can't sit here and talk about how you would have beat the Eagles if you played them. Season's over. So why don't we move on? Change your jams and let's go. 248-539-9797. Now, you had something you wanted to share with the people.
A little bit of a conspiracy theory, because listen to what David had said right before the break. Scott Harris, we're all saying, hey, you know what? He went out there, he tried, he did something. It almost makes me wonder, and I'm going to equate it to this. Mike, I think we've all been in a situation before where there's somebody, a friend or a relative, and you're like, hey, if you're ever in town, you can stop, feel free. Come on by. You can stay with me for a while. You don't really mean it, but it sounds good. And I'm wondering if you're looking at this with the 6 year, because technically he would have made less per year, but it looked as if, okay, let's put out a token deal and we'll look as if the Tigers are really trying to do something, but really it's structured in a way where he's probably not going to take this. But we look like we tried.
Yeah, but 6 at 170 is legit.
No, right. But knowing other teams will probably come up with a better deal.
But did he take a better deal in your mind?
I think he did.
Why?
Because I think it's he's making more per year. He's going to be in a better ballpark, and he's got options where if he gambles on himself and wins, he could go and do Chapman.
Okay. But if he loses, he's out of baseball at age 34.
But
sign with the Tigers, you got it all, and you got your job security, and you're playing.
He's out of baseball, but he's literally he wouldn't have made an extra $30 million, but he would have got 120. So no, yeah, he was missing out on. Yes, he missed out on $50 million. I get it, but maybe you could trick some team into signing you for one extra year and you can make something.
Right, but you get into semantics. My point is the guy allegedly, whether through his agent or him, wanted term. Term. You offered him 6 years. Mm-hmm. He took 3.
Right.
I mean, come on.
Because I think deep down they know he really didn't want term. I think if you were Boston, I think he would have took the term. Boston was like, we're not giving
All right, but if
term.
it took me paying him Aaron Judge money to get him here, then he can F off to the sun. I'm not paying that. Full stop. I'd rather spend them. I've already said, look, I'm more interested in talking about what fans want next, but I think they're still all hungover from the Lions.
No, and I'm saying I think this looks good on his part. Like he tried, and it was almost like, you know what? Hey, Mike, if you're ever in town, give me a call. We can hang out. We can do something. Oh, I'm getting well. I don't want to hang out with him, but sounds good.
All right. If you have a comment on what Rico just said, go for it. Kenny, real quick, and then I'll get to the people. What do you got? Talk to me. Are you heartbroken, relieved? What do you want the Tigers to do next?
I'm not heartbroken at all. I guess I'm more relieved, especially seeing the term we offered. And you know what's hilarious about this whole thing is this is the opposite of every other contract we've talked about in the city for the past couple off seasons is, they're afraid to give out term. They're afraid to give out term. And then I saw, 6 years? I was like, no, thank you. I agree with Rico that could have very quickly turned into a Baez situation.
Now, my problem is it wrong of me to go, okay, I went into the offseason and I desperately needed a big-time right-handed bat. They didn't get one.
No, they didn't. And you're right for calling this a B offseason because that would have made it a B plus, A minus, depending on the name, maybe an A.
Yeah.
But no, I agree. I agree with you that it's a B-off season, and yeah, I wanted that bat too.
To the people, we go to Jack. He's batting leadoff today, 97.1. Jack, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, nothing much. What's going on, guys?
Hey, Jack.
So for this, I'm not ready to blame Scott. Really, I think they knew they needed this right-handed bat, and Bregman might have been their first pick, but we all know this just dragged out way too long. So like, as people started dropping off, getting signed, it was like, okay, well, now we're stuck with this. And I think they expected Boris to kind of come off of this price or term. And when he didn't, they weren't willing to pay the price. And now I think the move is to go to the trade deadline and catch the hot bat.
Yeah, and look, it might not be this star move. But like you said, I mean, Jace, there are so many good players in baseball, and people don't know their names, or they're undervalued, or they'll fit a role that the Tigers want to have them in with the flexibility of the lineup. So I'm not against it. And look, if it doesn't work out and the team is bad, and make no mistake, there's a shot they weren't good with Bregman. Well, now at least you're not stuck. And now you can play it your way. Now, let me ask you a question. Jack, if you got a call from the St. Louis Cardinals today and they paid 40 cents on the dollar for Nolan Arenado, would you make a trade with him?
Absolutely, but here's my thing is like, I think we get to see what the season's going to look like as far as like, are we going to make the playoffs? Are we not? So like, because people are so streaky in the MLB, it's like, might as well just wait and see. I mean, obviously we know what Arenado is, but like, might as well wait and see who's hot, because every year it's the person in the beginning that's hot doesn't end up hot at the end of the season. So see where we can get with the third baseman that has, you know, a hot stretch a couple months at the end.
Yep. No, I'm okay. I'm good with it. I mean, look, God, see, this is where people are going to go nuts, and I'm not being negative. Guys, you're the third betting choice in the division, and according to Fangraphs, you're going to finish fourth. You know, do I believe you'll be a little bit better than that? Yes, but could I see a window where, yeah, you are who you were the first 120 games of the year? Yes, that's possible. I mean, that's where I look at it and go, all right, you know, is Bregman the guy that saves me from that? I don't think so. I still believe they don't plan on really trying to win until next year.
Mm-hmm. No, it is the best of both worlds, because if all of a sudden this team takes off and they're competitive in June, they got enough money. They can go into the trade market. We know that now. They have a budget. And if they don't, hey, guys, we got these kids. And trust me, God. next year, aha.
Hope is undefeated, isn't it?
It is.
David, ticket text. I'll get to the callers in one moment, but I want to check in and see what people got.
The more this went on, the less I wanted him. I was relieved with the news, especially knowing we offered a 6-year deal. Someone says, at least I know the Tigers tried. I'm glad Bregman didn't come here, but it shows the team is willing to spend. Maybe they'll find a deadline deal that is from Ryan. Someone else says, I'm happy he didn't take an offer here. Platoon third until the trade deadline and trade for a hot bat. That is Eddie from Armada.
Yeah, biggest problem organizationally, you've got a lot wrapped up in Jace Jung. If Jace Jung's no good, you're in real trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Because this Vierling thing, get out of here. Defensively, he's not a third baseman. Now, he can produce some numbers and be acceptable offensively, but what really would fix all of this is if Jace Jung could step forward. And is he still positionally one of the 10, 12 best third base prospects in baseball? Yeah. He's probably 10, 11, or 12. But he's there.
He's in the top 12.
He's not a nobody.
He's 12. Yeah.
Well, that's the kind of thing that it is. Yes.
That's why someone's texting in this. I would absolutely love Arenado. But Vierling was offensively similar to him, but Arenado, I would want him for the glove. It is worth getting him for that alone. Andrew in a brown truck says the fact that they were willing to spend $170 million puts a huge smile on my face. Now I actually spend it on someone that can come here. I would wait till the trade deadline. Maybe Vladdy might be out there on the trade block. That is Johnny from Rochester.
248-539-9797. We go right to the phones next. We'll get a football today in the mix. Yes, we are going to mention the Pistons. I don't know what to do with that, but we'll talk about it. We got something fun for you at 4 o'clock, which is a hockey tournament no one asked for. We're going to play a little game. Kenny, don't make that gesture. You're not even excited about the stupid thing.
That is absolutely untrue. Did you watch any of it last night? It was electric.
It was.
It was real. It was a really good game.
Kenny?
They actually, Mike, it's an all-star break where they actually try.
Kenny?
Whoa.
Kenny?
Nobody cares. It was awesome.
No, it was not awesome. Football ended and your sport had the spotlight and they went, we're good. We're taking a 2-week timeout to play a charity tournament.
The 2-week thing I agree with. They could have shortened this thing to like 3 or 4
and
days.
you could have named the trophy.
Yeah, that is a bummer.
Stupid. Nice sport. All right. Personal injury of any sort is personal. David Femininio's got you covered. He will deliver results, and David is dedicated to ensuring you get everything you deserve to put your life back together. Get an attorney that will fight for you and who happens to actually answer the phone. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. I'll get to the people. We've got some football coming up for you in a little bit, but the Bregman saga is over. I'm glad. I know, Rico, you're glad. I'm relieved. 6 at 170, I wouldn't have been happy today. I can't lie to you. And I think it's really about what they do next. So they tried, but my problem is they put all their eggs in the basket of somebody who I think pretty clearly didn't want to be here. I mean, you made a 6-year commitment to a player who I think smart baseball people would have said 4 is where they would have been at. And again, he's not Mike Schmidt. This guy's made an all-star team twice. Calm down. He's a good baseball player, but I'll move forward as long as they deploy that money. Now, does it mean you trade for Arenado? Would Arenado come here? There's been mixed reviews about what his trade list is and is not. Do you just go with a Veerling, Jace Young platoon? Get yourself into June, as you said, Rico, and then see? Probably. But if they're willing to spend, I can work my way through. I just can't for the life of me figure out why they didn't get a legitimate right-handed bat in here. That is the one thing I can't figure out. The Gleyber Torres thing is not the answer. So it's just bizarre to me that they could have added that bat at any point in the offseason, didn't, waited for Bregman. It seemed like this was the guy, and they didn't get him. Now, I'm not mad that they didn't get him. I'm mad that if this was their only right-handed bat they were into, that's faulty logic.
No, I'm with you. It is head-scratching, but you know what? Scott Harris gets a chance to really show what he's worth, especially if this team is competitive at the trade deadline. Like I said, around June, you can now go out there and find that right-handed bat, maybe a right-handed bat who's also a third baseman or a position of need, and help this team out and really try to build on what you did last season. Because I still think it was almost a tale of two teams. It was the first 120 games, and then it was the last 40-some games. And we still remember the last games, but this team wasn't that great in the first 120 games. So I do think that they are really trying. They want to let some of the guys in the farm system develop and get up here. And maybe that was the reason why they didn't feel that pressing to go get that bat, because you said it before, Mike, they still feel like they're a year away from really being competitive.
100%. That's what it feels like. But
looks like seems like.
Sounds like. Let's go to people. Jake's in Detroit. He's up next. Jake, what's going on, bud?
Mike, Rico, how we doing?
Good, pal. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me on. So here's my take with the Bregman situation. I wanted Bregman. I wanted him bad, probably more than most people, definitely more than the group chat that I'm in, for sure, with my buddies. I think that he added a lot more value to this team than just his glove and bat alone. Personally, and I don't want to get caught up in this too much, I don't even think you can put his name in the same sentence with Javier Baez. I think Baez is a poison to this team that Bregman would never be, but that's besides the point. Here's my thing. With Colt Keith, with his first year at first base here, I think that adds even more value to getting somebody at third base who we can rely on. This whole Veerling, Jace Young thing, I don't think that's the route to go. We've been experimenting at third base since Brandon Inge. We haven't had a real third baseman since Brandon Inge. We're talking over a decade. So that's really why I wanted Bregman here. So now I'm on the Arenado train for sure. Make a trade. We have an influx of pitching. Even if Casey Mize doesn't make the rotation, there's not enough room in our bullpen. We got guys that people forget about from last year. Brendan Hannafy, guys people are literally forgetting about that are really good. There's not going to be enough room in our bullpen for guys who don't make the pitching rotation. Now, this whole Alex Cobb thing probably changes things around. Mm-hmm. But we have the ability to make a trade without giving up Jobe, without giving up Clark, without giving up McGonigal. And to me, it's more of getting the glove at third base than it is so much the bat. That's really why I wanted Bregman, and Bregman obviously gives you some bat too. So, I mean, go make a deal. Mike, you're talking like the offseason's over with. I think we were all just waiting to see what happened here with Bregman. Obviously, Harris wanted him, but now he's talked about it. We can make a trade. We have that ability. Go get Arenado. Shore up the infield, because you go off a season like we just had, and you have an infield of Veerling/Young and Colt Keith on the corners. We need an upgrade there, and I don't want to wait to the trade deadline and like we did last year, and you saw what our record was. I don't want to have to hope that we have that same magic happen again. Go get somebody. We have one missing piece, in my opinion. Go get somebody at the hot corner who's reliable.
There's no argument. I mean, Jake, bottom line, the offseason is over. Outside of a trade, or you're signing Whit Merrifield. And you can't sign Justin Turner. He can't play the field anymore. So your
third. Go get Arenado.
Right, but the guy's got to approve the deal.
Right, I get that.
If he doesn't want to be here, the way
all
that
the time where people don't see it coming. There's guys out there. Scott Harris. We might not know this because we're not maybe within the Tigers organization. But Scott Harris is talking. He knows all the GMs. There's guys out there who teams might be looking to trade that we don't know about yet, and we might be surprised when we see the trade happen. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I would love to be surprised. I would love to see a trade. I mean, Jake, I'm not fighting you on anything, but you're like apoplectic about this. Like, I'm not fighting you. I don't know what your deal is. I agree with you.
He's passionate.
I've just been really worked up. I'm not upset. I've just been worked up because I feel like people underappreciated the value that Bregman would have brought to this team. And I've just been listening to calls for the past few weeks and people comparing him to Javier Baez and this.
No, what the Baez comparison is, look, let me explain this. It is not this vis-a-vis that he's going to fall off the cliff and be a -2 WAR guy and have the worst OPS in history. Baez becomes an adjective to describe something. It becomes, I don't want another Baez deal, meaning if I pay this man, and for the last 3 years of the deal, I don't want to play you, but I have to. No one is saying that Bregman would come here and be a disaster day one. But when Fangraphs, and Jake, you sound like the type of guy who likes baseball and you're kind of into it. When Fangraphs tells you that by the third year of this deal, this guy's going to be hitting in the 230s, not produce really much more than 15 home run power, and be a one-WAR player, that's why we say Baez. Now, if the Sox pay him $40 a year and he bombs out, and he gives them 2 good years and is god-awful in the third, that's a win, even at the terrible AAV. But when you pay him for 6, you're stuck.
Right, and you watch the numbers allegedly go down each year. Yeah, by year 3 and year 4, you're just like, and we still have 2 more years of this. Just like yesterday, we were talking about, would you be happy if Javi made the team? Like, yeah, because technically he's still under contract. They still have to pay him, still owe him about $100 million. So, yeah, you don't want to go through that again, especially because you're so close to exercising yourself from the contract that is Javi Baez. You don't want to enter into a brand new one.
And also, as far as, getting bent out of shape about the Arenado thing, again, I don't know, man. Call Nolan. He's got to approve the deal. What do you want me to do over here? Go to Jake, 97.1. What's up, Jake?
Hey, Mike. Here's my thought on the offseason.
Yeah.
I was completely anti-Bregman at the start of the offseason and slightly became indifferent towards the situation. I couldn't care really about, 170. I would have been okay with it because I think that Bregman does raise the floor of this team. However, he's not the guy that puts you over the top. He's not an elite third baseman, might be the 5th, 6th best third baseman in the league. Next 2 years, let's say. I wanted Christian Walker. I'm with you about getting that right-handed bat, and they put all their eggs in one basket with this Bregman thing. I would have liked Christian Walker. I think he can give you some pop. He can give you.
But they didn't do it.
Gap-to-gap power.
They
didn't. But I'm thinking that Scott looked into these things. There was 2 major right-handed bats other than Bregman that the Tigers could have looked into, and they were Walker and Alonso. I think that the Tigers think they like what they have going at first base, whether it's a Colt Keith and a Justin Henry Malloy platoon.
Yeah.
We'll see, but I think that they like one of those guys.
Well, then that takes those 2 off the board. Fine enough. Well, now you end up in a space. Look, the second base thing, it's whatever. I mean, I can't fix it. It's Glaber for the year. McGonigal, you hope will be a shortstop. Great, but that's years, plural, away to where you're going to get prime production. It's still a faulty mindset to do this where I don't want to block people. So to your point, the only right-handed bats are blocked by ... Colt Keith. If you could have got Pete Alonso on a 3-year term, and that guy, the way he hits with that type of power, I consider the ballpark way less. Jake, you probably do it. But they decided against it because maybe they thought they could get Bregman. Well, they were wrong. And frankly, with the price they were willing to pay, it was wrong. 6 at 170 for a guy I have concerns about past 2 years? I can't do that. I can't.
As a fan, I really like the contract I'd be indifferent towards. I know it would age horribly. But as a GM, I think it's a GM or an owner or a coach, whatever. If I was involved in the organization or in baseball, I would be on the exact same thought process as you. I would say it's a terrible deal. My problem is here, I think with the third base, you're going to have to see what Young is. He's the 6th ranked third base prospect on MLB Pipeline. I didn't really like what I saw from him last year.
No.
But he did have wrist surgery. Apparently,
look, now's the time. You got to play him. I'm with you now, Jake. Is that Bregman's not here, and unless you bring in somebody like an Arenado, you play Jace Young until the wheels fall off. You give him 200 at bats at the start of the year, and if he doesn't, you have to. What choice now? We're stuck. 248-539-9797. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. They are celebrating with incredible deals all month long. Get off the sidelines and get in the game. You can lease a 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. A 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both just $999 down. And again, you're always getting new stock arriving daily. Yes, Denali's are in stock of all different variations. Moran Chevrolet also has MoranExpress.com. You get the certified service. You get the loaner. You go about your day. You're not sitting there staring at a vending machine. So what do you need to do? It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Football time. All right, let's get to it, David. Music. Yes. Right. Yeah. Oh, I got to talk to you?
Yeah, you got to talk
God.
to me. Oh, you missed me.
This child is a blessing to the both of us. All right. What do you got?
All right, let's play a little game, Mike. Does this team take a step forward or do they take a step back next season?
Oh, boy. Okay.
Okay. Some I think will be easier. Some is not. I'm going to throw you a softball. You and David, here you go. The Minnesota Vikings, 14-3 last year.
Easily a step back. And again, could it change? Could they make a stunning quarterback signing or trade?
As of right
now, I think they stand to take the biggest step back in all of football. You could see them win 7 less games.
Based on projections of right now, yes, huge step back.
Okay. Indianapolis Colts.
This guy's microphone is
your mic was off.
What are you, in outer space? You all right over there?
Indianapolis Colts.
No. Step forward. I think Lou Anarumo running that defense, major upgrade. I think he was the fall guy in Cincinnati. And I got to believe there's more there with Richardson. I just have to. I'll say step forward, but minor. Take it easy.
I hear what you're saying. You're right. The defense will step up, but Anthony Richardson alone, I got to say step back. I just don't see it with him. Never will.
Okay. Told you I'm starting off with some easy ones. Cincinnati Bengals. They were 9-8 last year. Step forward, step back.
They need to start faster. They keep starting slow every year. So I'm going to say step forward because they will start fast. Joe Burrow will have all the weapons. Everybody will be there, so he'll be happy. And yes, step forward.
Forward, I'll try it one more time. They burned me so bad this year.
San Francisco 49ers, 6-11. Forward, back.
I'm going to say forward. Injuries were crazy. I think the Debo drama will be over. They'll dump him. Pearsall looked really good. CMC will be healthy. I'll say forward. I still believe there's one more really nice year left in that group. I'll go forward.
As long as they take the weights away from CMC and he doesn't do too much in the offseason to prepare for the season, I'll say step forward.
The next two are going to be interesting. The Kansas City Chiefs, 15-2.
Step back.
Preach it.
Step back.
Say it with your chest.
Based on Travis Kelce, and I'm seeing more video of him at the end of the game hugging Pat Mahomes and saying, I want to thank you for everything we've done. Sounds like he's gone, which means Pat Mahomes will be a little different trying to figure out who his next guy is on third down. So, yeah, step back.
Yeah, it did feel like Aaron Rodgers in that final game at Green Bay where, he just kind of sat back and took it all in. Yeah. The Detroit Lions, 15-2.
Oh, haters ball. Step back. You don't stack 15-win seasons. Now, again, changes of coordinators. They got to retool this defense. I'm just going to say a step back. It's just natural regression.
15-2 is something
that's
you just
crazy.
Don't see. Right.
Crazy.
Hear me loud, City of Detroit. Step back. It's natural. Step back. You're not going to win 15 games every season.
The Washington Commanders, 12-5.
I'm going to surprise you with this one. Step back. Because, again, 12-win seasons are not easy to have. I think the schedule will be more difficult. There's always a chance of a second-year regression. You don't believe me? C.J. Stroud. And the way that Jaden Daniels plays, I do worry about him getting nicked up a little bit. I'll say step back. I think they're a playoff team, but I don't think they're any lock to win 12 games.
I agree with you, Mike. Because it's a second year for Jaden Daniels, I think he naturally takes a step back, which means the team takes a step back unless we have just found the quarterback of the next generation. But we'll see. But, yeah, step back.
The Dallas Cowboys, 7-10.
Step back again? They're a disaster. And I've been on the train for 3 months now. I do believe they're going to trade Micah Parsons. So as you sit and ask me on February 13th, I'm going to say a step back again. I think they're terrible, guys.
I am sick and tired of the Dallas Cowboys. Dak out there talking. Now it's our turn. We're going to go out there and win a championship next season. Sorry, dude. You don't have it. So step back.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, 10-7.
Step back. I think they had a magical year. They got as much as you could get out of that roster, and it's not happening again. I need to see a legitimate quarterback, a legitimate offensive line commitment, and I think their defense is quite overrated at this point. And I said to David about a month ago, I said, do you think it's time to get out of the TJ Watt business? Trade him for a mint, start the rebuild. I really feel like the Steelers are on the treadmill of mediocrity. They'll win 9 or 10 games every year. They'll be cannon fodder in the playoffs, and everybody eats their dry-ass sandwiches with French fries on them. I'm saying step back. Permane Brothers, overrated.
I think they named Justin Fields their starting quarterback. I do think that they improve offensively this season. The defense, yes, while it's getting older, I do think they find their footing this season, and I'm going to say step forward.
Carolina Panthers, 5-12.
Big step forward. I'm going to regret saying this, but big step forward. I believe in Dave Canales, and I started to really believe in Bryce Young watching him late in the year. They got some money to spend. They'll make that defense a little bit better, obviously. Thielen's coming back. Don't laugh. It matters. He's a solid number 2, number 3 guy. Leggett, despite not being able to pronounce the word Thanksgiving and dropping a game winner in Philly, showed flashes. And Jonathan Brooks, kid they drafted from Texas, who blew out his knee and wasn't a factor this year. A lot of people think highly of him. I'll say a big step forward.
I hate to say this to you because he's going to be the quarterback for Atlanta, but Carolina will be where Atlanta is or was this year. They'll be fighting for a playoff spot. They'll switch. Atlanta will fall back, and Carolina will fall up. They'll climb up. So, yes, huge step forward.
All right, well, David, I was going to save it for later, but the Atlanta Falcons.
No, they take a step back. Not because
8-9, Penix, by the way.
Right, not because Michael Penix isn't good, but he only started a few games. So it's going to take a second for him to kind of, get his footing and understand the defenses out there.
I'm backing you. Don't burn me on this. Big step forward. Penix with a full off season. He was wowing people in practice.
Practice is not the game.
You know what this boils down to?
I'm going with Rico on this.
Basically, how smart is the OC? Can you come up with a playbook specifically for him? Arizona Cardinals, 8-9.
No clue.
Can I say stand pat?
They feel like they should have 8 and 9 tattooed on their ass.
All right. Finally, for this, New England, 4-13.
Big step forward. Love the coaching hire. Love the OC hire with McDaniels. Drake May showed some serious signs. He dragged that team into real fourth quarter games. They got a ton of money to spend. Maybe they land a T. Higgins. I'm all in on it. Major step forward.
Yeah, step forward. Winning 4 games last year. I think the coaching already put some 2 up in my mind without making changes to the roster and adding 2. So, yes, step forward.
All right. And now I have 2 additional questions for you guys. One, on Instagram, a certain running back for the Buffalo Bills decided he wanted to let it be known he's not coming cheap next year. James Cook says he wants $15 million a year.
Okay, first of all, I don't think Instagram would be the appropriate place to ask for a new contract, but so be it. David, hit it.
We do not pay running backs.
Franchise him one time and then throw him in the garbage. And you draft another James Cook.
Will he remotely see the money that he's looking for?
I doubt it.
All right.
They're in a Super Bowl window, and they got too many other people they got to pay.
Yeah, why go to Instagram? Does he does not have an agent or something? I'm confused.
Yeah, dude, that's chaos.
I mean, I
just treat running backs like tires. They got a life cycle. You don't save your tires. You throw them in the garbage.
Finally, is this a good idea or bad idea of the NFL? Apparently, they're going to limit Travis Hunter to just one position at the NFL Combine.
Stupid.
How can you do that?
It's just dumb.
They're the NFL.
Let the team do what they want to do.
Exactly. It's dumb. He's a unique player. Why not?
Right.
Why not? Teams are going to draft guys and change their roles and change how they play. And you know what? I don't care. That's stupid.
Okay.
Stupid.
No, I thought the same when I saw that. I'm like, you're really going to limit him. It's like, so what if he just goes off to the side and just runs some drills when no one's looking? What are you going to say? I was just out here staying warm. All right. Anyway, that was Step Forward, Step Back, 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Red Wings prospect and MSU star goalie Trey Augustine has been named a finalist for a pair of national awards today. The first is the James A. Sullivan Award, given annually to the best amateur athlete in the U.S. across all sports. The other is the Richter Award, given to the top college netminder. Day 2 of pitchers and catchers workouts continued today for the Tigers. Jack Flaherty threw his first bullpen. Free Press writer Evan Petzold released his latest roster projection for the Tigers following the team missing out on Alex Bregman last night. Quote, without Bregman, Young is the favorite on the Tigers roster to start at third base against right-handed hitters. The 24-year-old is a left-handed hitter who has the highest upside on offense among the internal third base candidates, but he's a below-average defender at third base, end quote. He expects Matt Vierling, Andy Ibanez, and Zach McKinstry to also be in the mix, too. He does not anticipate Vierling to be named the everyday third baseman unless Young ends up in Toledo. The USA begins their Four Nations journey tonight against Finland at the Bell Center. In Montreal, Canada beat Sweden to kick off the tournament yesterday thanks to a Mitch Marner OT game winner. Dylan Larkin expected to be on the fourth line for the U.S. with Brock Nelson and Vincent Trocheck. Face off at 8 on ESPN. According to Bob Nightingale, Clayton Kershaw's contract with the Dodgers worth $7.5 million, with as much as $8.5 million in incentives. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, I want to say something here before I bring up another Bregman thing. All right, first of all, yes, 3 o'clock, ha, 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 the whole bit. There you go. Odyssey.com, rewind, and whatever. Can I have 1 minute here on the Dodgers? Yeah. Because I've had enough. And I'm telling you, in 2027, when this CBA runs out, the Los Angeles Dodgers are going to be the reason the entire sport changes. This has gotten to a point of parity. I mean, the Dodgers are signing pitchers that they don't have room for in the rotation. They already had a great rotation. Okay, so fine. They lost Flaherty, but they have Glasnow. They go and get Sasaki. They got Yamamoto. They got Bobby Miller. Now we're going to go out and sign Numbnuts McGee. Hey, the dead body of Clayton Kershaw is back. This is like our topic we're gonna do at some point with the Pistons. When you feel like the league has gone rotten, it is very hard to enjoy the success of your own team because it's in a sewer. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Dodgers are openly circumventing the rules in a bad faith manner. And it's legal, but it doesn't mean it's right. And I'm sitting here in Detroit and I'm going, we made the playoffs last year, and I don't even feel like it matters.
You know what it feels like, Mike? It feels like the financial version of the shift in baseball, where you can just kind of stack players and move them wherever you want to go.
Yep.
And I was like, come on, guys, this is not what the game's supposed to be. There's no rule against it, so we're going to do it. And that's where the Dodgers are right now.
It's got to change.
You're right. When the new deal comes up, then yes, you can't do this. You can't pay players' grandchildren because you want them to play for you right now.
I want to ask fans a question. And this is where I have not told David, Rico, or Kenny this question. But I think it's loosely related to Bregman. It's one of the reasons I was scared to bring him here. And although your park is more hitter neutral, when it comes to home runs, it's not. Here we go. We just got done in hour 1 talking about we felt great relief that Alex Bregman didn't take the Tigers, in my opinion, very generous offer of 6 years and $170 million. I can't make fun of Chris. I can't make fun of Scott. I wouldn't have offered 6 to this guy, but that's another thing for another day. The point is, he didn't take it. He took a short-term deal to go to a better ballpark and change positions to do so. That's the point I wanted to make in the 3 o'clock hour. I have a question. And I'm asking you to suspend reality for a minute. But as Tiger fans, do you wish Comerica Park was more of a help than a hindrance to being able to sign actual baseball players who like to hit baseballs? Because the reality is, at best, this is a low-end hitter's park from a power perspective. At worst, look, I've seen it on Park Factor where the Tigers are like 6th or 7th hardest park to hit a home run. What did we talk about with right field? Or for a right-hander pull hitter? That it would kill Bregman's power by 5 to 7 home runs a year. Well, what if it were different? What if it were a park that would increase Bregman's productivity? Wouldn't that have been a reason he would have come here? I mean, why do you think the Tigers never can sign bats? Nobody wants to play here. And while you're going to say, listen, it's great for pitching, I understand that. It's tilted to the other way because from a power standpoint, it's really hard to hit a home run in this place. Like, if you lived in a dream world, and before everybody freaks out, remember, they altered the park at Camden Yards. You know, they altered this park at one point. Remember the flagpole being in play?
Yeah.
I think they got one look at that and went, what the hell did we build? This is like Yellowstone National Park. I mean, it's the Polo Grounds. You can't do this.
Right. It'll look cute in the business meeting, but actuality, no.
Would you, if you ran the Tigers, would you have a very aggressive ballpark alteration that would at least play to a certain type of offensive player? Not turning it into Yankee Stadium where 300 feet down the line on a pop fly and it's a homer. Not installing a pesky pole. Not doing something stupid, but having some part of this park become easier to the pull field to hit home runs. And obviously, once you get to the gaps in this place, I mean, it's you may as well put trees out there. It's a forest, especially by the scoreboard. I wonder, I'm not asking for a cookie cutter park of the 1970s, Rico's childhood, where every park looked the same. It was like Create-A Stadium on Sega Genesis. I just, I do wonder when we sit here and we beg this team to sign bats, if I were repping a player, I wouldn't want them here. Because their numbers are going to suffer. And again, in a day and age, Rico, of power matters. This is one of the 5, 6, 7 hardest parks to hit a home run. Mm-hmm. Is this an insane question to just gauge a fan base?
No, it's not. Because here's the thing. The park was made, it wasn't made for modern day baseball because it is about home runs and it's about the analytics and the exit velo and all of that. They're not maximizing the park. It's like, okay, you built a park where basically you need a bunch of singles and doubles hitters and they would flourish here. Except for that's not where baseball is right now. Or the other thing, Mike, I could live with this park if this team took advantage of the dimensions and said, we're going to have the most lights out pitching staff ever. When you come to Comerica, you're not going to get anything because we're going to invest in what we have. We're not going to change the dimensions, but we're going to change the mentality. We're going to have this pitching staff that's just above reproach, where you're going to have Skubal followed by a bunch of people. It's probably why pitching chaos works here.
That's exactly what I was going to say is, does pitching chaos last year work if that ballpark exists?
Pitching chaos will never work again in the next 40 years of baseball. It was a one-time only thing, brother.
But would it have been as effective last year?
No. I totally agree with you guys. I'm just making a point.
By the way, I like the idea. I think I'm not anti that idea. It's just I think
the ballpark is beautiful. Like, I think it's a super cool ballpark, especially now they've actually decided to remove tube TVs and spend some money on it. The point is, you do start to look at your park and never being able to either acquire or develop power. You're never going to have it. Now, if you have Titanic power, 70 grade power, 65 grade scouting power, okay, you're a Pete Alonso, you hit a ball to the moon, right? You were Miggy in his prime.
Doesn't matter.
He hits him where no ballpark holds him, but Aaron Judge, another case.
Your guy Judge, yeah, he hit
those guys are generational. So the not a fringe player, but it's like if I'm going into free agency like Alex Bregman and I'm signing a guy who in Houston with the Crawford boxes is about a 25 home run hitter, his representation is not going to let him come here because here he's probably an 18 home run hitter and his life is miserable.
And I think that these are conversations that the players and their agents are having of, okay, well, if you go here, these numbers will go down. So when you want that next contract, guess what? You're not going to make this amount of money because they're going to come to the table and say, well, here's your stats in the last 3 years while you were playing in Detroit. You can't retaliate and say, yeah, but it was Detroit and the park was bad. No, it's so you have to make the choice, okay, and it's where the Detroit tax kicks in.
Thank
Your
you.
numbers are going to be worse than where they are, but we'll pay you more.
But here's the thing. You just said it. Yeah, the Detroit tax. We always talk about it. But this is an example. The Detroit tax didn't work because of the ballpark. There was no way Bregman was going to come here, even if we paid him 10 years, $500 million. Well, maybe $500 million. He comes here. But you get my point. The tax didn't work. The ballpark is the detriment.
But you need, and that's the case, and you need to invest in the pitchers. And I want to give him credit because Caller TJ just texted me. But yeah, back when you had Scherzer and Verlander and Porcello, like you had arm after every
But
night.
it didn't matter what park you put those guys.
No,
in.
but I'm saying because of this park, because it's not for hitters, you're taking advantage of that because it won't be home runs hit.
Yeah.
It'll be lower scoring games. So invest and have the best pitching staff that you can if you're not going to bring the dimensions in.
Yeah, and again, it's the reverse. I mean, why do I think Colorado will never win anything? Because they play in an environment, and humidor be damned, Coors Field is just not conducive to having a pitching staff with an ERA under 50. Right. You play in certain park. Now, again, the Yankees play in an offensive-minded park down the pull fields, but they still have pitchers that are good enough. You survive it. I mean, it's not like Garrett Cole can't pitch anymore. I just wonder if having a park that it's this hard, I think it was the 7th or 6th hardest park to hit a home run on Park Factor, and I think about the conversations that happen with somebody like an Alex Bregman, or think about a Pete Alonso. Like, not that the Tigers went after it, or a Teoscar Hernandez, or how about a Santander? Now, that's a guy who just had this power eruption. You know where he's not going to go? Here. Yeah. Because all of a sudden, I'm going to sign a deal, and everyone's going to want me dead. I can't hit the ball that far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll be labeled a bust, but so it's not really.
And there's no yelling and screaming about this. It's just I wanted to know if you guys were thinking the way I was thinking about it, where it's like, look, you can create a park where pitching and speed and roster flexibility. But the reality is, if you're going to win the World Series, yes, you need pitching and power. It's the 2 Ps. You got to have power, and you're never going to develop it here. Yeah, sure, you go, well, we just need another Cabrera or 12. Well, good luck. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people momentarily. Just a little bit of fun as we wrap on Bregman. Distracted driving has become an epidemic. I mean, look around. Even in a snowstorm, you get idiots driving while texting. It's atrocious. Nobody wants to talk life insurance because it means you're talking about being dead. It's depressing. Call Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. And what makes Mike and NBP different? Starters, they're going to shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They're going to guarantee you the best possible rate. And they've been doing it for 30 years. They deliver results. Call Mike Purpura directly today. Again, they will get you the best price guaranteed. They will deliver for you. It's National Benefit Plans. Call them. Go to the website, nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. I'll get to the people in a second. Bregman to Boston. We're relieved. If you want to talk about the contract stuff, you want to talk about how bad you wanted him or where the Tigers go, 2 options. You can call or Odyssey.com rewind, because we kind of spent the first hour on that. The last question on it before we kind of move to other things today is, how much of a factor do you think the ballpark plays when you're pursuing some of these guys? I mean, obviously, the Tigers haven't spent a bunch of money, okay? But when they go to sign bats, you're always at the back of the list. Nobody wants to play here. This is not an easy park to hit home runs. And how do you make money? Homers. It's not a batting average game anymore. Do you hit bombs? Do you hit doubles, triples? Do you drive the baseball? So I just, it was a different angle, because where did Bregman go? The park I've been telling you of his final destinations, it was by far and away the best way for him to make money. Go to a park with the Green Monster right there, and that's probably going to preserve his home run power between 25 and 30 a year, and probably elevate the amount of doubles he hits. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, Alex Bregman may opt out, re-sign with Boston, and make all the same money. David, go ahead with the ticket text. We'll go to the calls.
I want a batter who can play small ball and a good all-around batter, not a home run hitter. I'm just fine with how Comerica Park is.
Is that a ticket text? Is this like Quantum Leap with Scott Bakula?
I was about to say.
It feels like they went way back.
Did that come in from 1953?
Maybe they should go after Ichiro.
Maybe all the gentlemen will start going to the games in suits and derby hats.
Yes, I never understood why the Tigers make Comerica Park so large. If I were in charge, I would have made the stadium the shortest possibly I could have made it for hitters. This ballpark is too big. Mike, Rico, a shorter field might backfire if the other team gets off on it and we get down on the score. Ike in Detroit. Someone else has a point here.
I'm glad someone's going to make a point, because I haven't heard one yet.
Guys, when this stadium was built, it was the steroid era. They made it for that, and they need to make adjustments.
Well, they did make an adjustment. I'm saying, is it something where you wish it would be not violent, but like a more aggressive adjustment to one part of the park where you can then dial in and go, look, we're going to be able to have good, left hand power hitting, and we're going to make it even easier to drive the baseball. I mean, if you go out and you're a left-handed hitter and you put that ball out there to right center, out by the scoreboard, I mean, forget about it. Oh, that's where baseballs go to die. Mm-hmm. So it's that type of question. Because I do think it plays a role with the free agents. And if you had a better park and you offered 6 years for Bregman, you probably get the guy. To me, I think part of what kept him from, hey, you have his manager here, and you still couldn't reel him in. Because when push comes to shove, I think Boris and him sat down and they went, if you go there, you are never getting paid again. And you're going to basically be a 17 home run a year guy. Mm-hmm. What fun is that?
TJ from Scranton says, hey, take a look at what happened to Curtis Granderson. When he went to New York, everything changed. They need to bring in right center field immediately.
Well, and again, he was a dead pull hitter. Mm-hmm. And Bregman is going to do his damage to the pull field. And this is not an easy play. Again, Fangraphs and Park Factor, he would hit 5 to 7 less home runs per season here. So think about signing a guy last year who only had 19 home runs and an even worse OPS because of it, and an even worse OB, all of it. Like, that's where I got scared with the signing, when you really dug into the numbers. You let the sizzle fade and you start looking at the steak and you go to Boston. I'll live with the results. Yeah. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Not much. Hey, I'm a baseball fan of all sports. Nice to talk to you guys. Thanks for having me. But anyways, one thing I've never been able to wrap my brain around since I was even a kid, why aren't the dimensions the same in every league ballpark from foul pole to foul pole like every other sport is? Tennis plays on the same dimensions. Football, basketball. You know what I mean?
Joe, no, I honestly do, and I was told that's the nuance of baseball, and it's because it's like, I've often said the same. Like, there's not a different 3-point line in Golden State than it is in Detroit. It's the same line, but
exactly. And there's still ways to design it where it looks cool, and you can put people here or up or down or suites and all that stuff. But that blows my mind, and that makes it a level playing field. And then You know, I mean,
But that's
Imagine
not
what-
the romance
imagine what
of
that would-
baseball, Joe. That's why.
Yeah, he wants to homogenize it like the NBA. I mean, Joe, I get what you're saying, but part of the charm of baseball are things like the Green Monster or the Ivy at Wrigley or the Crawford boxes or you name like different stuff, the short porch at Yankee Stadium. I don't think you can turn everything into old Three Rivers Stadium and every park. Like I referenced it earlier, Joe, there was an era in baseball where that was exactly what was being done. Hell, the walls in the outfield were circular. Yeah. They were perfectly curved.
Philly,
Pittsburgh,
Yeah,
all
they
the
were.
parks, Kansas
Cincinnati,
City.
yeah.
They were all the same. So, Joe, I just don't think that's you take away some of the charm. I think it's I like this park and you can build a winner here, but it's just very hard to go on the open market and you sign a guy and literally the calculations his representations are going to run are like when Prince Fielder signed here. And forgive me if this is a little bit inaccurate, but the general premise holds true. I think that when he signed here, it said he would have hit 14 less home runs. The last season he was in Milwaukee, he would have hit 14 less playing here at Comerica Park. Now think about that, because that's a direct attack on your money. It really is.
Yeah.
So I that's why we just brought it up. And
So
we're not-
it ends up being that you'll get that player that's at the end of their run, they're desperate. They just need that deal. All right, we'll take Detroit's money, knowing we're not going to get great numbers, but we'll cross our fingers and we'll see.
Go to Mike 97.1. Mike, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm excellent. What's up?
Hey, so yeah, I just want to talk about this. You know, I'm kind of that happy medium between baseball purist and like new fan, right?
Yeah.
Like, no, small ball is dead, but at the same time, I like a unique park. I think that you need to get a roster tailored to your ballpark. Now, I know that only works for half the season, but, you know, we need guys in the lineup that are going to bring up the OPS of the group. And as Bregman gets older, who knows if those numbers are going to stay steady. So I'm okay with not signing Bregman, but I feel like we need to look for guys like a Vierling, like a McKinstry, guys who are going to use the big part of the park and try to, you know, get the second, get the third.
Well, like
get guys in.
great example. The type of player you need for this park is a guy like Kerry Carpenter, just a dead pull lefty hitter, and if you pull the ball, you can hit 30 bombs in this place. But it's the opposite field power stuff, the power alleys. I know the baseball goes to die.
It goes to die. Like I don't know. I disagree. You know what? Like chicks dig the long ball, as the old saying goes, and like I get it. Like, you know, home runs are going to get people in the stands, but if you can get guys on base, and I know it's a money ball strategy, and it could work, could not, but I feel like you need runs. And if you're going to get guys to go to the power alleys and hit doubles, triples, you're going to get runs the same as you would home runs.
Mike, there's no argument. Here's what it all boils down to. The money ball strategy is yet to produce a parade. Now, there are elements of it where, of course, every team in baseball is altering certain parts of their calculus to modernize. I agree with you. I'm not fighting you on that. What I am saying is the pitching chaos of the Rays or what you did last year, the lineup flexibility thing, which is really just Moneyball minus Jonah Hill, it's yet to produce a World Series. And that's all I care about. So I think truth does lie in the middle. I'm not obtuse to that. But, Mike, there's a reason I say what I say. You got to have a top half payroll, and you got to have prodigious power if you're going to win this thing.
So Mike, before you cut me off,
Yeah, no, you're good. You're fine.
Yeah, all right. Just one question I have for you.
Yes.
So I'm thinking about who are the guys that we can sign to do that?
Well,
would a guy like Guerrero be a guy that we could try to bring in here?
Like
Vladdy Guerrero.
It would be incredible. And listen, that is Kenny.
Like, are those the type of guys we're looking at?
Yeah, that's Kenny and I's fantasy. Until I see Vlad Guerrero has inked a $300 million deal with the Toronto Blue Jays, I'm going to dream. I'm allowed to dream.
Trade deadline.
And again, for a time, Vladdy's power was kind of sapped. He had a high ground ball rate. You go, wait, was the COVID year where he had 42 homers a mirage? And then last year happened, and you go, okay, that's the guy I remember. It's back. I don't know, man. I like, again, like, you know, where I get scared. We're not doing this. This is 10 seconds. Okay. Oh, man, I'm not sure if Max Clark's power is ever going to happen. And then you factor in he plays in this ballpark, and I go, oh, Jesus. I can't.
Who could they have gotten instead?
No. Max Clark's going to be the best player ever.
Hey, look, Death Storm's back.
Best player ever.
Ever?
Reed.
All right.
Reed.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You'll feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Planet Fitness has it all, from brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat and Supine benches, includes free weights, includes treadmills, Stairmasters. Planet Fitness has it all, and convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. You get all of this for just $15 a month. But included in that is also free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. Find your nearest Planet Fitness and join today. There are over 50 in the Metro Detroit areas, or you can go online or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Quickly, before we transition to a little bit of football, and then we have something Kenny is just dying to do to show you how nobody gives a damn about the Four Nations. But we're going to make it fun. We're going to make hockey great again. Alex Bregman, we've given it 90 minutes. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed out, respectfully. I have one quick question here, and then we can get to the ticket text. Something or nothing. And I'm not going to put on my tinfoil hat, and I'm not going to do the whole Unsolved Mysteries music, but I have a conspiracy theory I'm building.
Okay.
In my quest to A, be happy with football, and B, root for Radio Gold, my never-ending quest of bringing Matthew Stafford to the New York Football Giants, 2 pieces of intel have dropped. A trusted source. I'm kidding.
I wanted to make that joke, but I'm glad you did.
2 pieces of intel have dropped. And I want to know from Rico, Kenny, and David, something, and it could be minuscule, something or nothing. 1, does the name Chad Hall mean anything to you?
Yeah, sure does. Is that Stafford's brother-in-law?
That's correct. And the New York Giants' new wide receivers coach.
Oh, okay.
We're hiring family. This is like Alabama recruiting 1985. Uncle Bumpy just got a job. So look, Chad Hall.
Reggie Bush, mom's a house.
Done and done. New wide receiver coach is Stafford's brother-in-law. Number 2, Shedeur Sanders is talking that talk. I'm not going to be around at 6. Suggesting the Raiders are going to move up and get him with the New York Giants at 3. Something or nothing.
Can I add to
I
this?
get Mason Graham at 6.
Can I add to this?
Yes.
I saw that Shedeur Sanders visited 2 teams he talked to. Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants.
Just something or nothing. Can you just
No, Mike,
live?
I think it is. You know, for me, the biggest holdup is going to be Kelly. I don't know if Kelly wants to move to New York. I don't know if she wants to part ways with her brother and her husband. So, no, I don't. I think it's possible. Now, yeah, if Stafford goes to your Giants, along with Neighbors, because I just feel sorry for him because, like, this kid is good, and he's got nobody throwing him the ball. Imagine if he had a real quarterback. I'd say it's something to keep an eye on. The Shedeur thing, let's see how that, because I think that's going to be the fly in the ointment. Go ahead, Kenny.
Just thinking about Kelly Stafford in New York, the amount of criticism she faced here is about a third of what it would be.
What are you talking about? New York's a totally understanding, compassionate, and graceful market.
That's right. They treat everybody with respect. They're on the Doug Karsh plan.
Doug Karsh loves New York.
Signed Philadelphia fans. Yes.
That's going to be a nothing from me.
I mean, guys, I'm not asking a lot. Am I allowed to just dream a little bit that
you
the
can
smoke
dream.
about Stafford to New York is it? I mean, look, coaching staff's under pressure. GM's under pressure. The Giants can't go into the season with a rookie quarterback. Everyone's getting fired, and then you basically become the Bears with a worse stadium. You get Stafford there. It immediately raises the bar. Pass protection was not a problem for the O-line. I get to be happy. I move down from 3. Mason Graham, go blue. I put him next to Sexy Dexy. Stafford is on my team. I'm in Detroit with you guys. You get to make fun of me every week when Stafford immediately blows out, tears his UCL, or Kelly rips the team in the paper every day. This is a win-win for everybody.
I'm in for this. I don't want to take away your joy. I just want to ask this as a think like your dad, not like you, because we've already established you're a different type of fan. Would you rather Matthew Stafford on the downside of his career or Shedeur or Cam Ward if one is available and you can build and maybe have your own Jaden Daniels type of quarterback? Which would Giants fans rather have?
Well, now we're welcome to pickleball, I guess. I'm going to hear serve and volley, bitch. If Cam
I said
Ward,
think like your dad, and your dad would never speak to me that way.
If Cam Ward or Shedeur were in last year's draft, where do they go? They don't go number 1 overall. They don't go above May. They don't go above Daniels. Do they go above JJ?
See, I think they
don't go above Penix.
See, I think they would have went above May.
What?
I think they would have went above May.
Okay, I'm out.
No, I think at that point, Mike, it's a Coke or Pepsi type of thing that a GM will say, okay, they're close, so which one do I like
These
more?
are quarterbacks that should go in the 20s. They don't even have a grade close to those guys from last year. That's why I'm scared to take them. Don't you understand it?
But don't we always say that every year? Like, well, if this quarterback was in that class.
What do you want me to say?
I just asked you a question.
Not all of us can find some hillbilly combine driver and he turns into a $50 million quarterback. Ass.
There is something to the Shedeur Sanders.
Talk to me. Come on.
There is something. I do
Come on.
believe that
Preach.
he could be
Pray
going
for
to
me,
the New
you
York
rat
Giants.
bastard.
Now, what there is nothing with the Stafford to New York thing. I don't believe that that's happening for because selfishly, I want him to go a little bit south, and I want him to go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, very Christian of you. Thanks a lot. Selfless is a
no,
word.
no,
you're
you can
supposed
have
to-
Shedeur.
Oh, no.
All those commercials during the Super Bowl, and this is what you give me.
Oh, you should have been in there during our commercial break. I had to leave. I was just like,
I didn't
wow.
say anything crazy.
Patience and compassion
Who
being
likes
taught at
Perkins?
Greater Life.
Who likes Perkins on ESPN? Who likes him? No one.
David had ice cream, extra salt.
He was yelling about Perkins. He was yelling about Team Canada. He was yelling about basically everything we were talking about.
I just backed out of the room.
Read the ticket text and we'll get to some football. I just had to ask. God, I was excited, and you two just bleeped in the stocking.
No.
Thanks a lot.
There's no ice to Shedeur.
Hold on. I simply said, not you, but would Giant fan want brand new shiny toy or Matthew Stafford?
Stafford.
So that's all I was asking.
Because I don't know that I trust either of these guys. I think Cam Ward's got an incredibly high ceiling, but an incredibly low floor. Shedeur, it's probably safer, but I think he's more limited in what he can do.
But see, but a lot of times I think we do have the revisionist history. We're like, oh, well, because Jaden Daniels was like, well, if he was in the draft beforehand, he wouldn't have went that.
You don't get to do. Last year was a great quarterback class. Why would you say that? Now, why would you hurt me that way?
I'm not hurting you, Mike. I'm just saying every year the quarterback class is horrible.
It was very good
because the year
last year.
before was great, and it's like. Was it though?
It was very good. Come on, you know it was very good last year.
I know.
And
talking.
you know what Tommy DeVito did to us.
Yeah.
It's what David does every Saturday night producing a kid. Tommy DeVito gave us the old high hard one. And that's why we don't have a quarterback.
But you had great chicken cutlet sandwiches at the tailgate. They was.
What just happened here? Don't ever play those two drops together at the same time ever again. Please. Oh, God.
They got interesting.
I hate everything. F the ticket text. We'll get to him in a little while.
What, Mike? You can find a quarterback in the 7th round.
Go to hell. All right. When the game tips off, NBA action is just the beginning. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. FanDuel's your home for NBA live bets. So, again, you missed the first few minutes of the game, like 99% of humanity. Just jump in live. Hell, the only thing you need to watch in the NBA these days is the fourth quarter, to be honest with you. And that's if both teams are trying. $5 bet. You can win $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you've got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David, give us a little damn music.
So I want to go through some potential trade candidates in the NFL. I want to know what you would give up for them.
And
say nothing.
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
I love the fact that the NFL finally, the last few years, has gotten into actual player trades. You never used to see this. Not even growing up. You didn't see it 10 years ago. Now, players
It was only free agents.
Right, players get traded. So I'm in. I like this.
Just for you, Michael, what would you give up for Matthew Stafford?
John Mara, straight hostage release. If you're the Giants, anything except the number 3 overall pick has to be on the table. I just don't think Stafford at this stage of his career nets you first-round draft capital. Now, if the Giants were, work with me, a really good playoff team, like let's say they were Minnesota, and they won a bunch of games, and you gave up the 27th pick in the draft, maybe. But I'm willing to give up a pick or two because Rams have this weird obsession with maybe moving him. I don't know. They don't want to give him a contract.
Like a 3rd and a 5th?
Oh, I'd do it all day. I think he gets more than that. To me, I'd give more than that. Yes.
A series of wide receivers here. Wonder what you would give up. Let's start.
Rico will give up a sub sandwich. He hates wide receivers.
Let's start
consistent
with the New York Jets wide receiver, Garrett Wilson.
Go ahead.
I'd give up a 4th.
What?
A 4th? Well, okay. He doesn't value wide receivers.
Dude, Rico picks up the phone and just bludgeons people in trade talks.
Wow.
I think to me it's 2nd round plus. I don't know that you get a 1st round pick out of it because you have to pay this kid. And then all of a sudden, and again, his production has been all over the place. There clearly was something wrong with his relationship with Aaron Rodgers. I like him. I don't love him.
4th.
And the list will get better. I'm really willing to see.
I hope Rico's offers do.
I want to see this, okay? Let's go to another wide receiver. Let's go to Cooper Kupp. What are you giving up for him, Rico?
Hit it.
A 6th round pick.
He's not wrong.
Okay. All right.
He's a very expensive
we
player.
We do not pay wide receivers.
Now there, Rico's right.
6th round.
All right.
Yeah, 6th round.
So let's get a little better. DK Metcalf.
Everything. I think if you're a team like they don't have San Diego anymore. If you were a team like the LA Chargers.
Yeah, I still do it as well.
I think I know. Listen, that's a player. He's built in a lab. He is a red zone target. He's a 50-50 target. He's frustrated as all hell in Seattle. If I bring him to LA for Harbaugh, and I got Ladd McConkey in the slot, I got him as that big perimeter target for Herbert, yeah, I'd absolutely give a 1st round pick for DK Metcalf.
See, I was going to say multiple picks, but the highest one being a 2nd rounder, but I would give up multiple to get him there.
I'm going to leave the biggest one for last because I want to get to this one. You probably say nothing for this one, but Christian Kirk.
Rico, hit it.
28.
We do not pay, 7th rounder. I'll wait till you cut him.
That may happen. It may happen. You're right. He's a cut candidate. So
I don't want him. I've always thought he's a trinket player, a 3rd wide receiver at best on a really good team. I'm not trading for that.
And just so you know, I don't hate the position of wide receiver.
I know.
There's so many out on the field, and there's only a hand. Like DK Metcalf, if you really said we want a number 1 pick for him, okay, you can have it. But I would haggle for it. But I would say, how about a 2nd and a 4th, or how about a 2nd and a 3rd next year? But yeah, Christian Kirk, no.
I left the biggest wide receiver name for last because it's going to be a tag and trade scenario if it happens. T. Higgins. Now, you can negotiate it because it's like 2 first-round picks if you tag, but you can negotiate that.
Yeah, it's multiple high-end picks.
Yeah.
It's not 2 firsts, but it's a 1+3 or 1+3 and 4. It's going – look, I just think his greatest crime in this life is that he's not Jamar Chase. But he's a fabulous receiver. I think he borders on top 10. He's in his prime. Again, if you're the Chargers, if you are the Patriots, I think that's the one. You've got to quickly get in there and help Drake May. Give Josh McDaniels a veteran who from day one can hit the ground running.
Yeah.
I would give up just about whatever it takes to get to you.
Yeah, multiple first-round picks with one being a first-round selection.
Rico offers a pub sub and a slap on the ass.
No, I would, but most because most receivers it's almost like a running back. I can just get somebody, bring them in, and I'll have it's why they're getting rid of T. Higgins. Yeah, we don't want to pay you this money.
Not if Joe Burrow has anything to do with it. Let's get to the two tight ends before we get to a couple defensive players. Evan Ingram, tight end for the Jags, and Kyle Pitts.
Nothing. They're both absolute rat dogs. I mean, Evan Ingram had his moment in Jacksonville, but I don't want anything to do with him. He's brittle. Kyle Pitts does not like playing football for money. I am convinced of it. It makes no sense. The physical's there. All the metrics are there. Dude is horrible. Mm-hmm. Horrible. That is a guy, as Rico put it, I wait till you're homeless and I offer you a blanket.
Or pub sub.
Right. Add avocado. It's a heavy sub. I don't want nothing to do with Kyle Pitts.
Gotcha. I'm going to put these next three guys together. They play in. They're edge, basically. You can tier them, who you're giving the most to. You got Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, and Trey Hendrickson.
First two, I'd give up 2 first-round picks. Trey Hendrickson, a little bit less. Less flashy, good player. The Bengals don't have leverage on you because they may need a salary dump to keep other people. That's my list.
I guess, David, it would depend on, like, if I'm the Lions, I probably would do a first-round selection for all three because you have such a low first-round selection. Go ahead and get rid of it now because it's a glorified second-round pick because I got a feeling Brad Holmes is going to try to trade back anyway. So you might as well trade and get a Trey Henderson. But, yeah, all of them, in my opinion, would be worth a first.
So the next two guys here, Greg Newsome, cornerback for the Browns. He was already on list to possibly be traded.
Yep.
The other guy is his teammate. Denzel Ward is on this list because he's made comments that if Myles Garrett is dealt, then he'll have to think about what he wants for his future.
Oh, yeah, along with Joel Bitonio saying he might retire.
Correct.
Let me be very open about this. I hesitate when we start talking corners. I think corner, more than any other defensive position, is scheme specific. David, I have seen so many corners sign big free agent deals and then bomb.
It was Asamoah.
Nandi Asamoah back in
remember when he
2010.
left?
Yeah, because he went from being asked to play zone to man and he couldn't do it. David, I just would stay out of that marketplace. You know, last year it was a little different with L'Jarius Sneed. You understood what you were getting. Rico, you take this. I'm not getting involved with cornerbacks.
David, I look at corners the same way as receivers.
I do too.
Corners the same way as unless that's Sauce Gardner or somebody out there that I know he's going to be good no matter where he plays. I'd rather just take somebody in the draft and groom my own player. So I'll just wait till you get released.
I'm with you on that. They to me are a dime a dozen. You can find your guy in the draft, build him up, and then when it's time to pay him, unless he's that all-pro corner, I'm good.
O lineman, D lineman, linebackers, I'm your guy. I'll make a deal. I'll trade some picks. But
you win with big people.
Right.
That's the deal.
The receivers and the corners and no, unless it's like DK Metcalf
or T
Higgins. Like I think DK Metcalf I would take over T Higgins because DK is hungry. He's once out of Seattle. He hates everything about the Seahawks and he wants to win. So he's gonna come in motivated. Like seriously, I know they're not a viable option because they got enough receivers. Imagine him on the Lions team. Okay.
No, we already got enough guys in wide receiver.
I know, but I'm saying it's
highly unlikely.
He would come here and say, you know what? You guys are about winning. I want to be a winner. I hate my life where it was. So yes, him, because it's not going to be about the money for him. It's going to be about rings for him.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. That is in football today.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. We learned yesterday that new Tigers pitcher Alex Cobb will not be ready for opening day. Tarek Skubal, Reese Olson, and Jack Flaherty are the gimmies to be in the rotation. Evan Petzold thinks that Kenta Maeda and Jackson Jobe will fill the last two spots. As a starter, Maeda carried a 7.42 ERA in 17 appearances. He did turn things around in the bullpen last year as a long man, nearly cutting that ERA in half in 12 appearances. As the Alex Bregman dust has settled, focus now turns to Cardinals third baseman Nolan Arenado. He wants out of St. Louis, and the team has been working with his agent to find a landing spot. The Red Sox were reportedly one of the top targets. That's not happening as Bregman landed there. Cardinals GM John Mozeliak spoke with the media again today and said their mindset is Arenado will likely be their third baseman on opening day. That's obviously changing by the day at this point. The Lions have hired Tashard Choice as their next running backs coach. Choice is one of Jahmyr Gibbs' mentors, serving as one of his coaches in college. The Detroit Sports Commission elevated Marty Dobeck to their executive director role. He takes Dave Beechnow's place, will now lead the 2027 Detroit Final Four organizing committee. WWJ's Luke Sloan asked Dobeck if Detroit may see a Super Bowl again. According to Front Office Sports, YouTube TV did not reach a deal with CBS and Paramount. March Madness airs on those products, obviously. Selection Sunday, just 35 days away. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so Odyssey.com Rewind, you missed anything. We've done damn near 2 hours on the Bregman stuff. We'll get back to it a little later. We're both relieved. 6 at 170, you don't want it? Good. See you later. We are going to do something, though, that borders on absurd. So we have done nothing but make fun of the NHL because it's just a poverty league. The idea that the NFL finishes and now you could put your teams in the spotlight for a little bit here, and you say, no, we're just going to quit playing to do a welfare tournament that no one cares about. It's 4 nations. Russia's not a part of it. That would be the only interesting thing because everybody can't stand them at this point. And you didn't name the trophy. So this plan was hatched without my consent. Now, with that, Kenny, do you want to explain what we're doing here? Evan Jenkins has joined us. He just popped another gummy. So
David, would you do me a favor and hit the music, please?
I'm Ron Barr for EA Sports.
This is a game I like to call Four Nations or Foreign Diplomat. I will give each of you 2 names, and you will tell me which is a player in the Four Nations and which is a foreign diplomat. Does everybody understand the rules?
Yeah, but there's one thing, Mike. If you know way more about hockey than the other 3 of us sitting in this room, so if you do know the player, just remove yourself.
Mike, you will know several of these names. I'm sure you will.
So I don't get to jump in and steal points.
Yeah, don't muddy the waters for us non-league veterans.
It's the best players in each of the 4 nations, so you're going to know a couple of them. You are the hockey elite, after all. Or did we take the card away from you?
Well, it's on a temporary basis. All right, let's go.
All right.
One is
a Swedish diplomat. One plays for Team Sweden.
Whose is this?
Whose is what?
Who gets?
I think it's a group.
I think it's a group thing.
Yeah, you all can guess your guesses, and I'll tell you who's right.
Then David has to look at us because we don't have buzzers. We got to raise our hand?
Well, David's a part of this as well.
Oh.
It's like who said it. You can just lock in whoever you like.
All right, let's go.
So we can, go ahead.
All right, name number 1, Anders Arvidsson. Name number 2, Victor Arvidsson.
Oh, come on. Are you sure it's not a hard on with the Anders?
Yeah, it's Anders Arvidsson. Or Victor Arvidsson, which is the diplomat.
Such hockey names.
Which is the player for Team Sweden.
Is this such a sad commentary on this sport that we're doing this?
Sound the same.
This is like the one year we did jockey or foreign diplomat.
Yeah.
All right. You locked in?
I'm going to say the hard on Anders.
I'm going to say Anders as well.
I'm going to say Victor is the NHL player.
Do you know?
I'm just going Anders.
Oh.
No.
It is Victor Arvidsson. Anders Arvidsson is a Swedish diplomat.
I'm a big fan of his. I love his policy work. All right, let's go.
All right. Brent Carlson or Leo Carlson?
Ooh, I think I actually know this one.
Go ahead.
I think it's Leo Carlson, and I think he plays for Ottawa.
It's because rest in peace, my old dog Leo. I'm in.
I like Leo.
He was good, man.
He was.
Give me the other name.
Brent.
I already got one right. I'll go Brent.
Brent Carlson is an Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations.
Wait, where does Leo play? Does he play for Ottawa?
He did. He plays for the Ducks now.
Oh.
You know,
sorry you missed that transaction. Guess you weren't signed on to X when that took place.
He must have been on my video game a couple years ago with Ottawa.
We're all off the schneid.
There we
so
go.
this is good.
Hey, wait.
Play loose. Skate to where the puck's going,
Kenny,
not where it is.
You should petition to have this show on your NHL network.
I think it's
It'd
a
be
great
better
idea.
than what they normally
This
have.
isn't far off from that welfare crap.
I've got a couple jerseys that we can hang behind us like they do.
Their programming is A+.
Does anyone
all right?
have Kevin Weeks' life vest?
Sideways Kevin Weeks for
my
some reason?
Noted New York Islander goalie Kevin Weeks. All right, go ahead.
Next one. Sven Olof Pettersson or Elias Pettersson?
I'm locked in.
Mike knows the answer. All right.
I like Olaf. I don't know. I just like the name.
No, I'm not allowed to say it though, am I? Because
No.
this is easy.
You can say it at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with you. I like Olaf.
Olaf's like the middle name, right?
I love Olaf. I'm going with Olaf.
Elias. Hockey player. He's one of the Pettersson twins.
Yep.
I should have known them.
Sven Olof is a Swedish ambassador to the European Union.
And he does a hell of a job.
Does a hell of a job.
But Canucks, right, Patterson?
I feel so stupid because you've mentioned this guy before.
Who, Olaf or the twins?
Patterson.
Oh, yeah.
All right, next one.
Classic Olaf.
Didn't know
What
Kenny
about the
was into-
Sedin twins?
Yeah.
Didn't know Kenny was into Swedish politics.
I know.
Very much so. I'm very well versed in Swedish politics. All right.
Are they pro hot dog roller?
Yes, very
Yes.
much so.
Yes. That's
all
why
they
he
had.
likes him.
That's right. All right. Gabriel Gustafsson or Philip Gustafsson?
Oh, how spell Philip for me?
Philip.
Well, that's
Can you use it in a sentence?
just screams hockey to me.
Go ahead, boys.
I'm going NHLer.
Philip.
Yeah. Are any of
what
these
was the
guys
other
not
one?
in the league? Like they're like just
Oh, these are all guys in the league.
okay. I don't
Philip,
know if
and
they
what
took
was the
like their
other one?
nationals.
Gabriel Gustafsson or Philip Gustafsson?
Gabe or Phil?
I'm gonna go Gabe.
You're going Gabe
He
Gustafson?
sounds like a politician, so I got to
It
go with
does.
Philip.
So I got to stay out of this because I know this.
No, we've all answered.
Well, we've
so
all
you can-
answered, so you
Oh,
can.
Philip's a hockey player. I know that.
Yeah, he's a Swedish goalie that plays for the Wild.
Yeah, dude. Any Philip with a
Who's the other
F.
cat? What is he? The ombudsman or what? What's
The only
his
thing
deal?
I could find in his bio is Swedish diplomat, so he's a Swedish diplomat.
driver of a diplomat.
Are we gonna get any of the other nations, or is this just all in the fjords of Sweden here?
Well, if I told you a Canadian name, you'd probably guess it right away.
oh yeah,
He would, not us.
That's why it's fun for me, is I get to
Okay,
watch you guys
fair.
twist in the wind.
that's fair. And you're right. I get to just sit here and then I just tell you, hey, this is the one. I like this.
I'll give you the easiest one that we got here. This is a layup. I promise.
I will stay out of this.
Yes. We got Paavo Rantanen and Mikko Rantanen.
Oh, I know this one. I know this one.
It's Mikko.
Yeah, it's Mikko.
Mikko.
But I really wanted the first guy. What was his name? Pav?
Pavo.
Pavo.
What's Pavo do?
He is a Finnish foreign ministry official, whatever that means.
We should call up Pavo.
Yeah. Pave.
Paavo,
What you
what are you
doing,
up
bro?
to, buddy?
How your mama knew?
All right.
Pavo probably does some sketchy stuff.
We got Jacob Sanderson and Robert Sanderson.
There's no way there's a Robert Sanderson in the NHL. Bob Sanderson?
Robert.
I'm going with the first guy. I don't even know what his name
come
was.
on. Robert is.
There's no Bobs in
That's
the
too
NHL.
simple.
Are there any Bobs in the NHL? Like players?
He's gonna say this guy is.
Yeah, there is now. No.
Sebastian Aho or Sebastian Aho?
There is two Sebastian Ahos.
And the answer is both.
Yes, they both play for
Was I
different teams.
right?
Yeah, you're right. You got it.
All right.
I don't think there's one Bob in the NHL.
Yeah, but that's the same thing. Like a name like nobody goes by Bob. Like nobody goes by Dick. Like
No,
the
people
last,
are still called Robert and Bob these
no,
days.
no. It's like Dick Trickle was the last famous Dick. There's no like nobody in hockey's Dick Smitherman.
Yeah, but you can't compare Robert to Dick.
I kind of think you can.
Richard and Robert are not the
No
same
one's
name.
a Bob. Name a famous Bob in the NFL, NHL, NBA. No one's a Bob.
Bojo.
Yes.
No, he's 1,000. I'm saying an
Bob
athlete.
Sanders? Wasn't that his name?
That was 20 years ago. The safety from Iowa?
Yes.
Just keep going.
All right, here. Let's see if you get fooled by this one again.
What other names don't exist anymore? 248.
We have Carl Olaf Anderson, hyphenated. Another Olaf. for you.
Another one?
Or Rasmus Anderson.
Huh.
We can't be fooled by the Olaf again. Can we?
That pesky Olaf.
I mean, Rasmus screams hockey.
Correct.
Like, if you name your kid Rasmus, he's going to play
Kenny,
hockey.
there's no Jalen's in hockey?
Yeah. More Bobs or Jalen's.
Jarius.
There's a Giovanni with a G.
A guy for Sweden named Legarius? What a life story that would be.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's got some serious questions.
Thank you.
Are you going Olaf or are you going?
I forgot there was a name. I'm going with Rasmussen or Rasmus or.
Yeah, you got it. It's Rasmus. This game is ridiculous.
Thanksgiving. Okay, continue.
All right, last one I got here. Gunther Ottinger or Jacob Ottinger?
I just want it to be Gunther. It's such a powerful name.
Gotta be Jacob, though.
There's more Gunthers in the NHL than Bobs.
Right. The Gunther does sound powerful.
It does, but that could be a power of position in
Mike, you know this one?
No,
the world
this
of politics.
one I'm out on.
Well, I'm going Jacob.
I'm going Gunt.
Actually, no. Time out. I think he might be right on this.
Really?
You
Plays
know
for
what,
the
David?
Whalers?
I'll go. Yeah, along with Jason Mazzotti.
I'll go Jacob.
Jacob is a U.S. goalie that plays for Dallas.
Got it. All right, good deal.
What?
Gunther is a German lawyer and politician of the Christian Democratic Union.
I told you it'd be powerful.
Hey, would Bob Costas count as a Bob?
No, 1,000 years old. There are no Bobs. There are no Bobs in pro sports.
Oh, yes. The guy on the Lions, Bob Muhammad.
His name's Almond-D.
I thought I heard you call him Bob.
He's Aquaman Muhammad, whatever the hell his name is.
And that, my friends, is foreign nations or foreign politicians.
All right, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. And whether it's your personal income tax or business payroll, you need the pros. Get with Maurice and Jerry. They've dealt with the IRS for years. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They understand the battlefield here, and they are not only just going to sit back and fight the fight, they're going to get on the offensive. They're going to advocate for you through the whole experience. Hopefully save your time and money. So visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, we'll get to the ticket text. Couple of notes on the Pistons because I'm very conflicted, not in their turnaround, which is admirable. It's that it's taking place in a sewage dump that is the NBA. But David, ticket text first. By the way, Rico's still Googling famous Bobs. Can't find any in sports.
Right, I'm not Googling the other. So.
Well, you can't. No.
I'm just going to stick with famous
Bobs. No, and again, it would
Donald Driver.
Right.
No. Carry on.
Someone says this game was amazing, but I need more Finnish names in the game next time. More Finnish, less Sweden.
What about Olli Jokinen? All right,
good pull. Good
I know. Teemu Solani. I got a million. Just keep going. Just come on.
I would have guessed that.
I got that one.
Yeah, I would have guessed that.
I feel like Captain America. I know that one. I know that reference.
Put some respect on Bob Probert's name, famous Bob. King from Waterford.
Guys, that's 30 years ago. We're saying right now in sport, and this is not a topic. We are not doing this. I just made the point to Kenny in the segment. That's where it stays. Now, Rico's on a vision quest over here.
Won't you Google it? Won't you go ahead and Google it?
No, I did. And it reminds me the time when the Chris Jones incident at the Combine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that one.
He was running the 40-yard dash.
Remember the player where everything opened up?
Oh.
Yeah.
Indeed.
That was Chris Jones.
Got it.
Someone says, what about Bobby Portis?
I'm not doing this. Just stop. Stop.
Then let's move on.
Bob is not the same as Bobby.
Famous Al-Quadines.
One, Muhammad.
Someone is saying that you get your elite card back, Mike.
Thank you.
You do get your hockey elite card
Thank
back.
you. Thank you.
You are right. There are no Bobs.
I know I'm right.
No. I mean, it's just like one of those, like, no.
Robert Thomas, St. Louis Blues, and that ends it. Let's
But
be
he
done
doesn't
with
go
it.
by Bob.
Well, he could.
No, it's not about could.
He might.
Okay, it's the same reason that people that are named Richard don't identify as Dick. It's the truth. He was Richard Nixon. He didn't go by Dick Nixon.
Richard Sherman.
There's a ring to it, though.
Didn't go by Dick Sherman. That's my point. No one does that anymore. It's like a 1980s thing.
Bet you he did in Stanford.
Okay, keep it moving. Let's get to the Pistons, shall we? So last night, they flatlined what used to be the Chicago Bulls. Second night in a row. There's nothing negative to say. Cade threw down the best dunk of his career. Pistons enter the All-Star break 3 games over 500, which normally wouldn't be great shakes, but for a franchise that hasn't won a playoff game in 15 years and has largely been historically bad over the last 5, it's an unbelievably wonderful turnaround. So you're going, well, what's the problem? The problem is I can't watch the games because this league is trash. And it's not a shot at the Pistons. It's not their fault. But I, like a lot of America, can't watch the NBA right now. Ratings are in the tank for the NBA. Nationwide, league-wide. In the Eastern Conference, there are 6 teams that are over 500. 6. There are 9 that are under. And when I say under, I mean under. Like, not trying awful. And the Bulls traded their best player. The Heat traded their best player. The Sixers' best player never plays. And the rest of the teams are a collection of stale vomit. On a night-to-night basis around the NBA, it is not even surprising anymore, much less shocking, to see a 30 or 40-point blowout. Case in point the other night, Pistons 71, Chicago Police League 29. At half. What? That's not professionalism. That's not the Pistons being that good. That's the Bulls not wanting to be there. And that on a nightly basis is the NBA. So here's my question, guys.
Well,
how much of this turnaround can you really enjoy knowing the game blows?
Yeah, and I think the fact of knowing we haven't even hit the NBA All-Star yet.
And how many teams in the league, if you pull up the standings right now, could you come up with 12 teams that are actually trying? It's a disgrace. The league is at a low point in my lifetime as far as watchability. Effort is in question. Homogenizing the style of play. And frankly, listen, the Pistons are able to take advantage of it, and they try, and I want to be happy for them. But can I be happy for them, but also tell you that I can't enjoy the games because it's so bad to watch?
No, you can, yeah. They should just cut the playoffs to 6 in the East.
They should cut the league to 6 teams. David, you watched last night. You were talking about, oh, my God, my kids want Cade jerseys. That's wonderful. Can you enjoy the games? Take that as a no?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to. I mean, I can enjoy Cade. I can enjoy that we're in a playoff spot. But the games itself, I mean, the last couple of nights we played the Bulls, and it's just, 71-29. And then yesterday, okay, so the Bulls had a lead for a second. But once the Pistons decided to care, it was over. The Bulls don't care. They don't want to win these games. So, no, it was very tough watching these games the last couple times. And it's tough watching any NBA game. It really is.
And, David, it boils down to, especially like in college, when you see your team beat directional school. It's great. It's fun. But you can take nothing from that game.
Right.
And you don't know how good you really are. You just know you beat Southwest Missouri State.
Right. And don't be a collection of Kenny Cotts. I don't want to talk to the 9 NBA fans in this town that do the league pass, love the sport. I'm not talking to you. You're baked into the number. I'm thrilled for you because if you love the NBA and you love your Pistons and you were going to watch anyways and you watched when they won 15 games, you're not the point. The point is for the rest of the city, or America in this standpoint, the NBA is largely unwatchable. And no, that's not some middle-aged white guy take. Ask anyone. The quality's never been worse. The effort's never been worse. The money's never been more egregious. And the likability quotient, the Q score of any of these superstars, it's in the toilet. So I juxtapose the Pistons turning it around, but it's amidst a sport that I find impossible to watch now.
And just when you want to start watching it because they made a trade and they sent Luka to the Lakers, you then see the Dallas overreaction that they're kicking people out of the stadium because they mouthed fire Nico, who was the general manager of the Mavericks. It's like, is this what we're doing? Like, PR-wise? No. PR-wise, if I'm Silver, I'm calling him up saying that guy gets a courtside seat. Okay, we got to do better than that. We cannot be this sensitive. But you're right. It is unwatchable. It's hard because, first of all, I'll still go back to the first thing you have to do to fix the NBA is you got to get the players to care about the league that they play in. Because once they start playing in the league and playing in actual games, you'll start caring again.
Can you imagine telling a hockey player that? Telling an NFL player that? Hell, baseball. And I often will tell you teams aren't trying in baseball because they're not spending, but that has nothing to do with the players on the field.
Right.
No. You don't see teams, maybe the White Sox, you don't see teams dogging it. The NBA, we've accepted, hey, Pistons played a team last night that didn't want to be there. What? Right. It's not the All-Star break yet.
Case in point, look at the Tigers in the last, 40 games of the year, left for dead, and they just said, you know what? Nobody believes in us, and they straight up lived out Major League, the movie, and they just went out there and started winning and winning and winning because you're right, they care. In the NBA, your star players, it's hard to bet on because you don't know if it's going to be a day where they're going to just take the day off.
It's also the style of play. It's just homogenized. It's boring. It's awful. And again, you know what? If you
the Celtics just shot another 3.
I know. My team's one of the villains. I mean, the other night I watched about, 5 to 7 minutes of Celtics-Knicks on national TV at MSG. You know what I saw? 17 50-foot shots. Yeah, some of them went in. Knicks are down 30 at home. I go, well, nothing to see here. It's a joke.
Yeah, I was watching last night. I saw the good Hauser hit a 3. So.
The good Hauser. And you think I'm mean. 248-539.
in the league.
97-97. We'll get to the, I'd say we'll get to the people. We'll just get to a person. And it shows you what's the truth. It shows you why you don't talk a lot of Pistons, and it shows you why you don't talk NBA in this town. The product's terrible. Ratings are down damn near 50% nationwide, and the Pistons are a fun story, but the reality is you have to watch them play NBA basketball. What was there to watch the last 2 nights?
Especially last night was a little closer game, but the first night.
You're right. They won by 20.
The Bulls shot 22% from the 3-point line.
David, but at least the game was closer for a little bit. It wasn't 72-10 at halftime.
248-539-9797. We'll get the ticket text, and we'll go to the caller next.
They're dialing up now. Look at them.
Oh!
There we go.
Oh!
97.1, you're on the air.
Appleton, Wisconsin. Hello.
You want to have fun like Mike and I on the radio? Specs at LTU could be the place for you. Or you want to go into television, graphic design artist, let Specs at LTU help you get started on your new path to your new career. You just simply have to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in the city of Southfield. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. That means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
We'll get a little football in the mix in about 10 minutes. Get back to the Bregman business of the day, but we've got some people who want to rap about it. I've said it. I mean, the Pistons, it's been phenomenal. Bickerstaff, it deserves so much credit. Just from where we were with Monty Williams, talk about not wanting to be here. And then you get Bickerstaff walking through the door, and yes, Cade evolving into the superstar you want. The problem, it's in a league that they're openly telling you the regular season means nothing. The players on a night-to-night basis, God forbid you take your kids to a game, you don't even know if they're going to care. That's league-wide. That's not a statement about the Pistons. Pistons care.
Yeah, they're actually playing.
But it's not watchable.
If somebody from the Pistons is not playing that night, no, they're hurt.
Oh, yeah. This is like one of 4 teams in the league that have accountability.
Yeah, they're hurt. Like, oh, it's not just,
You know when I'm going to get really locked in on the Pistons? Truthfully, this summer. Show me. Make the move. Get Cade as Robin. And let's go. And then next year they can make an ascension in the East. That's how quick it can happen.
You're right.
Here and now, this is cute, but it's largely empty calories. They're not going nowhere this year.
because they didn't do anything in the trade deadline.
And that's okay. That's okay.
Right.
They wanted to let it percolate. I respect that.
Right, but it's one of those, I'm not going to trade away the future because do we really think we can win the whole thing?
This summer, Lauri Markkanen, lock it up.
That's a great move.
Then I'm in. But let's go to people, see what they have to say about it. Fred's going to bat leadoff. Go ahead, Freddie. What's going on?
Well, I think you guys are putting too fine a point on this. Now, I'm going to agree with you that the league got soft during like the Steph Curry era when he was ascending and all that. But I'm starting to see more physicality in the league, and I appreciate it. I'm starting to see guys use the hook shot more. I'm starting to see a little more bumping and banging in the post. So all is not lost, I guess, is the point I'm making.
Rico?
Am I wrong?
Fred, I don't agree with you because I feel like the last time I saw a post-up, it was Kevin McHale.
I just say very little unless you're watching Denver.
Yeah, Jokic is a one-on-one. He's a unicorn. But, like, outside of that, where like, Fred, when I say it's homogenized, everyone is playing the same brand, basically. There is no differentiators.
Well, they're all doing that. Run the ball up the court and kick it to the guy who's just standing in the corner and let him do a three-point shot.
Yep.
I'll give you that one there.
And Fred, that's what kills me.
Back down guys in the post every night. You know?
Listen, Fred, if you're enjoying it, God bless. But for me, it just takes away from, man, it would be so much more exciting if this league was putting out a good product. Then I can appreciate what the Pistons are doing. I mean, the reality is the last 2 nights in Chicago, you won by 60 points because the other team simply did not want to play basketball for money. That's embarrassing. That doesn't happen in any other league. And if you say in the last couple weeks of the NFL, fine. It's not even the All-Star break.
Yeah.
This league has a credibility issue. And that's the juxtaposition to the Pistons' ascension that I struggle with. As an NBA guy, as someone who loves the league, as someone who does the league pass, I have never watched less than this year. It's so bad.
Yeah, you're right. If this was the end of March and the Bulls are like, okay, you know what, we're just trying to get in position at this point.
You do what you got to do.
You get it. But this is February 10th, 11th, whatever it was before the break. Yeah.
And the problem is the Bulls aren't even the biggest offender. Look around this league. I mean, Jesus. Hell, look last year. Look where we were. That's what makes the Pistons, what they've done is so respectable and it's so commendable. But why does it have to be in a league that has gotten, I feel like the league is cratered out.
They just need a hard reset, just that come to Jesus moment where Silver sits down with the general managers and says, guys, we got a major problem on our hands and we got to fix this. And really, no idea is off limits. What do we do to fix this thing?
Charles, 97.1. What's up, Charles?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Mike, I definitely agree with you, man. The product just in general for the NBA right now is just super boring, super unwatchable. And I think personally a big reason for me is I just feel like, you know, it's such a long, drawn-out season that in the middle of the season like this, it just feels like the games don't matter. Like with the NFL, like, you know, you only got 17 games. And, you know, every player is going out, giving it their 100 every single game. It just doesn't feel that way with the NBA. And then on top of that, it's like you got guys who can just decide whenever they want to play. You know, like Kawhi. even though he's been nursing an injury for a while, he just decides, whenever he wants. He just plays whenever he wants.
I think in a lot of ways, the NBA and college basketball have done the same thing, and it's very dangerous. They have told you the regular season doesn't mean anything. For college, it's the continued obsession with March Madness and now this looming expansion. They're telling you the regular season means nothing. And in the NBA, I mean, think about it. Charles, you said it, 82 games? Are you kidding me? Not in today's world.
I mean, I'll pay attention more, come playoffs. But right now, man, it's just like I have no motivation to. I can't. No,
just sit down and think about and Charles, you're not wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, but think about how unfair that is to the Pistons. They're doing everything we've asked them to do, and yet you tune in and you're going, well, I mean, look at this other team. I mean, it's like watching the Washington Generals on a nightly basis. I can't. Charles, I don't know what to do. I'm totally flabbergasted.
I mean, I've scoreboard watched the Pistons, but I'm still not sitting down and actually watching the game.
Not appointment
viewing.
Great
to see what they've been able to do.
That's right. No, I'm with Charles there. Charles, appreciate it. No, I do think the NBA has become just a scoreboard watch league. How do you invest your night in this?
Well, yeah, because most games end up being blowouts. So, yeah, unless that's your favorite team that you watch, it's rare that you get that game. You're like, man, this is going to be a good game. And I really don't care about either team, but I want to watch the game. And I know it's college, and I know it was on Peacock. But, yeah, David, that Purdue-Michigan game, I wanted to watch that thing. It was worth watching. Both teams went out there and tried.
Yeah, it was on Peacock. I never got to it. Sorry.
But you saw a good
Let me ask you two a question. I'm asking you.
Just joking with you, Rico.
I'm not listening to you, David. You got the devil in you today.
I'm asking you two a question. So which brand of basketball is better currently on Thursday, February 13th, 2025? Pro or college? I think they're both terrible. That's why I'm staying out of this. NBA or college? What's better?
I'm going to say college for the reason that it's going to sound like cliche, but it's true. They care about the name on the front, not the back. They're out there playing to win. They want to make the tournament because it's not a guarantee out of 300-some teams that you're going to be in the NCAA tournament.
Okay. He says college. David?
It pains me to say this, but it's based off what you just said. I look forward to matchups in college right now versus anything in the NBA.
Saturday, Auburn and Alabama's got way more cachet than any regular season basketball game. Sorry.
Can't wait.
Right. If you were like, hey, it's going to be Celtics versus the Grizzlies.
Yeah, hang up. Yep.
I'm a Celtics fan.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But yes, but if you tell me all of a sudden, hey, there's Kentucky, Alabama, or Kentucky, Texas.
Yeah.
All right, I want to see this game. So that's why for right now, like in the NBA, they've already cast their lots. You're going to be a playoff team. You're going to be a draft pick team. Well, you can stop the season right now and just tell all the teams, take 3 months, get healthy, practice plays. We'll see you in May for the playoffs.
Sounds like the Joel Embiid plan.
But it would work.
David, ticket text coming in. What do you got?
I have zero interest in the NBA. I don't care. If the Pistons won the championship, doesn't matter. It is boring.
But in the same breath that, I don't want to talk to Mini Hooper today. I'm not talking to you. You're never going to give basketball a chance. You were never interested. You never will be. And that's okay. But this is not about you. This is about people who kind of enjoy hoops to moderately enjoy it. And the product is so bad, it's hurting your ability to appreciate what your own team is doing.
Well, take this one from Brian. As a member of the basketball elite, the NBA is unwatchable. Coach my 9-year-old son's team. They don't even have a three-point line, but all the kids want to launch the YOLO shot.
There you go.
Thanks, Steph. It's awful and it's affecting the game.
What I believe you're seeing now is the byproduct of roughly a decade of a slow burn of players not learning how to play the actual sport they play. And they arrive in the NBA, which is not a place to learn how to play. They don't have any actual skills other than athleticism and YOLO balls.
Mike, you may have hit upon something. Because before Steph, everybody wanted to dunk because that was Jordan. It was Vince Carter. That was the thing, but you needed skills to do that. You look at Steph, no offense to Steph, but, you're never going to confuse him for Michael Jordan. You're never going to confuse him for Kobe Bryant, but he can hit that three. It's the equalizer. I don't need a ton of talent to go down in the paint. I could just shoot over everybody, and I'll make millions of dollars.
Now you got power forwards who do nothing but stand in the corner. I mean, I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. 248-539-9797.
You must sound like that's me when I'm watching the Memphis Grizzlies telling Jaren, get into the paint. Quit shooting threes.
Well, maybe you should bring Ben Carter off the bench.
He would go down low and score.
Yeah, him and that bionic.
You know what? Why don't you
College
There you
basketball.
go.
FanDuel, $150 in bonus bets. When your first $5 bet wins, it's $150 extra bucks. You bet on anything you want, but March Madness is what you're pointing towards. We all know it. So FanDuel, more betting markets than anyone. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on the college hoops. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Michigan football will have 8 of their former players from last season participate in the NFL Combine. That includes Khalil Mullings, Colston Loveland, Kenneth Grant, Will Johnson, and Mason Graham, to name a couple. The Wolverines released that their Maize and Blue spring game will be April 19th at noon at the Big House. ESPN released their list of way too early 2025 MLB All-Stars. The only Tiger that made the list is Tarek Skubal. He's the starting pitcher in this projection. Last season, Skubal and Riley Green represented Detroit. Baseball America prospect writer Emily Walden spoke to us about why Tigers' top prospects Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal were left off the spring training roster this year. The Tigers officially inked free agent reliever John Brebbia to their roster last night. He's already in camp as of this morning. The Jets officially bid quarterback Aaron Rodgers a goodbye today via a news release, including Aaron Glenn and their GM. Quote, "It was important to have this discussion now to provide clarity and enable each of the proper time to plan for our respective futures. We want to thank him for the leadership, passion, and dedication he brought to the organization and wish him success moving forward." End quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1. All right, let's get to it. So, Bregman, we will finish the show the way we started it, which is, in a weird way, once I found out the Tigers went to 6 years and $170 million, I was relieved he decided to go to Boston. Now, that doesn't mean I hate Alex Bregman. In fact, I started the offseason saying I wanted him. But the more the offseason went on, and the more his market didn't materialize, and the more you dig into the numbers, I started to go, you know what? I kind of ended up where you were at, Rico, where you were like, look, I'll go to 4 years, do what I got to do. I was willing to go 5, never 6, never 7. And now you look at it. He took a 3-year deal from Boston, opt-outs after 1 and 2, but he is making Aaron Judge money. $40 million per, and by the way, is changing positions. Versus, he could have played third base here. He would have had a 6-year rip, fully guaranteed, on a playoff team, with his old manager. And you know what it means to me? He didn't want to be here. If you don't want to be here, F off. I mean, I can't be mad at the team. I actually was more annoyed that of all the players Scott Harris could go 6 at 174, he did it with this guy. But credit, they did it. Chris Ilitch tried to do it. So, okay. The question now becomes for you, Tiger fan, is A, your emotion knowing you're not getting Bregman. Are you pissed? Are you relieved? I'm also interested in what happens next, which is, okay, do we now allocate some of the, Rico, you said earlier, call it $30 million that they're clearly willing to spend for the right player? Do you pay your own guys? You know, the Skubal thing I don't think has anything to do with this.
I was about to say Skubal is separate because you're going to pay him the money. I just don't know what you're waiting for.
No, I have to start to wonder if Boris is operating the way he operates. He is willing to get deals done early, but he's going to do it at premium pricing. And I've given you the historical data on that stuff. I think if you approach Skubal with anything less than $40 million per, they're just going to look at it and go, lowball. I don't know that. I'm just offering you, like if you asked 5 at 200, does that get it done? Or is it some kind of combination of like the Max Fried deal except he's better than Max Fried.
Right.
And it's 40 a year, and now it's 7 at 280. I just
look. I know we're talking Bregman, but I've said it before. This is like quarterbacks. The price is only going to go up.
Probably.
So you are now bidding against yourself. You're smart. You make the deal. Whatever it is this year, in 2 years, you're going to look like you made a bargain.
Unless the guy blows out and misses 2 seasons.
Okay.
But I'm with you. So here's the deal. I want to see what's next. Scott Harris has talked about the trade market being something they could be involved in. Well, we'll start the year with Jay Shung and face of franchise Matt Vierling at third. You've got a prospect cachet. Rico, you said it. What did you say? Like just be at above 500 in June, and you go out and you can make the bold trade.
In this division, you could be 500, and I think you're within striking distance.
The problem I have in all of this is the following. While I am not mad that they didn't get Bregman, I am annoyed they didn't get a big-time right-handed bat, which I think all of us in this room and most of you in listener land, you needed. They needed to do it, and they didn't. Do not sell me Gleyber Torres, please. I beg of you. So in that sense, I'm a little bummed out. Overall, look, they added short-term payroll. Same as it ever was. Okay, Jack Flaherty's a 1-year deal. Glaber's a 1-year deal. Caneley's a 1-year deal. They didn't add a cornerstone. But what I'm not going to do is drop a chair because Bregman went to Boston and changed the position he plays to play in a better the ballpark hurts us. I think we know that. I think that's pretty clear. Why? The data I can provide you is the same thing an agent or a team's or a player representative team can offer their client, which is if you go here, here's what happens to your numbers. And what happens to the numbers happens to your wallet. Mm-hmm. So I can't change that. So I'm relieved because if they spent the 6 at 170, and this may be proven false, maybe some of you think I'm unfair, I'd feel like that's it. They're capped out. It's a self-appointed salary cap. Now, at the end of this year, there's still about $45 million coming off the books. They could then re-spend that. But this $30 million they were about to give Bregman, I'm with Rico on this. That's kind of where their budget is. That's where the roof is the ceiling, and the ceiling is the roof. Shout out MJ. I want to know where you guys are at with it. 248-539-9797. Go ahead.
No, Mike, I mean, you said it. Let's just go to the phone lines. Or
David?
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you where my emotions were last night when I saw the news. Because I saw the 3 years, 120, and I immediately looked at it and said, wow, that's all it took? And like, whoa, man.
That's 40 a year.
No, but what I'm saying is the short-term portion is what I'm looking at. And then I saw the news about what we offered, and I said, wow, I am kind of relieved we didn't do that. And then it hit me. He did not want to be here. No. It immediately hit me. I'm like, hey, so he got 3 years, 120, which is short-term, but a longer AAV. Yeah. And I'm like, hey, he just really hated Detroit, didn't he?
David, what you saw was a guy who used Detroit as leverage. At some point, I don't know how, but Detroit offered the longer deal, more money, but he just decided not here. Now, when I saw the deal and I saw it was Boston, now if it was Chicago, I would have been like a little upset, like, okay, but that's even worse than here. So, but it was Boston. I'm like, it was the best thing for him. I think it's the best thing for the Tigers because I don't think that he would be as productive here in Detroit. I think the fans would have turned on him, much like you see with Javi Baez, because you waited so long, because this thing got drugged out. You would expect just for him to come out being an all-star from day one, knocking the cover off the ball. It's probably not going to happen. So I was relieved that it's over, that we can move on. And what it showed me was a couple things, that he didn't want to be here and that at least the Tigers were interesting. They were in the race. They were one of the finalists to get him. And now you have $30 million to spend because you've already shown you're willing to spend this money over the next 6 years. So make it happen somewhere else.
I think this is one case where if the old man were still running this thing, you'd be seeing Bregman at 7 at 210, and it would be a disaster. Mm-hmm. So in this sense, I'm okay that Harris and company drew a line in the sand. I think their line was still a year too far. So I'm good with it. David, let's hit the ticket text while Kenny screens the calls. Go ahead.
Guys, it's cool with the Bregman contract. Last week, I thought, let's keep the band together after our late run. Then we can make a mid-season move. I am so glad they did not sign Bregman. Glad Bregman is not coming here. Good riddance. I am sick and tired of hearing his name.
It's interesting. People really did sour on him based on him, Boris, and how they handled this. They really did sour, which isn't necessarily fair. This is an issue with the sport, the fact that guys can still sign in spring training. But it felt like here people started to get pissed.
My emotions from this is solely, now what? Do they stand pat or make a move? And if they are making a move, I think it needs to happen now versus waiting until the deadline.
Here are your two moves. You want them? Or you want them? Yeah, we got time.
Yeah, we got time.
All right, here's your two moves. You tell me if this makes it tight with your denim. You can either hope and pray and persuade Nolan Arenado to accept the trade here, and the Cardinals got to pick up 40 cents on the dollar. And it's a 3-year term. He's still a good defensive ball player, and you got to hope that the offense just levels out. Or can I introduce you to Lethal Weapon 3, DVD Blu-ray edition, Whit Merrifield. Don't say Justin Turner. He don't play the field no more, and if he does, it's first base. So those are your moves, guys. The move is going to be face of franchise Matt Vierling when a lefty's out there, and Cole Keith when a righty's out there. Not Cole, excuse me, Jay Shung. I apologize to everybody.
And I was about to say, I'm thinking more, let's see what Jay Shung has.
Yeah, that's probably their move.
Because let's be real, we all want to see the success continue. But this is the 1 year where you could actually kind of see what you got in him, because there's really no expectations to win a World Series. So trot him out there from day one. Like you said, give him 200 at-bats, and let's see where he's at. See if he's ready for the big league. Let's see what he can bring. Because maybe, just maybe.
Oh, he's the answer.
He's the answer. I said maybe.
I didn't. Whoa.
No, that was the look of David.
I'm just laughing over here. You're fine.
David, go ahead.
Someone says Bregman is perfect for Boston. He's the welfare Dustin Pedroia. He would have been nowhere near that for us.
No, and for Boston, look at how they've built the infield now. I mean, you've got Devers at third, who's one of the best offensive players at the position. If Trevor Story can stay healthy, good luck. Guy's been hurt for 2 years. But they got Marcelo Mayer, who's one of the 5 best prospects in baseball, behind him. Second base will be Bregman. First base will be Casas. They're loaded. I mean, offensively, they are loaded in the infield. They've got everything where they want it to be. And now Bregman, yeah. Could I say he'll hit 25 home runs, 27 home runs and continuum in Boston? Yes. Do I think this will improve his doubles and thereby improve his OPS? Yeah. So it worked for them. But if he signed here or Chicago, I can't imagine the shows we're doing in 2026 when he's a 238 hitter and he's got 14 home runs in August and people are going, what the hell did we pay for? Yes, defense is one thing. But I'm a Rico on this. I don't want to tie up that money that far down the road. I just don't know what he's got left in a ballpark like this. Go ahead, David.
I'm okay with no Bregman. Harris wants a roster that will last more than 2 or 3 years. He would have been dead weight.
This again. Okay, you're right. Be good forever, win nothing. See if you're happy.
I don't think that's what he was saying.
Okay. Sorry.
He's basically making the point that he would be dead weight.
Now that I agree with.
When it's time to actually win.
And that's what I said. Just give Jay Shung a shot. Let's see what he has.
Just wait.
And
Rico's basically saying just wait for the kids.
No, and at that point, if you think, because then you'll know, okay, at the trade deadline, maybe we need to go. This is a weak spot on our team. We're treading water. We need to get better. Let's go and get that person.
Winter, brutal on your home, and you had a snowstorm last night. So, could be some real problems for your roof. Get Victor's Home Solutions out there. Example, if you have uneven snow melt on your roof, huge sign of a problem. All these signs can be fixed, but you got to have somebody who knows what they're doing. Victor's Home Solutions is who you call. Open 52 weeks a year. No matter the weather, they can be at your home within 24 hours. They'll do a 21-point roof inspection. They'll go over the findings with you and recommend a course of action. And they can repair or replace your roof, no matter the conditions. It's time for a new roof? Victor's offers that industry best 50-year leak-free guarantee. And that means if anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. It's that simple. So make sure your roof is ready. Take on another winter and schedule that free 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100, or you can make an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, let's get to the people as we put a cap on the Bregman sweepstakes. And again, if you hate that I'm relieved or you think I'm an idiot, that's fine too. I hated the idea of 6 years, and Boston was the fit. So let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Thank you, Combati. You were right 100%. He just used all the other teams, Houston, Chicago, and Detroit, to up his price in Boston. That Crackerjack stadium, it's 288 down one line and 290 down the other. He'll hit 40 doubles and probably knock in 25 home runs. The minute they built that stadium, and we went from the best baseball stadium hitting-wise, in Old Tiger Stadium, to this massive stadium. When they got Cabrera, they should have brought those seats in 50 to 60 feet. So there's plenty of guys out there. I had some friends that got Jimmy Crowe that got Ron LaFleur out of jail. Go to Cuba. Find somebody. You don't need to spend $170 million, for God's sakes.
No, I mean, look, there's going to come a time, Paul, where you do, but I don't think every player warrants it. And with Bregman, I think there are definite concerns. And look, he changed his swing a little bit, changed his approach. Well, unfortunately, it resulted in a drop in one of his greatest skills, which is working the count, professional at bats. His walk rate dropped by over 50%. So now if that's going to be
100%.
him moving forward, that scares me a little bit.
I agree with everything you're saying, but he isn't worth $170 million. There's players out there. We just got to find them. Hire some more scouts. Go and look. There's kids out there in some college that we could bring in and play. Or in your own
they're
farm
in the
system.
process. The bottom line, Paul, here's the bottom line. All right. They will have to spend at a certain point. And I wish it was this offseason. I think there were other right-handed bats they chose not to go and sign. But I'm not mad they didn't get this one.
Fun fact, Ron LaFleur, my favorite Tiger growing up.
Things no one asked for. Okay, good for you.
I mean, he brought the name out. It's just like a name you never hear of. That's all.
Kenny's favorite animal is a crocodile. Any other info nuggets?
He you know what?
I know. I'm busting your
I
chops.
know.
Go to Adam.
We all can't root for Yankees.
Who cares?
Hello?
Adam, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So, yeah, I just wanted to touch base on the whole Bregman thing real quick. You know, I got to actually give Harrison Illich a little bit of credit here. I had never in my wildest dreams thought they were going to make a mildly competitive offer for Bregman. And to kind of hear 6 years, 170, granted, a little bit more than I would have been happy with, but the fact that they actually opened the checkbook and made him a real deal kind of gets me a little optimistic that, you know, maybe they'll weaponize some of these prospects that they got in one of the league's best prospect pools and maybe go out and make a trade where you can justify signing somebody to a long-term deal. So I'm relieved we didn't get Bregman, but also optimistic that it looks like Harris and Illich aren't just only lobbying for the kids and trying to bide our time. So
Okay, so let's have some fun for a second. So I agree with the premise, but juxtapose it with this. We started the offseason saying priority 1, 2, 3, and 4 is we need a big-time right-handed bat. Go get one. They didn't do it.
Right. True. No, yeah, I mean, it seems like they had the guy that they wanted to get and maybe were a little stuck in the mud about, you know, making offer to other places, which, I mean, I get your point, see where you're coming from. But the fact that they actually seemed like they were willing to take a shot and grab Bregman kind of, I don't know, maybe
It does.
a little
It gives you some
optimistic
hope.
that somewhere down the road to do something.
It gives you hope. It does. I think you can be hopeful, but still end up a little disappointed from an offensive standpoint. Look, I loved bringing Flaherty back. I got no problems with it. Canely, good. He's a solid pitcher. It's annoying he only throws his changeup, but whatever, it works. The Glaber thing I'm completely indifferent on. You know, the Nats wanted him, to play third because he's awful at second. So, again, we're doing more of the Band-Aid stuff. But maybe if this team earns the right for Scott Harris to be a buyer, maybe then we get to see some fireworks and we get to get real serious. I like the fact they tried. I do. Yeah. I just wish they would have added the right-handed bat earlier in the offseason. But clearly, look, they are banking on Cole Keith. I think that is exactly why you didn't end up with a Christian Walker on a short-term deal, an Alonso on a short-term deal. These are real players that signed really short deals. If Cole Keith works out, it's genius. But this is the problem. When you go from second to first, what you produce has to totally change. First base is usually, that's going to be like your best guy. First and third are power positions, like corner outfielders.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're a traditionalist. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just the way it works. You usually have a 240-pound dude at first who hits 35, 40 homers. Kind of how it works. So we'll see. But yeah, Keith's got to be really good for this to long-term work. Yeah. You agree with that?
No, I do.
Especially because he's signed for $10.
And I was about to say, you're banking on this. You kind of risk it all for this off season that this is going to happen, and maybe they really believe in the kids and they know something that we don't.
You got Cole Keith for like 6 years for half of what Bregman gets for 1 in Boston. That's sick. That's ridiculous. Go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
That's a good breakdown.
Hey, guys, you know what? I'm feeling pissed and relieved at the same time. It's Alex Bregman he would have, his suck is still would have been our best offensive player for the next 2 or 3 years, and we were one game away from an ALCS. So yes, I'm relieved because long term it would have been a very bad deal years 4, 5, and 6. But I'm pissed because we offered this guy $15 million more than the other high offer with the years. If that's what it's going to take to get, we're going to have to lock somebody up so far for Juan Soto type deal where we're going to have to sign a guy for 13 years and $500 million. And this owner doesn't show the ability to do that. He's not going to do that. We're never going to do that. And that's what it's like. We have to take guys that we draft and develop them and pray to God that they turn into who they are. It's like if we would have gotten Matt Chapman last offseason like we all cried about, we would never be sitting here saying this stuff right now because he'd still be here. Jace Jung would have another year to develop and prove that in the minors that he's a great third baseman, and we would all be excited and happy and ecstatic, ready for him to come up. We can't have nice things here.
No, we can.
I hate that.
Joe, I'm with you in that I don't like the lack of urgency. But I have never altered. Look, there's what I want and then what's real. They have openly told you it's wait for the kids. That's all this ever was.
And I understand that. And that's the other thing. It's like even if we brought another guy in at the trade deadline, well, now all of a sudden you're blocking one of your kids. So even at the trade deadline coming forward, we're not going to make the move that we all want to make for a third baseman if Jace Jung isn't living up. We've already ruined Spencer Torkelson. Where's he going? What's he doing? He's the only guy on our team capable of hitting 30 home runs.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. And based on his comments he made in the newspaper yesterday, I'm not going to try to spin those as a positive.
Well, AJ kind of did, and he was kind of like
what's he supposed to do?
He was the adult. No, he's going in the back.
Yeah, like what's he supposed to do? Right. I mean, like imagine if he came on the morning show and he's like, "Yeah, what a bird brain thing to say, huh, Cookies?" Like, no, I mean,
it was just a matter of fact way of like, okay, I know what he said. He'll be in the batting cage.
He'll be looking at the iPad. David, a few ticket texts and we'll get to a little football.
Someone says spend a little bit of that 170 and buy out that anchor around our neck, Javi Baez. That is still in Lake Orion.
Hold on for a second. I want you to understand something. Now, I'm not defending it. I don't ever want to look at him again. If I could load him in a SpaceX rocket and put him up with the astronauts that are stuck in space, I would. You don't have a right-handed option at shortstop. He's the only one you got. Trey Sweeney's a lefty. And I don't think Trey Sweeney is something special. I think people have seduced themselves. I would like to be pleasantly proven wrong. But I think their idea, until or unless I see them, absolutely put him in a radio flyer and push him down a hill, they're going to platoon that thing. I'm not telling you it's right, but I don't know what to do. I'm done yelling about it. I'm done. I've reached acceptance phase. They won't get rid of him. So what do you want me to do? Go ahead.
No, Mike, I'm with you. I think Sweeney's going to be good. I don't think he's going to be great. I want to see, give him a shot because I'd rather see Young than see what Javi's going to give me. So once again, show me something. You're going to have the beginning of the year. Let's see what you got, kid. You were okay during that little run. Let's see what you got starting at the beginning of the season.
Be curious. 97.1.
All right, I know it's snowing. It looks awful, but it should make you start thinking about the spring and the summer. And if that's the case, you should probably be thinking about Koi Construction and having them design and build the perfect deck for you. Why? Because, hey, I got one and I absolutely love it. I cannot wait to get out on there and barbecue and grill and just entertain. It's Trex decking, which means I don't have to stain it every year like my neighbors do. I can just go back there and have fun, and you can too. Call Koi Construction right now. Why? Because even though it's snowing, even though the weather's horrible, they build decks year-round, including the winter months. But you got to get on their schedule because they got few spots available. Call Quake Construction right now. Let them design and build a deck for you like they did for me. You could be relaxing in your own outdoor living area or relaxing in your space to unwind. Quake Construction's experienced team will make your vision come to reality. Call Quake Construction today and get your deck project started now.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. Red Wings prospect and MSU star goalie Trey Augustine has been named a finalist for a pair of national awards. The first is the James A. Sullivan Award, given annually to the best amateur athlete in the U.S. across all sports. The other is the Richter Award, given to the top college netminder. The USA begins their Four Nations journey tonight against Finland at the Bell Center in Montreal. Dylan Larkin expected to be on the fourth line for the U.S., with Brock Nelson and Vincent Trocheck face off at 8 on ESPN. Today marks the 2-year anniversary of the tragic shooting on the campus of Michigan State University. 3 passed away, another 5 were injured, including John Howe, who was paralyzed from the chest down. Howe has spent time around the Michigan State basketball team, and Tom Izzo spoke about him today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right. Valentine's Day around the corner. Hungry Howie's. They do it every year. So whether you're Kenny alone watching the Four Nations Cup and you just want a heart-shaped pizza, or, I don't know, your dad of the year and you want to buy it for the daughters or whatever it is, they got you covered. $8.99, heart-shaped pizza. They've also got deals on Howie bread as well. So, look, you're getting in-house made dough. You're getting real mozz. You're getting actual pizza. 8 different flavors of crust. They got you covered. But again, the deal is only available tonight and tomorrow for the heart-shaped pizza. So take advantage of it before it is gone. It's a limited time only. There we go. Let's get the vacuum going again in the background. It's a limited time only at Hungry Howie's. Okay, David, a few ticket texts, and we'll get Rieger in here.
What happens, though, when the draft and develop works for the Tigers? Are they actually going to pay the kids when they develop? We have to pay Skubal. So we're going to make him the highest paid pitcher.
There's no guarantee you're paying Skubal. I'd hate to break that to you. Why do you think Rico and I were on the trade talk conversation? Scott Boras reps him. You want to get him to sign early? It's $40 million a year. I got made fun of by people at this station for saying $40 million a year is going right. So, look, I don't know what they're going to do there. And again, it may not even be up to the Tigers. Not that I'm going to defend the team, but anything short of $40 million a year could easily be poo-pooed to the media as a non-competitive offer. Do you want to go 5 at 200 for Scoobs? Or 8 at 320? You know what I mean? Like, guys, it starts to get a little dicey. Now, look, what I'd love to see now in the absence of Bregman, go lock up Parker Meadows. See if he's into it. Maybe get Riley Green's deal done. Like, there are ways to do this now. But, like, you also got to remember, a lot of these guys aren't due money for years. Baseball has the most whacked labor agreement of any sport. I mean, Parker, I don't think is due till 28.
Right.
But I'm making a point.
But if you make the deal, you're still probably getting him cheap because if he blows up,
that's what you're banking on.
Yeah.
Right, that's what you're banking on. Okay, guys, we're doing radio. So when you're talking loudly and you open the door.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my God. All right, David, go ahead while these two set up, will you please?
To your point, someone says if only MLB had a salary floor to ensure teams are legitimately trying. That is from DN Romulus.
Yeah, but the problem is also there's no hard cap. What the Dodgers are doing will be a storyline of the 2027 CBA negotiations, or should I just call it now, strike and lockout?
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier in the show. It's the financial version of the shift in baseball, where
you're cheating, but you're not.
Right. They found a loophole, but there's no rule against it, so we're going to keep doing this until you finally make a stop. It is.
I'm shocked the Dodgers didn't sign Bregman. Just keep him on the bench.
Somebody did, I heard. Sign Bregman.
Yeah, no, but I'm relieved.
I don't have a big problem with it either. I mean, my God, $40 million a year. And I know you had to do that to get him on a lower term. It's still preposterous or semi-preposterous.
He's making Aaron Judge money.
I know.
It is, but Boston's got to be happy about it because he probably opts out after 1 year.
But they have the ballpark to do it.
Very true. Very true.
I don't think he would have been very good here.
No, I agree with you. I think the ballpark is the main reason. He said absolutely not.
I kind of think that, too. I also think the Tigers' recent losing history plays a role on these teams. So basically, Boston figured, if we want to get him 1 year, we paid $40 million. So... and he'll leave.
Well, if he leaves, that means he had a killer year, so
right.
It was worth the $40
So it was probably worth it,
but
right?
It's also, look at the setup, too, right? And I know we're getting into the weeds, but Boston, they can insulate him in that lineup where he's got Rafael Devers behind him,
right.
most likely.
Mm-hmm.
He's got Tristan Casas. He's got, if Trevor Story's in one piece, they're calling up Roman Anthony, who's the number one prospect